Good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, testing? Uh-oh, I just muted myself. Good job, Tech Brittany. Hello, good morning. Good morning. All right. Happy Friday. Thank you for spending it with me. So much to go over today. Let me just move some stuff around. Shovel, moving some stuff around. Hello. Why isn't YouTube responding? I see your comments. Hold up. YouTube. Hello, YouTube. YouTube. There you are. Thank you. All right. Tech is good. I am here. I am queer. Okay. So, bummer news coming out of Queer Ultimatum Universe. Let me pause Elvin's beautiful music. Pausing in 1, 2, 3. Out of Netflix Queer Ultimatum, we've got news from Bridget, which I just Googled to confirm. Queer Ultimatum Season 3 is canceled. They've canceled Queer Ultimatum. And I have a feeling it was obviously because of this administration. And this is very scary, and we should be concerned. Because one of the greatest parts of queer representation being on TV was almost a form of rebellion against this administration. But with this administration attacking news stations, media stations, the whole thing with Kimmel, I have a feeling they're afraid of hosting these shows at the risk of upsetting this administration. So here's Bridget from the last season of Queer Ultimatum just speaking on it.
Ultimatum canceled. The queer one. The reality TV world is just like so far behind. Like, we were at the Netflix reality TV event this summer, and obviously like we're the only gay show. And also like Nick Viall is there, and Viall Files, they have on everybody from Straight Ultimatum, but they don't have anyone on from either season of Queer Ultimatum.
Wait, really? Don't love that podcast.
And I did confront him at the Netflix event, and his response was, well, I haven't seen the show.
What? Okay, are they going to say they canceled it because it didn't get views? But did it get views because, you know what I mean? Like, you guys literally put it on every big podcast, which contributes to it getting views. You know what I mean? So if no one's going to talk about it.
Okay, watch it. Or don't. I don't care. But I'm not that surprised, I guess. If they want to say they're not homophobic, let's cancel the straight one. Because the show as a concept, it's flawed, right? And it is traumatic. I think everyone who's been on would probably agree with that.
Definitely.
Equal rights and gay rights. Ultimatum.
Yeah, that's a bummer. It's definitely not an accident. Okay, it's definitely on purpose. So that really sucks. Yeah, I don't get it. Yeah, it is on Netflix. Chat says, isn't it on Netflix? They can self-promote their shows with their algorithm. Also, probably doesn't cost much. It is on Netflix, so you think it wouldn't be an issue. But also, I can see why they would, because, God knows whatever's happening behind the scenes. And that's the dilemma, is ultimately, I don't know what's happening behind the scenes. Like, I have no idea. Who knows? We're not even a year into this presidency. It's gonna get worse, but it will be okay because you will be okay. Let's do some rough news before we get into other topics that are less rough. The flotilla was stopped. But there have been protests, support. People have asked me to cover this. I haven't been keeping major tabs on it, so I'm not like the source for all the details. So I'm kind of going to watch it with you, as we kind of come to understand it. But this news I'm about to show you all comes from a day ago and 2 hours ago. So this is from Turkey and Argentina. Protesters rally for Gaza flotilla. Oh God, I want to add a sound. Flotilla. And just wanted to show you some of the people supporting, because I think that's important to recognize. Like, Italy sent ships, other countries sent ships. Like, this is one form of protest that I think can work. They're just trying to get aid to Palestinians. And the fact that Israel is stopping them is really, really vicious and horrible. And I think that's the point we should pay attention to. I feel like somebody might ask, like, what do you think a good form of protest is? At this point, anything within reason. So anything that doesn't risk people's lives, in the sense that like you're not taking innocent people's lives, but anything that gets attention. And so something like this is important. Now, obviously, there's some sense of privilege that plays a role in this, where like one of the gentlemen, Greta Thunberg, and all these people were traveling with was like a black individual, and he was like beaten by Israeli military, versus like Greta's never been beaten to a pulp. And genuinely, like, she could be killed for sure, and maybe that would cause more of an uproar because she's sort of like this white woman who's sort of fragile, and so maybe it would make more news, but then that also plays into racism. But the point is that right now they are privileged enough to be doing this. Somebody made fun of Greta on social media and said, spoiled rich kid with nothing better to do, but that's actually like a great way to spend your privilege, is to spend it protesting on behalf of people who can't protest for themselves. So in many ways, like, Greta's doing exactly what she should be doing in her position of privilege, because like, who else can do this? Like, who else can afford, who else can risk, who else can do this? It's why it's significant in a big way. Not just that Greta's doing it, but that others are doing it. And other people in less positions of privilege are doing it too. So it's a big deal. People are risking their lives, right? They have family and friends at home. So it's a big deal. But here are some protesters, or not protesters, but protesters, I suppose, but they're rallying for. They're in favor of. From Turkey to Argentina, protesters rally in support of Gaza flotilla intercepted by Israeli forces. In Istanbul, protesters gather outside of the Israeli consulate.
These ships, carrying entirely civilians, including 9 Turkish citizens, are currently being unlawfully intercepted. We are here, along with numerous civil society organizations, to protest this. The action by Israel is completely wrong. Let us state this first. However, one of the issues we most want to address here is the indifference shown by the leaders of Islamic countries towards this issue.
Protesters in Athens gathered the Greek Foreign Ministry to voice support for the flotilla. Very cool. Chat says, it's a political protest a 2 activity, or is it something level 2 to 5 could engage in? Thanks. Anyone could engage regardless of their level in protest. Maybe the way you go about it would be a little different, or the why would be different, obviously. But protest is a universal voice of the oppressed.
Today, now.
Like, 5s can be oppressed under oppressive systems, right? Like, 5 introspection is a relationship with self. It has nothing to do with whether or not the government is going to come kill us. It's not like the government's going to be like, hey, we're holocausting the homosexuals. Oh, wait, are you a level 5? Like, I won't holocaust you, I guess. It's like, being a 5 has nothing to do with like whether or not how we show up or why we show up might be a little different. But the reality is, like, we're all just people living with other people, you know?
Every city around the world is standing.
Good question. Good question. Thank you for the question.
For Gaza, is standing against genocide.
No. You're okay, Chatter. I didn't want you to feel bad. Great question, honestly. Just a funny question to think about in the context of, like, it's because it's kind of funny when people think like, oh, introspection means that like you're separate from the world. It means you're more in the world. It means you're not burdened by the same amount of relationship to the world, but you're even more attached to the world. The more introspection, the more extrospection, the more kindness, the more compassion, the more you care about people, not less. It's just, it shows up differently. Maybe your relationship is differently, right?
Standing for justice, for freedom, and for rights.
Wait, where was this? Demonstrators blocked traffic in Rome after reports that the aid flotilla was intercepted. Okay. Argentina, baby.
We sailed for almost a month carrying humanitarian aid. Netanyahu called us terrorists.
This is a former flotilla crew member.
This is a non-violent flotilla. We have no weapons. We carry medicine, food and serum to save lives. So this global outcry in support of the Palestinian people and against the Israeli genocide has already achieved an extraordinary victory with the flotilla.
Wow. Okay, that's the first video I want to show you. I'm going to show you this video. All these happened within the last 24 hours, and the third one I'll show you happened 2 hours ago. So there's new news.
Right now, activists aboard a Gaza-bound aid flotilla say the Israeli Navy is intercepting their vessels. This is video from Global Samud Flotilla. First, you see the crews on the deck wearing life vests. In another video, the deck is empty. Our Suzanne Lehman-Yo spoke to a Central Illinois woman who is on a boat in the flotilla. She joins us now live from the newsroom with the very latest on this. Suzanne, good afternoon.
Chris, there are nearly 50 boats among the flotilla, and Marine Corps veteran Jessica Klotfelter from Windsor, Illinois, is on a boat with other military veterans. And she, along with the organizer of the veterans delegation, spoke with me on Zoom. It was quite a shaky connection. And this happened about an hour before the Israeli Navy intercepted that flotilla. Jessica Klotfelter was once on the security detail for Presidential Helicopter Squadron Marine 1. Today, she spoke to us while aboard the Oela, which is part of the flotilla in the Mediterranean Sea right now. At the time of our Zoom, she and United States Army Ranger veteran Greg Stoker were about 90 nautical miles from Gaza, with about 12 Israeli naval vessels in sight. This picture was taken by Jessica as an Israeli naval vessel approached their boat, shining a large spotlight.
Are you afraid, Jessica?
The fear's there, but if I talk to it, I understand why it's there, trying to keep us safe, and I try to make friends with it. But this is something that we train for and practice in our own exercises for the last month.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Klotfelter and her fellow veterans have been at sea for more than a month. They say they're carrying humanitarian aid and they want to deliver it to Gaza, even though Israeli officials have said anyone trying to enter Gaza will be taken into custody.
That's what I'm saying. How outrageous is that? That they won't let the aid in. I don't understand how, it's so weird how little power you have and what other people will do. It's kind of very frustrating and very emotionally triggering how little power you have when faced with such a force. And that's why the world can feel so cruel, because it's like, no matter the injustice, it's like you can't do anything. All of these leaders, all of these countries around the world, all these people saying like, hey, stop doing this to Palestine. And it doesn't matter. Like, we're just watching it happen in front of us. It really in some ways should have you, and will in many ways be much more compassionate towards humanity, because we are certainly a flawed species. And then in other ways, it should like fuel a fire, underneath you to encourage and inspire you to try to be a better person, or at least less bad of a person, but to like humble ourselves in the great facing of the universe as a whole. Like, it's so much bigger than us, but it's so insane how just how you feel like nothing. You must feel like nothing to an extent. I mean, it's just, and yet you still have to try. And that's the point, is and yet we still have to try. And that's why we love story. That's why we love anime. It's why we love all of these underdog stories, because even though it's stacked up against us, we have to try. And, better to try than not to, you know what I mean?
That have been coming out of Gaza for the last 2 years, and they're heartbreaking. They're gut wrenching. I mean, I've cried probably every single day on this boat as the violence since we've taken off on 31 August has escalated.
Well, we received an update from Klotfelter's attorney here in Chicago just a short time ago, and she told us Jessica's boat has not been boarded, but the spotlight has been kept on them as other larger vessels in the flotilla have been boarded. In the newsroom, Suzanne Lehman-Yo.
Okay, then there's the third video, and this is news just as a couple of hours ago. This is TRT. So here we go. This is Gaza flotilla activists transferred to Israel's notorious Qadsiat prison. Here we go.
He's a policy director at the nonprofit Dawn and joins us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for being with us on the program. The last we heard regarding the activists is that they're being taken to Israel's notorious Kitzot prison. What are some of the conditions that they may face and even poor treatment they may be subject to?
Thank you for having me on the show. Unfortunately, we have seen this happen over and over again. When the Israeli government sends their forces to violate international law yet again and intercept flotillas that are meant to send humanitarian aid to Gaza. There is absolutely no reason for the Israeli military to be intercepting these boats in international waters. And what happened in the past is that Israel mistreats and kidnaps all of these flotilla members to Israel, interrogates them, puts them through a very inhumane process before deporting them to their home countries.
Can you just talk to us a bit more about what exactly these activists, some of who have been through this process before, exactly go through during that interrogation process?
It varies, and we are following their situation minute by minute. There are a few Palestinian attorneys inside of occupied Palestine, 1948 Palestine, who have been sending updates very regularly on what's going on with the arrested activists. Some of them are deported within the first day. Some of them are kept overnight in different kind of conditions. There is really no method to the madness. Israeli war machine, the Israeli death and torture and humiliation machine, it has no logic.
I saw a video of a I saw a video of two boys. Their father was, the IOF was looking for their father. And the brothers are holding hands, little boys, like 6 and 7 or something. I don't even know. And they're crying. And the men around them are like, hey, they're kids. What are you doing? And IOF social, I don't care. I don't care. Where's their dad? I don't care. And they're just kids, bro. Like literally babies. Whatever that is, that's what we have to deconstruct. Whatever that is, that's what we have to take care of. Whatever that is, you saw it too, chat. Chat says, I saw that. Whatever that is, we got to do something about it. That is what's killing people. It's what's harming the world. It was just like the most devastating video. And whatever that is, whatever that disconnect is, whatever that justification is, whatever that thought is, whatever that is. And look, a lot of people, and especially in America, we like to paint like who's a bad guy, who's a good guy. Listen to me when I say this. And I mean this in the most deconstructed way. Anytime you have a group of men who are still working under the patriarchy, you will have only violence. There are no good guys and bad guys under patriarchy. There are only bad people. Groups of men working under the patriarchy are bad people because they only know how to fix things through violence, which never get fixed, through rape, mass rape, okay? Or some sort of subjugation or enslavement. It comes at the dehumanization, okay? And we have to do something about that. That doesn't mean when your baby is born or your child is a specific gender, that gender dictates their actions. But to say the system in which these boys are raised and conditioned is doing no good for them nor for others. But this is my frustration with these conversations a lot of the time. And maybe this is the philosophy brain in me rather than the political brain. I'm not a chess piece on a board. I'm a person with a life. None of these kids are part of they're not pawns in your little game. They're children. And if your only reaction to children crying is like, I don't care, they're now a part of my desire to find this quote bad guy that I have to find, then like, it's bad. There's no justification for it. And if there's no justification for it, then what are we talking about? And I say this as somebody who understands that like we have to form and raise children. Yeah, children can be absolutely threatening and absolutely dangerous, 100%. Okay? That doesn't mean that they weren't products of their environment or that it wasn't the adults who led them astray or we didn't do enough impact. Yes, on occasion, rarely. So rare it doesn't account for the millions and billions of people we have to face. there might be a quote, what they call a bad seed. But genuinely, there are too many people struggling for us not to have been part of the reason, right? Our kids are being led astray. Even if we talk about Gen Z going more right wing, that didn't happen on accident. That was 100% on purpose. Through media, parents, Andrew Tate, Trump, MAGA, Aiden Ross, and all these boys, that was on purpose. That was not an accident. And so we must encourage no bigotry. Well, they're encouraging bigotry. And I see this right now with the White House TikTok. Oh, that shit got some Gen Z boy on its account. Whoever is running that account is definitely a 21-year-old boy who thinks he's so fucking funny. And it's not that funny. It's definitely not that funny. Okay, I mean, it would have been funny had the Republicans not been the reason for everything going very poorly right now, including a government shutdown, which is very stressful. Okay? So again, I think the issue we have to face here is that it's not about the sides of who's right and who's wrong. It really is about harm reduction. And right now, there's just so much harm being done at such a strong level. It feels really like, what can we do? We still have to do something. And this is a part of that something. Even though it might sound silly, like, oh, Greta keeps going back and she keeps getting arrested and they keep sending her back. And what is she going to keep doing this over and over again? Yo, if it takes 2% of Netanyahu's brain to pay attention to this, that's 2% that isn't genociding Gazans. Let's go. Whatever. We don't know what to do. And our leaders certainly aren't doing enough. So we got to do something.
There's no prediction for what will happen. Some people are deported on day one. Some people are kept for multiple days, interrogated, and kept in very difficult conditions as a part of a punishment for their attempts to break the Israeli siege. So we have to wait until they're all out. Of course, knowing all of these activists, every single time I see interviews with them or I see messages from them, they all did say the same, which is, this is not about us. And don't focus on what's going on to us. We're here as messengers to shed a light on an ongoing genocide that's going on in Gaza. We're here as messengers to say that the world has to stop its silence. Mm-hmm. The world has to pay attention to what's going on in Gaza.
Let's talk about that a bit, because we are waiting to hear an official response from Hamas on Trump's plan, which many say will legitimize Israel's occupation of Gaza and ultimately won't bring a long-lasting peace.
Yeah, I think there is. This is the time that we're waiting for Palestinians to respond. This is an issue much bigger than one Palestinian faction. I think Hamas is one of the groups that are involved in this negotiations. Many other Palestinian groups in Gaza and outside of Gaza are also involved. The plan that is presented by the United States is obviously a plan that is biased, and the United States has not been an honest broker for peace. The U.S. is not a neutral player here. The United States is an active participant in genocide. The U.S. has been sending Israel weapons and money and giving Israel political support at the United Nations Security Council for the past 2 years. If it was not for the United States, Israel would not have been able to conduct its genocide in Gaza to date. So any proposal that comes from the U.S., of course, it is biased. The U.S. is a part of the problem. The U.S. is not going to help save Palestinians.
Exactly.
Or push for freedom in Palestine.
Exactly.
I think the international community and many of the Arab and Muslim countries that met with President Trump in the last couple of weeks have pushed towards some sort of a plan that would end the daily killing in Gaza.
Now they're blaming, so they're saying, so now there's been a talk with Hamas and about a ceasefire. Now Sky News is reporting so obnoxiously like, oh, Hamas is deciding if they want to take the deal to end the genocide, as if Hamas is the reason the genocide is happening. Like, again, you'll never see me support a group of men, especially those ruled under patriarchy. So fuck Hamas too, and fuck Netanyahu, and fuck Trump, and fuck all these men whose only, attempt to help the world is to bring violence to it. But I will say this, no way you're about to blame Hamas for the fact that Netanyahu is militarily backed by the United States. Okay, it is funded by the United States, and it obviously has more manpower, and it obviously has been the one to break all of the ceasefire deals and have all of the issues occur. And it's not like they're giving Hamas a good deal, meaning the Palestinians a good deal. You act like, oh, Netanyahu, after he's killed and destroyed, is like, okay, I'm over it now. And it's like, you act like they're still not getting the short end of the stick. Like, what are you talking about? Like, Israel is still 100% the person in power to make this decision. They were the only people in this whole thing who ever made and could have made a decision to make it a difference. And that's why you feel so empowered. You just want to like burn the world down. You ever feel like that? You ever feel so out of control? Like someone is so unjustly taking your agency. You're just like, let's burn it to the fucking ground. That's what position they're putting people into. And then they're like, see, they're crazy, bro. Whoa, these guys. Oh my God, you're crazy. You're literally causing the situation because you're the one who can stop it. And you're not doing that. You're escalating.
Now that plan is, focused at two main things here. We're talking about an immediate halt of killing, of starvation, stopping the bombs and allowing food to go in. That's like the first track that many people have been pushing for. The other track is ending the end game for Israel, which is ethnic cleansing.
Right.
What Israel has been saying publicly is different than what their actions have showed us in Gaza, because their actions in the past 2 years have been aimed to pushing Palestinians out of Gaza to the Sinai Desert. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign. And I think this plan tries to also say that Palestine is for Palestinians, Gaza belongs to the Palestinians of Gaza, and they have to stay there. They have the right to stay, and if they choose to leave, they have the right to go back. I think these two things in the plan are important. There are many other parts of the plan that are questionable regarding timelines and maps and details about the Israeli withdrawal.
Well, we are keeping a close eye on Hamas's much-awaited response. Rad Jadar, thank you so much for being with us here on TRT World.
There's just so much at play here. And I think ultimately from the philosophical perspective of zooming out, this is humans' history. This is our history. And this will be our history. This goes back to that. There's that scene in Vinland Saga season 2, right? Where the kid is in a village and he he has like a potato farm with his family. I don't know what it is. Okay. His mom and his sister and him. And he's just like, man, don't you wish you were out there fighting? And don't you feel like, I'm just sitting here being a farmer? And he's kind of like pretending to chop down a tree. And then their village gets massacred basically. And he faces the reality of what it means to fight and to be violent. I think sometimes Americans are so violent in their culture, but they're not exposed to violence. They're actually shielded from it. They really are. I don't know how to explain it to you that the boys in America, myself included, romanticize violence because they think it's freedom. They think it's what makes us strong. Do I watch anime and wish I was strong like the rest of them in a way that I could feel empowered to walk down the street without feeling like there's always I always have to be worried? Sure, there's a fantasy there. As if in anime world that there aren't still that as if those fears don't still exist. But yeah, of course there's a big fear, and then there's this dream that I'm gonna tackle this fear by being powerful in a way that's magical, right? And so boys get obsessed. They watch these animes. They hate that, Thorfinn becomes a tree hugger instead of maintaining his slaughtering. And it's just this conversation to be had about what we are romanticizing, or how Uncle Iroh was called weak because he leaves his station, and then he becomes a peaceful old man. And remember, Uncle Iroh also specifically killed and engaged in Fire Nation war tactics against innocents. Remember that Uncle Iroh as a whole character was also a bad person who advocated for Fire Nation beliefs, right? And then he had his conversion. We saw him change over time. And remember that he was even helping Zuko, whether he completely backed it or not, right? He was there, he participated, and he repped the colors, right? So again, there's just this conversation to be had about the difference between our fantasy and how our fantasies are, they come from our knowledge that we are weak. It's why we love superheroes. It's we love the idea of good and bad really being bad. So there's a justice in the world, Yeah, chat says we are protected from it, which is why I think Charlie Kirk's being killed on live was so impactful, and the fact that they're not watching videos of Palestinians. So obviously, even though I watch all these videos of people getting killed to remind myself and keep myself humble, I also have to remember, and not to, because I don't want to shield myself from it and act like, oh, that's not happening here, so I don't care. I also have to remember that I still cry every video I see, that I don't become desensitized, because I also used to cope through watching people get killed videos, and I'd be like, I don't care, I don't feel anything, that's just life, dude. And that was a cope on my end because I didn't want to feel how disgusted I was and how this should be avoidable. And now you watch it. So even the Charlie Kirk video, it really impacted me emotionally as a person, but not because Charlie Kirk died. It could have been anybody. It literally could have been anybody. And I would have felt the way that I felt watching that video. Because the video itself is what's the whole situation is what's crazy. It's not that it's Charlie Kirk. I know for a lot of people, it was more impactful because it was Charlie. For me, it was impactful because it was a person. You know what I mean? Like, it's the fact that it just happened, right? All of that to say, though, and I think this is the dilemma with the world. And again, this goes back to this idea that the individual does move a little faster than the group. The group right now is angry and scared, and they just don't know how to fix their problems. And actually, this moves into the Ethan Klein video we're about to watch right now. There's a new one. Everybody told me to watch it. I'm here. We're watching it. I'm excited. But Ethan is a great example of this inability to be able to problem solve something that should be solvable. Hassan and Ethan should never have had beef like this. Hassan and Ethan should never have gotten to this point. And Ethan should never have gotten to this point where he's suing small Palestinian content creators. If Ethan and Hassan can't learn to get together and live together in the same community, what hope does the world have, right? The hope is not the Ethan and Hassan's. I'm so sorry. Because Ethan will never let it happen, right? And Hassan can't let it happen. He needs to protect himself. He's too famous and too popular to build community with more than other famous, popular people at the end of the day. And I mean that in like a very matter-of-fact way, okay? You actually struggle, and we're going to talk about this later in stream, about everyone wants a village, no one wants to be a villager. How do you build a community with a celebrity? Except with other celebrities. You can't, which is why I have no desire to be a celebrity. So I can always build community with my people. A lot of the fear I have, because I've been recognized in public before, is just being a community member and being recognized. Like, I hate the idea that I stop myself from volunteering because I'm worried somebody will recognize me and dox me. Think about that. Think how frustrating that is. And that's what I'm saying. How can you build community when you can't just show up to places without someone turning it into something weird? Versus just being a happy volunteer who's helping. Like, just think about that weird conundrum of like, you get famous, so you spread more good messages, but also if you get famous, you can't actually physically help your community. And you've got to, it's such a conundrum, right? Okay, then you have this video. We're going to get into it right now. This like little animation video of, it's called The Legend of Ethan Klein by Eamon Animations. We'll get to it. But what I'm trying to say is the best we can do is try to be a little less bad every day. And, remember that the road to hell is paved in good intentions. And so be very careful when you think you have a really good intention and you want to help the world. Make sure you're helping, because a lot of us aren't helping the way we think we are. I think Ethan really thinks he's standing up for something important, but he's not. He's causing so much more harm, so much unnecessary harm with the way that he's shown up, you know, in the world. And it's sad. It is a bummer. And it is, most of the responsibility has been on Ethan's shoulders. He's escalated. He's made it worse. He's not understood people. Like, he is the star player in this, you know? All right, let's watch this.
Yes, we are being sued for copyright infringement. And it's been hanging over our lives like a cloud these past months.
Yeah.
We are being sued by Bold Guy, aka Matt Haas Zone. We did our thing and we made a reaction video about him on our second channel, Ethan and Eli. And I think the heart and soul of this is like that he doesn't like that we made fun of him, and so he's suing us.
I do love their music.
Wow, Ethan, great moves. Keep it up. Proud of you.
Oh, hi there. It's me, your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hassan Piker, The Leftovers podcast, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. And we went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun, the audience was having fun, no problem. That was until this happened.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
And then
It's already so funny. I'm sorry.
He really likes terrorists.
Wait, look.
I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually
Why is it so funny already? Oh no. Why does this look like Asmin and Ethan had a baby? Okay.
is.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? was Hassan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization.
Why did he think to this day, it will never not be funny to me that he thought Hassan was a left-leaning Democrat. Why would you think Hassan Piker was a left-leaning Democrat? Like, that's so funny.
And turning them against me.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Why is this one so funny?
I hate liberals, dude. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much.
Did this man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend? What else is someone this sociopathic capable of?
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet.
Was I being manipulated this whole time?
Hello everybody, this is Ethan Klein, host of the H3 Show. Alright, so obviously I'm about to have a really uncomfortable conversation about Hassan. And, you know, I wanted to do a really fun episode about Twilight today, but blame it on the anti-Semites. The openness and brazenness with anti-Semitism has left me no choice. I have no choice. But I'm hallucinating, according to Hassan. Well, let's see if I'm hallucinating. The big story breaking right now is that since October 7th, which has blocked the entire country of Israel from making new accounts, secretly, silently, no statement, no explanation, has blocked an entire fucking country. How does that happen? The word Israel is considered a invalid word when you're trying to make an account. User from Israel.
You know what?
But hold on. Before you answer.
Yeah.
But why does then both Palestine and Hamas are acceptable? This guy's name is I Love Hamas 123, that word. Yeah, well apparently that's dope. In Hassan, it's by Hassan, and in his community, I Love Hamas 123 is just another member of his community. I'm being real. It's just way too many coincidences. Hassan is on the homepage of that website every time I go there.
He's the most viewed live streamer live right now.
Yeah, because they keep putting him at the top fucking page every day.
Yeah, but yeah.
And what's crazy is there's nobody on the entire platform to call him out. Nobody. They've all been banned. Nobody. There is not a single dissenting voice with his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic, fucking pro-China, pro-Russia, pro-terrorism takes. This is fringe, psychotic shit that is not normal. And it is the only acceptable voice on Twitch. Explain that to me. How is there not one dissenting voice on that entire platform?
Snails are kind of doing the thing that people meme about, like
Oh man, that is literally what Hassan looks like. He's the tiniest head in the world. It's because his shoulders, you know what? I get it. I love a big shoulder. You know what I mean? Wait, chat said so funny that Ethan is getting mad at the username considering his used to be the pedo one. Literally, there's no consistency. That's why Ethan is an escalator. There was an escalator. There was so much opportunity for him to de-escalate, but he just can't do it because he doesn't get it. Like, he has no brain power to fathom that the same people who are writing I Love Hamas might just be a fucking other troll who's 28 years old saying like pedo bear or whatever. Like, he doesn't even think about it. And I'm not saying it's okay, right? I think both are really stupid, but the point is that he doesn't understand that like it could just be a troll. He doesn't understand the humor. He'll understand it for himself, but he won't understand it for others. And I'm saying both might be wrong, but the fact that he's not willing to give other people grace is the irony, right? It's like he can't get it.
docking penises, basically.
I don't know what that means.
Docking, when two guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis and the other one doesn't, and then the non-circumcised penis you like put into the circumcised penis, basically. Like you unfold the uncircumcised part of the penis, like the tip, and then you put the circumcised penis in it like this, like a spaceship docking.
And they just touch? It's not like...
It's kind of like that.
Is that sexual or is that just a joke?
I don't know.
I don't think that it's like that at all.
This is Nazi shit! S-tier race? Are you fucking kidding me? And they're trying to run defense. Hassan and all these fucking people are running defense for this shit. I have spent every waking moment on this project.
Except for when you take care of your kids, right?
I don't think Hassan knows what's coming. I feel it might be one of the best takedown videos of all time. It's coming together, but I've never been faced with such an daunting task.
So sorry, I'm so triggered. I wasn't ready.
I find myself overwhelmed with the quantity of footage, and I have tried everything to avoid
7, 6,
launching this nuclear
5,
bomb.
4.
But Hassan has continually provoked me and forced my hand.
Oh my God.
Are you going to be watching Ethan's content nuke?
Jesus.
The answer is, of course not.
Title of the show is Hassan and the Goons Are Evil, Cowardly Liars. Now, I once again am looking to not, to move on past it. Yeah, I'm just going to get into the Hassan stuff. This is the result of Hassan's activism. Hassan Micro, Hassan, propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself.
I want to think about that, man.
Think about it. Hassan dropped new merch today, guys. What a dumb, cringy fucking tryhard. Please, can we just all point and make a circle around him and point and laugh? Can we please just fucking point and laugh at him? And why is this? Why do we allow this? This should be illegal, and nobody cares. Somebody, please! It's insanely pathetic.
I'm about to hit Celestial, Nate.
Whoa.
Celestial?
Yeah.
What is that? I don't even know what that is.
That's what it's called, right? The one after Grandmaster.
All right.
That is so funny. That is so funny. The crew in gear. That's so funny.
Where were we? I wanted to say Hassan is the human embodiment of the Che Guevara shirt sold at Hot Topic. He is that. Personified.
Were you thinking about that in the bathroom?
I
Were you thinking about that in the bathroom?
would love to open the stream, but I think things are too contentious. The hallucination is starting to feel a lot more real. Oh, it's a little catty and weird, considering I feel like our conflict at this point runs so deep. But I'm gonna pull it up anyway. Fuck it.
Out of context would be to talk to me face to face instead of just watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm. Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Wake up. Come on, Ethan, wake up.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
That is not anti-Semitism. The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men for that matter. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly.
Talking when two guys get together and like one has a circumcised penis.
Oh my God. I can't believe how good this is. Oh my God.
And I hope people never forget, as this war rages on, just remember why I'm doing this. Because every one of you motherfuckers that I said I'm coming for, that I hold responsible, guess what? It's only a matter of time. I can't wait for videos crying, Ethan's suing me, Ethan's stalking me, Ethan's all this. Yup! I'm doing all that! Here's the thing, Anissa and Ian. I just want you to know, I want you guys to know something. Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. I will never be done with you. That's how much you've betrayed me and how much I want you to know how much you lose. And
Pause. Big pause. I'm so sorry to whip you out of it. This is so Trump coded. You know how Trump at Charlie Kirk's funeral said, I never forgive anyone. I don't let go of a grudge. That's Ethan Klein. Grudge holders are the worst kinds of people on the planet. You guys got to free yourself from grudges. Free yourself from the grudge because you will become Ethan. You will become Trump. They won't let go of anyone. They won't forgive anybody or move on with their life. You don't have to forgive the person, but move on for your own sake. Otherwise, you will turn into this. Do you want to be this? Don't be this. Yes, they seek revenge. Exactly. Don't be this. You remember how I said it's bad for your skin? This is what I'm saying. It's bad for you. You will look ugly. It will make you ugly.
I win. Do you understand, Anissa? And I'm not even talking to iDubbbz anymore. He's insignificant. He's gone. I want you to understand something. I am never going to be done.
Oof.
When you see this, you know that this one watch, is probably worth more than your entire worldly possessions. And that upsets you because you're jealous, you're bitter, you lost see me, because me and Ian were in the same place, right? We came from the same place. And look where I am, and look where you are. You, my friend, are a coward, and I am the fucking legend. It responded to it live with zero hesitation.
Is it legal to ship shit?
And by the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6 now. This guy is, we shipped him shit. Weinstein, Ryan Kavanaugh. This is a really good experiment. Actually, you know what?
It looks like Harvey Weinstein.
That's what I've been saying, bro. We made a whole website dedicated.
Whoa, did you guys get that? So when he presses the button, right? Am I getting it? When he presses the button on the show, it allows a pause to happen. So whatever just happened doesn't happen. He can redo it. And so he pressed the button all the way back in time to before this. It's like a big undo. I mean, that $30,000 button gives him a chance to redo it. Oh my God, I love that.
To that. Wait, that's what I've been saying, bro. What I want to do is show you guys how I see it as well, because you don't see that when you listen to the song and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like
oh my
Jim Crow
God.
style of society.
Yo, devastating.
Like, I can't wait.
Yo, is this Palestine? Is this supposed to be Palestine right now? Yo, that's devastating.
To show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how free.
Oh my God.
It's a beautiful place. There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. They literally put fucking command centers under hospitals. That's not even debated.
Oh my God.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700,000 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, because they were forced out. The vast majority went to fucking Arabs.
Jesus.
Was I owned?
Oh my God. Whoa. There's more to the video, but I'm just going to pause it right there for a second. Whoa, this guy is good. Okay, I had thought the voices were AI, but you guys are saying they're not AI. They're all clips from the streams, which makes sense because I've seen so much of Ethan's stuff. I feel like I've heard all of these voices, right? I feel like I've heard all of these clips, and that's what's crazy. But think about this from Ethan's perspective. If I was Ethan Klein, I would think to myself, okay, what have I done? How have I shown up in the world where somebody could make this beautiful art piece of me and it come off this way? What have, because I also, yes, I did see the Jordan Peterson one. The Jordan Peterson one is perfect. If I was Jordan Peterson, I would think, okay, hold on. If somebody made this about me and it resonated and people felt like, oh my God, this is so you, I would question myself. This is introspection. Hi, my name is Brittany Simon. We do philosophy through pop culture. And this is why we introspect, extrospect. We have a relationship with ourselves and relationship to everything outside of ourselves. So Ethan's relationship with self is faulty. It's wounded, right? Ethan's relationship with everything outside of himself, the world, us, Hassan, the audience, it's disjointed. He's disjointed. So the question is, what do you do when you're both, disjointed in both ways on a spectrum, of course? But he's obviously introspective, extrospective enough to have been Ethan Klein as we know him, but he's losing the battle. He's not maintaining some level of reasonable sanity. He's not pulling a Tucker Carlson. He's not even a Charlie Kirk. Like, these people aren't becoming zombies. Even if you grift and you go to the other side, these people don't zombie out. They just look like grifters. Ethan is zombieing out. He's like, it's impacting his sense of being, his relationship with his body, his relationship with life, his relationship with, he's stressed. Stress is literally a physical killer. Like, stress will kill you, bros. That's not a joke. That's not funny. That's real, right? So why is Ethan doing this, right? Okay, let me just make sure we're not going to miss anything here.
If you want to see some behind-the-scenes videos and tutorials for just the talks, CE, Spooner, just Yak.
Okay, so it's just like the credits.
This year has been rather insane. The real-world events ended up outpacing me beyond what I ever anticipated. As a result, I will be making a big video on Trump, Elon, Epstein, and everything else that happened this year as my next big project. I may make more than just that, but that's the plan.
Ooh.
It's been 4 years now since Sam Seder, Stephen Robbins, and the Majority Report crew, and others, helped me raise funds to get a powerful computer. To this day, I am deeply grateful for your help. It changed my life. and I'll keep going as long as I can. My power has finally been restored. So thank you all, and farewell.
Jesus. Yeah, what an interesting how do you even like discover that you like this stuff? You know? What an interesting just like an interesting art like creation, like what an interesting thing to come out of a person's brain. I mean, obviously it's in relationship to the content creators. Like he couldn't create it without them, right? Being them, but also what gave him the inspiration to even do it. Isn't that so interesting? Okay, links in the chat just for his video so you guys can check him out. I'll link it on Discord as well. So interesting. Do we have any thoughts about this? Again, I think this coincides so perfectly with my belief that like the world is a reflection of us as a whole, and that our life is a reflection of what we put into it. And if your life is falling apart in some capacity, like in most ways, even if you don't know it now, it stems from your relationship to everything around you, right? It's not your fault. You're not the reason bad things happen to you, but it is your responsibility, especially if you're an adult, to have some sort of understanding and engagement with discernment or wisdom to figure out how you ended up this way, right? And, you know, whether or not Ethan Klein has that, I don't know. Whether or not he'll ever get it, I don't know. You know, he might not need to. And I think this is the trouble with being sort of a famous rich person. That's why I don't envy the rich. Is the problem with being rich and privileged is that you don't ever have to really fix your problems because there's really no incentive to, especially if you have a bunch of yes men around you. Same thing if you're in deep like toxicity. No reason to change how you do things if you're just used to it, right? Like Shameless, like think of Frank on Shameless. Why would he ever have to change, right? Like we have to understand that when people are in certain positions in life, they get, you know, just they live in this bubble, and we all live in bubbles, but they live in this bubble, this perception that it can never be their responsibility or fault. It just can't be. And I know sometimes we can get defensive when we hear people say, like, is this your responsibility? Because the truth is, it's always our responsibility, but it's not always our responsibility. And in situations like this, it's heavily Ethan's responsibility. But if it's Ethan, so it is ours, right? Like, we're all responsible. It can't just be Ethan, but Ethan is responsible for Ethan's life, and we're responsible for ours. And then how we interact. I just can't imagine why Ethan feels so justified in suing these small Palestinian content creators or pro-Palestinian content creators, right? Like, what a part of his idea about ethics impacting society, or his morals, his personal relationship with self in terms of values, how does that make his, like, how did he come to that decision? Is the injustice he feels like he, you know, had happened to him, does this warrant this response? And then are you willing to live with the consequences? It's like, it's such an interesting idea, I suppose, being in his position. And it's so weird how something so weird and dark and disgusting can reflect or speak so true to how some of us are having a relationship with his content. Because again, I don't know him. I'm just having a relationship with the content. Again, I don't know the person that is Ethan Klein, but the brand, the image, the person he appears to be, this video feels very correct. You know? And that should say something, right? Just as the fact that this was a fan that Ethan was aware of and was a patron to. Ethan was a patron to Eamon. Like, this was he? Because Eamon seems to go for everybody. He's made videos about Hassan. He's made videos about Andrew Tate. He's made videos about Jordan Peterson. He's just going after like big guys in this space. And also keep that in mind too, that Ethan is a part of this space, right? And so you have to think about that too. He's in the credits. Well, if that makes sense. Like, he's the top donor at the end. Damn, that's hilarious. Well, you know, maybe he'll be like Charlie Kirk and say like, oh, it's great. I love it so much. Because you know how Charlie Kirk loved the fact that he was on South Park? Even though South Park creators aren't infamously Republican and or conservative and or friendly with conservatives. Because remember, they're capitalists, right? That's what I want people to understand ultimately, is always pay attention to how people feel about money. Because it's always the make or break, right? It's always the interesting thing about life. Right? That was the whole issue with the Saudi Arabia comedy festival, right? A lot of people were, quote, selling out for money. Look, regardless of your reason for going or not going, the point is like, the question is, what are you willing to do for money? And I think a lot of people are picking money, but I think a lot of people are picking comfort too, and status and association And also just like men, patriarchy. There's a lot of men who just want to be validated. And this is how they seek validation. Ethan is a validation seeking man. He's everyone's validation seeking, myself included. But Ethan, he just wants friends. He's always said that. He's always been very clear that he just wants people who kind of get him, right? And he keeps getting abandoned by all these friends. But the truth is like, if everyone's abandoning you, it's not everyone. It's you. You are the common denominator. Unless you are very unlucky, which is not Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is the opposite of very unlucky. He's very lucky. Ethan has been stupidly lucky for all of his time on YouTube. And every opportunity he's had, he has burned a bridge. And now the question is, will his time run out or will it even matter? Because it's not like he doesn't, have an audience. It's not like he doesn't make money. If I'm a small content creator and I'm doing this full time and I'm happy with the money I'm making, I can only imagine how much Ethan Klein is making. It's not like he's going to lose his job. It's not like he doesn't have money. It's not like Teddy Fresh doesn't make money. I know people are always like, oh, Ethan's views are going down. Yeah, but unless they go to zero, like Boogie, it doesn't matter. He still has like 30,000 people watching. Do you know what I mean? Chessa, didn't Olivia quit? No, she took a rest, a mental health hiatus. She didn't quit. Until I hear Olivia say she quit, I don't trust the internet. No offense, you guys are way too parasocial. But no, she put out a statement saying it's for her mental health. So until I hear her say, I quit, and it's a problem with Ethan, or I'm free Palestine, or something like that, I'll just assume she needs to quit because you guys could probably keep bullying her. That's the problem. Are you guys bothering Olivia? Because I haven't messaged Olivia once because I'm not a freak. I touch grass. You know for a fact a lot of anti-Ethan people are harassing the crew. Are you guys harassing the crew? Did you go to their TikToks and leave messages? Are you bothering them? Okay? That's what I also want you to remember. You're still not a good person if you're bothering these people on their social media. Okay? It's one thing to make content on your own platform, giving your own opinion. It's another thing to go to their platform because you want them to see the comment or you want to get clout or something, so you be nice to the crew, even though the crew is absolutely no better than Ethan at this point, because it's the right thing to do. You have to do the right thing, even if they're not doing the right thing. Okay. All right. Jet says, I think they deserve to be called out for shit they say in the pod, but that's about it. I mean, do it on your own platform for sure. Like, you know what I mean? Like, call them out in content form. I just feel like calling people out on their own platform is not as kind as people think it is, or as good or helpful. You know what I mean? As a content creator, I'm telling you right now, it just makes people defensive. You have to be very good at calling someone out personally before they actually can hear you, right? We get triggered. It's difficult. You wake up to 100 messages saying horrible things about you. It's very difficult, But, I'm very big on making content. I just think content's the best way to do it. They don't have to watch the video if they don't want to. It's why when I review Love is Blind and stuff, I say, leave your comments here in my section. Don't go bother these people, because even Love is Blind contestants, they get harassed on their social media. Like, just stop. You know what I mean? It's just crazy, Yeah, Chess harassing them also just makes them double down. Yeah, that's the thing is like, they will, it does, because we get defensive, right? It does. It just like, it gets us defensive in our body. We don't know who to trust. We start like spiraling. And then, that's what's happening to Ethan, right? He's spiraling, and then everyone's overcompensating and trying to comfort him. And then he doesn't know where to go. It's very difficult. This is all very hard, Yeah. But I want to say, because chat says I've been seeing this shift with ContraPoints. It seems like the harassment she gets really turned her against leftists. Okay. And this is the thing. The people harassing her are not the reason she turned against leftists. They are the reason she was activated, and she's the reason she didn't introspect, deactivate, and come to a better conclusion. I know this for myself as a content creator, that I left the internet enough after not being able to handle stuff. And now that I'm back, it's my job to stick to my values and to make sure I stand up for what I think is right, and never to turn my back on my beliefs because I'm being misunderstood, or maybe I misspoke, or maybe I said something wrong. Like, if Contra really held those values in an embodied way, she would make sure she doubled down on the right values, but she doubles down on the wrong ones because she's not actually embodied in her values, in my opinion. When you're embodied in your right values, you have to accept you will have backlash, but also if you're willing to consider, because remember, ContraPoints and Ethan are not open-minded. That's why they're doubling down. We double down because we're not open-minded. We're not willing to hear the criticism. Okay. How many videos, how many streams do I do when I get criticism from people where I lay out my argumentation and I explain my thought system, and we can agree to disagree if you understand me. But if you don't understand where I'm coming from, you don't get to disagree with me. That's why Ethan doesn't get to disagree with Hassan, because he can't understand Hassan. If Ethan could actually understand Hassan, I would accept Ethan's disagreement with him. But he doesn't understand him, so he can't disagree with Hassan. I think there must be a basic requirement of you at least understanding what you're disagreeing to. But Ethan doesn't get it. That's why it's annoying to me. Okay, so the criticism we have for Ethan isn't even for Ethan. He's not going to understand it. It's for people who might be open to hearing it to kind of have a realization. Okay, I remember when I stopped watching Ethan, because I was an Ethan follower, when I stopped watching Ethan and people on my stream were like, oh, Britt, I haven't stopped. Like, I can't stop. And I was like, hey, when you're ready, you're going to be ready. And now I think most of the people are like not watching Ethan anymore. You know, it happens, but it's for them. It's for us. It's not for Ethan or Contra. Like, they're not going to hear us. They've already doubled down. It's for the people around us. Remember, most, like even conservatives, they're not, when they get in a fight with Hassan, like when Charlie Kirk debates Hassan, when Charlie Kirk used to when Charlie Kirk used to debate Hassan, it wasn't for Hassan. It was for Hassan's followers. It was for his viewers. It was for the people. Everything we're doing is for the viewers. It has to be, because we're all like, it's very difficult for us, you know, especially when you're big, to not double down naturally, especially when you know there's all these people watching, which is why, again, I think I'm a little unique in this, that I do try my hardest to make sure that I'm always open-minded and I let my audience speak their mind. Because I've seen these men over and over again double down, or these very prominent women, I could name a few, who just like cannot handle the criticism because they're not as progressive as they think they are. But why would they be in this world, right? Like, why would they be progressive in this climate? And that's why I say be careful of Hassan and all of your favorites, because one day he will be a conservative too. He already looks like one to me sometimes. Sometimes I see him and I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Hassan, I don't know about that. Habibi, I don't know about that. You got to keep deconstructing. All of us have to deconstruct, or we will end up Ethan Klein. And that is scary. That is scary. All right. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so I don't know when I want to make this pod. Maybe while I'm away in October. I'm going to go away in like next week, not this week, not next week, the week after. I want to make this video about how Republicans want to be gay and trans. I'm trying to think of how to talk about it, but I really deeply believe, okay? Listen to me when I say this. I deeply believe, as a former Republican in my teens, as a former conservative, as a person who's raised Catholic, okay? As a person who voted McCain and Palin for her first election as a teenager. Okay, I get it. You can criticize me. I deserve it. Listen, as a person who's now deconstructing queer and progressive, okay? I was a gay Republican. So just, you know, in case conservatives watch this later and they're like, the left turned her gay. I was always gay. I was gay before I could vote. Thank you. Okay. I think MAGA Republican conservatives want to be, and they are gay and trans. And they feel too afraid and too scared to embrace it. And they're mad at us for being okay with it. They're mad at us for loving our life. They're mad and they hate it. They see it as like a deep, deep sin, like a real sin, right? And it's like they're watching us be gluttonous and they're like, stop being a glutton, right? And it's like, we're not being gluttonous. We're just enjoying our life, but they don't know the difference. And I think I would love to in any way free or help free them from that blinder that they have on. And so I want to watch this video with you just to, you know, begin my research journey into making a podcast about this. The sick reason Grindr crashes at MAGA events. Have you guys heard this? That during the Republican National Convention and during Charlie Kirk's, I think, memorial, the Grindr crashed again. Okay, I can't tell you how many queer people I know, how many people I meet, how many closeted, quote, you know, gay and trans people there are in the world. I want them to feel safe enough to come out. But a big reason they don't is because they're ashamed, and they're ashamed because the bubble shames them. It's why I don't believe shame works. And I just don't. I don't think shame really works. I think, you know, and shame is when you've betrayed the expectation of the bubble. Guilt is when you've betrayed your own values. I think until you feel guilty, like until it's your own values, you probably won't change. Because in the same way the bubble tried to make me feel shameful for being gay, right? Like that didn't help me. That just made me hate myself more. So I don't see how that's going to help somebody else not hate themselves more. Versus me coming to the realization that there was nothing wrong with being gay, and I shouldn't embody that. And I was worth, you know, I was a good person even though that I was gay. You know, all of that stuff, right? Okay. So there's something here that I think is significant. But I would like to, with compassion, free those people. And also why I think bigotry is because of ignorance is so much of this, right? It's like bigotry it comes from anger. It comes from resentment. It comes from, why do you get to do this if I can't do this? It comes from, you're less than me. I'm better than you. You know, there is a real internalized negative feeling of I'm better than you. And we have to deconstruct that, right? Discourse said, hey, Laverne Cox couldn't have dated that conservative cop if there wasn't a conservative cop to date. Exactly. You know, Laverne Cox and her MAGA boyfriend, right? Who was a cop. Like at the end of the day, you know, these men, I can't tell you how many trans people I've heard from who say these men slide into their DMs, these Republican, you know, politicians always being caught with CP, which is, by the way, a completely separate conversation. I do not, like conservatives, want to wrap up the LGBT experience and conservative experience with CP. But so many conservative men have been recently caught with CP on their computer. It's absolutely insane. But that is a completely separate topic from what we're talking about in terms of consenting relationships or consenting ideas or identities, be it trans, gay, pan, queer, whatever. And remember, with Queer Ultimatum just being canceled, and with Trump having his hands in television, we might be going back to the 90s. Remember that I was raised in the 90s and 2000s. And Ellen show got canceled. Rosie O'Donnell got canceled. So many gay people, they weren't always queer, but gay people were kicked off the television because it was obscene and inappropriate. And trust me when I say this, that there's a very good chance that this administration is trying to go back there. Okay, so be kind, be compassionate, especially to yourself. Okay? And do the right thing, even if nobody else is doing the right thing. Because there's going to be a lot of people in the next 4 years who are going to do a lot of the wrong things. And it's going to be so tempting for you to be as ugly as they are. But like we just watched this Ethan Klein video, look how bad it is for your skin. Okay, to do the wrong thing. Look how bad it is. All right, let's watch this video. Have you guys seen this channel? This is channel 100 News with Evie. I've been liking it. Do we have any thoughts about her? Do we know who she is? I just came across her for the first time.
Grindr allegedly crashed during Charlie Kirk's memorial and the RNC in Milwaukee. Whether it really did or not almost doesn't matter. The rumor blew up because it fit the joke we all know, closeted Republicans. But the real story isn't just hypocrisy. It's about why the closet still thrives in conservative politics and how it fuels everything from makeup-covered speeches to actual laws. The science of homophobia. Back in the 90s, a study caused a stir. Researchers showed homophobic men 3 sets of erotic videos: straight couples, lesbian couples, and gay male couples. They strapped participants to equipment measuring penile tumescence, basically a scientific boner detector. The results? Well, homophobic men reacted just like everyone else to straight and lesbian porn. But when it came to gay male sex, about half of the most homophobic participants showed clear signs of arousal. They got boners. The author suggested this lined up with an idea called reaction formation, or as others have called it, the desire to cruelty pipeline. People who are threatened by their own hidden desires push back by loudly hating the thing they secretly want.
Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. That's what I'm saying. That's why, what's his name? From Fresh and Fit. Oh my God, has it been so long since I've reviewed that bubble? Marlon. Maven. Marlon. Oh my God, Myron, thank you. Myron Gaines, holy shit. I can't believe I forgot his name. That's amazing. Wow, I've really been freed. Oh my God, the spirit of the devil left my body. Holy shit, I was free for a second. Myron, okay. The world is healing. Oh my God. Okay, Myron Gaines hates women. I think because he's attracted to them. I know a lot of people think he's gay. I actually don't think Myron is gay. I think he wishes he was gay. In my opinion. I don't think he's gay. I think he really wishes he was gay, though. I think he just hates women so much that this is how it manifests, you know? And I think that's what, like, that's talk about misogyny. You're so misogynistic, you wish you were gay. Process that information.
That study exploded in the media. For decades, you've probably heard the line, the loudest homophobe is secretly gay. And honestly, it's satisfying. It makes hypocrisy feel inevitable, or like cosmic karma. But in 2005, Brian P. Mayer and colleagues published a study with the perfect title, A Secret Attraction or Defensive Loathing, Homophobia, Defense, and Implicit Cognition. And they complicated the story. They wrote, contrary to the idea that defensive homophobics harbor an implicit attraction for gay sex,
Well, hold on. Chad said he thinks pussies are gross. He's gay for sure. Well, I know a lot of people who think genitals are gross, gay or straight. I know a lot of lesbians who think vaginas are gross. I know straight people who think genitals are gross. I hate to say it, guys. I think there is something misogynistic about hating pussy, but also I think we are discounting the fact that human sexuality isn't that basic. Like, it's just not. And also, genitals don't make a gender. We know this, right? We've deconstructed gender on this channel. A vagina doesn't belong to women. Okay? Penises don't belong to men. You know what I mean? Like, but when we're having this conversation, when we're really thinking about understanding a person, yeah, it's funny to make the jokes that are simplified. But also, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, it's just a thing. I don't know. I don't have any connection to a body. If I'm going to be honest, I don't know. I think bodies are bodies. Sometimes I think, oh, that body looks nice. And sometimes I just think it's there. I think it's also a cope to become like obsessed with like, oh, I love backs. I love feet. I love whatever. I just think like we're coping. You know what I mean? I just think we're severely not deconstructing why we're even attracted to things or think things are nice. That's like people who won't date people because their body doesn't look a particular way. It's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Found that such individuals displayed evidence of phobic-like aversion. In normal people speak, it means not every homophobe is secretly lusting after what they condemn. Some genuinely experience fear and disgust, like a spider phobia where the thing you hate triggers panic, not hidden desire. People scared of spiders don't usually want to fuck the spider, is what I'm saying. That gives us two distinct camps, the closeted, repressed kind and the defensive, phobic kind. And that distinction matters when we look at Grindr crashes and MAGA politics, the two faces of the closet. So who was logging in?
Okay, hold on. Chat, you're like, have you seen a nice pair of hands or a muscular back? Yeah, guys, but do you understand that people are saying they're attracted to people based off of the back or based off of not having a back? Do you know what I'm saying? That's what we think genitals are. Oh, I'm only attracted to you if you have the genital I like. So everything else in my body, my mind, my face, my arms, good, but my genitals don't match and it's over. You like everything else about me, right? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about like, but then that's an interesting idea. And then it's like, okay, what, again, this channel is meant to challenge us to think about why we make these jokes. Why do we make fun of people for thinking like genitals are gross, but also why do we think genitals are gross? But also why do we think they're beautiful? They're just kind of neutral. Are they beautiful? Are they ugly? Are they just there? And then isn't it subjective? You know, I've seen some pretty vaginas. I've seen some ugly ones. I've seen some pretty dicks. I've seen some ugly ones. But isn't it all like, does it even matter at the end of the day? You know, when you're in love, you know, like who cares? Like, I don't know. I've seen, you know what I mean?
At the RNC. Most likely the repressed group, the ones who feel desire but can't square it with their political or religious world. Michael wrote.
And by the way, the Republicans are trying to engage with more gay people, but it's not going to save you, Jeffree Star, Leo Skeppy. It's not going to save you. At the end of the day, they are not going to like you. They're going to use you, abuse you, and throw you to the curb like everybody else. All these pick-me's that are working really hard to get these people to accept you, they're not going to accept you. It's like women who pick men, you know, at the expense of other women. Yeah, at the end of the day, girlies, he's not going to pick you if it really comes down to it.
Chester's 2012 dissertation dug into this. He found that authoritarian parenting, rigid rules, harsh punishment, a sort of my way or the highway approach, was strongly tied to homophobia and repression. Men raised this way often developed a mismatch, attraction on the inside, hostility on the outside. So when a Grindr rumor hits the RNC, it's not surprising. In that crowd, you've got people secretly scrolling because they crave connection they can't admit to, maybe not even to themselves. But right next to them are the other camp, the ones not sneaking into the app but cheering for Trump's policies. As Maya put it, defensive homophobics might be so averse to gay sex that they experience fear and anxiety with mere exposure to gay images. I don't want to call anyone a pussy-ass bitch, but if you're like scared of a gay guy, like get a grip. Sorry. So while one group is thirsting in the shadows, the other is whipping up bands to make—
Also, she's got a rainbow in the background. So this is a queer girly, right? Or a gay girly, or at least an LGBT girly, right? I'm assuming.
Make sure nobody can come out into the light. Group A is afraid of Group B, religion, community, and belonging. This whole dynamic gets supercharged by community, or the lack of it. Research shows that Americans without college degrees, especially those outside religion, report much more loneliness. They have fewer friends, weaker networks, and less social support. Conservative churches still offer that structure, and for many people, the church is their family, their safety net, and their entire social world. So if you're a gay Republican in that setting, the closet isn't just about sex, it's about survival. Coming out might mean losing your family, congregation, even your job. You could literally lose everything. So staying closeted or even attacking other queer people becomes a way to keep belonging, and also to keep people off your back. And this is why Trump's religious freedom policies between 2017 and now hit so hard. He expanded exemptions for doctors who refused trans patients, for adoption agencies that rejected gay parents, for employers who wanted to fire people for just being a bit queer. He sent a crystal clear message. If you're straight and devout, you're protected. If you're queer, you're disposable. So in that same convention hall, you've got two strategies playing out. Some Republicans hide on Grindr, hoping not to be found out, or to find someone in a similar situation as them. Others double down, writing laws to keep the closet locked for everyone else. Bronzer, eyeliner, and double standards. Honestly, this is why the Grindr crash rumor hits so hard. On the surface, it's hypocrisy. And yeah, hypocrisy is funny, especially when it's wearing bronzer or like just orange spray tan on the face. Like, let's be honest, Donald Trump in full pancake makeup is basically drag, just without the charisma, uniqueness, nerve, or talent. And go JD Vibes, give me stuff.
Wait, somebody said, because Trump had this like line of foundation on his face the other day, and somebody said, this is why you have to make friends with drag queens and gay people, because we would never let you leave the house like that. And I think there's something to that to an extent. Like, whoever's doing his music, whoever's doing his makeup just like isn't really paying attention to the details. And we've all had bad camera days where you put on foundation and the flash causes that white face we've seen, you know? But like the line was so clear, it was crazy. And I just thought like, oh God. Oh God. Now chat says, isn't this kind of the same thing with queer men who love to engage with cis straight men who are homophobic, like they're attracted to each other? So I will say this, gay men, not queer deconstructed men, but I think queer people who've deconstructed are less likely to engage with homophobes as a way to seek validation. But I think people who are gay or LGBT who have yet to do that are seeking validation from the norm, right? So I think trans women that I see who answer these DMs from these like rappers and celebrities and athletes who want to be with them are seeking the validation of feeling valid in their gender expression, right? I think these gay men like the Jeffree Stars who want to be like, you know, I'm a boy, like I'm not a they, them. Like he's trying to cater to those same men that make him feel validated in his agent, like in himself, like his sense of self. Like we have to understand that we're still products of the world, right? And the world has convinced us as queer people, gay people, trans people, no matter how we show up, no matter how normal we seem, we'll never be normal because normal is a construct. It's not real. It's not a real thing, right? There is no such thing as a normal. There's only such thing as an expectation based off a standard you have set by your bubble, okay? And so we have to think about these things. But obviously all of us are people and all of us have like a sense of, you know, validation seeking that's just going to be harmful to us. And again, we talked about Ethan Klein earlier in stream, Jeffree Star and Leo Skepi I've talked about on my podcast. Like how you seek validation is what we need to deconstruct because there's nothing wrong with validation seeking. There's nothing wrong with seeking validation, right? Like what's so wrong with wanting to be validated in the way that you feel, or you want to be seen, or you want your ideas to be validated? The issue is if you want them to be validated falsely, you want them to be validated by evil people. You want them to be validated, you know, in a negative way that's contrary to helping you become in sync with your joy. That's what I see with these people. I see a longing for the wrong kind of people to validate them. And that's why the validation they get will never be good enough. Because it's always in secret. It's always dirty. It's always something shameful. And you are not dirty and you're not shameful for being gay or trans, right? You know? Chad says, do you think Trump does his own makeup? I don't think he wipes his own ass. Well, obviously, Trump's not doing his own makeup, but whoever is doing their makeup, they need to be fired.
on JD Vance. So if you're going to write anti-trans laws, maybe don't show up looking like...
Though I will say at this point, it is the brand. At this point, if Trump is known for being orange, it would be very bad not to be orange. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, how you make fun of Trump will have him, he should embrace it, if anything, because it's good for the brand. That's why Charlie Kirk laughed at his segment on South Park. It's why people laugh when they get made fun of. They try to turn it around and use it for power. Yeah, I wonder.
You just wandered out of a hot topic. The eyeliner, JT. But once you peel back the comedy, I'm holding myself in, there is something darker. The closet in conservative politics isn't just a joke. It's kind of an engine. It turns repression and fear into policies and culture wars. It makes people feel unsafe with the people they know. The politics of the closet. Authoritarian leaders know how to work that engine. Take Poland in 2019. The ruling Law and Justice Party ran a campaign branding LGBT rights as foreign ideology. Surveys showed that prejudice against queer people rose afterwards, but so did solidarity. Society polarized. That was the point. Trump did the same thing. He didn't just say LGBTQ plus people don't belong. He said religious freedom. And suddenly, his base felt holy, while LGBTQ plus protections evaporated. Same playbook, just different vocabulary. So when you hear about Grindr rumors, it's not just gossip. It's a sign that both repression and defensive loathing live side by side, and both can be weaponized by the people on stage. In a dream world, a gay guy could just be a Republican because he likes money stuff, I don't know, and it wouldn't matter. But that's not where we are. Closet isn't just personal, it's political. So yeah, the Grindr at the RNC story is hilarious, don't get me wrong. The same party banning drag queens is run by men who look like they're waiting for their turn on RuPaul's Best Friend race. Girl, you'd be sent home first. And if JD Vance spent half as much time on eyeliner tutorials as he does on anti-trans laws, maybe he'd finally blend something properly. Also, Trump's makeup is so bad, you can tell there's no gay guys there helping him. He'd look a lot better. But here's
see, we're all making the same joke.
The serious part. The closet isn't just an individual problem. It's a political tool. For some, repression means sneaking onto apps. For others, fear means doubling down on bans. Together, those two forces keep the machine running. Shame creates silence, and silence justifies the next round of cruelty. So that's the real hypocrisy. It's not just one closeted delegate on Grindr. It's a whole system where fear and desire get twisted into fuel for authoritarian politics. Until that system changes, until we stop rewarding fear and punishing difference, the closet will keep producing two things: secret users in the shadows and loud crusaders at the podium. And that's why Grindr crashing at the RNC isn't just a funny rumor, it's a warning. If you like this little breakdown, hit like, drop a comment, and make sure.
No, I'll link this video. It's definitely a warning, but it's also something more devastating. Like, my deep empathetic brain is devastated for all those people that are suffering in their silence, and I just want to free them and let them be gay. You know what I mean? You know Ivanka? What's the gender bending, gender fluid person on Luffy on One Piece? Not that I'm condoning this, but you know how he changes people's gender when he's mad at them? A part of me, like, he also does it and he frees people. Like, people are also freed when he pokes people, you know? Ivankov. I've got two different responses. Okay, but like either way, when he does it, it like can free people. It can trap people, but it also can free people, you know? And that's the point, is like, sometimes I want these people just to be freed. It's okay. You're fine. Relax. Okay? Relax, you know? Let's see. Chat said, what do you mean by this? External validation is temporary. I don't know what you mean by that, but external validation is incredibly important. Example, hi, you see the moon, right? Because I want to make sure I am validated in my perception of the moon. Yes, the moon is certainly there. Okay, good. I thought I was going crazy. I am glad I have another person to confirm that the moon is certainly there. I feel validated. Thank you. Okay? Validation is incredibly important. It's actually why children need it so desperately, because growing up, children who are invalidated start to question their sense of sanity, their sense of right and wrong, their sense of being able to perceive what's right and wrong, and it rocks them for the rest of their life until they hopefully go to therapy and deconstruct. But the point is we desperately need outside validation. We just need to make sure we get healthy validation. Okay? We have to make sure we're getting the right form of validation. We have to remember that validation is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly important. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me take a 2-second break. And then I'm going to come back and we have 2 more videos that I think are really important that I want to tackle. And if we have more time and more spoons, we'll do more. But for now, those are my main focuses. I'll be right back, especially the video with Chelsea Fagan today. Everyone wants a village and no one wants to be a villager. This is a very different conversation, you know. This is a very important conversation. Chad said, what if it's a children that don't need validation? What if they could just be themselves? That doesn't exist. It doesn't make sense. I've worked with children my whole life. That doesn't make sense. And it's an illusion. It's an illusion that I don't know why you would even type that in my chat. If I'm assuming with peace and love that you are incredibly stunted, young, or uneducated. The idea that you do not need validation is not understanding what validation is. Okay? You can be very low in the scale of not needing validation, but everybody needs validation. Because it's how we build our sense of understanding of the world. It's how we confirm we know right from wrong. Okay? It's how we understand the idea of like even our favorite foods. You also validate yourself, but external validation is incredibly important. Yes, you did it correctly. No, you did it incorrectly. Validation comes in all forms, okay? You need validation. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, hello. Bum, 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 bum. Chatter, you're confused. I agree with you. I'm not saying anything different than you're saying. You're just hearing it different in your own head. You said, late to stream, my response to the male romanticization of history and war violence, in my opinion, is incredibly tone deaf. To have that discussion in the same context of Palestine, Gaza held its biggest protest, peaceful protest, and they were slaughtered. What can they do? Habibi, I was talking about the IOF in America. I'm not talking about Palestinians. I literally said it is not the Palestinians' fault. I literally said Netanyahu and the IOF pushed them into a corner and then guilted them for feeling they needed to defend themselves. We agree, Habibi. We are not arguing. You just misheard me. Okay? So, you know, I was talking about the IOF and Americans and boys in general. I was talking about, you know, maybe some men in the region, but I was talking about men, the patriarchy as a whole. I was referencing it to anime. Remember that genocide doesn't exist in a vacuum. It will happen forever, for all time and time again. And who are the people who create genocide? Men. patriarchy. Name a genocide committed by a group of women. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Okay, let's see if we can watch this video because I don't even know if we can. Let's see. Why are you arguing with me in my own chat, my bro? Who are you? Have any of us seen this chatter before? Who is this person? You said, I think there should still be a distinction between violently oppressed and violent oppressors. One is imperfect but understandable, and the other is fundamentally immoral and monstrous. Let's not do Darvo. Who are you shadowboxing? You know, you said I'm very late to the stream. Okay, you're good, bro, but like, I don't know who you're shadowboxing. You're talking to yourself. Nobody here disagrees with you. Yeah, we agree, bro. Definitely. Now you know what I mean? I'm gonna assume you're, but like we agree. We're not arguing with you, okay? This is the Charlie Kirk Memorial. I thought we could just like ruin our eyeballs and watch it. This is Channel 5. I'm not a big fan of Andrew Callahan, but it is what it is. Okay, not a big fan of Andrew Callahan, but here we go. It is what it is.
This is his quote. He said this about the death penalty. He wanted public executions, and I think it's very ironic that he got publicly executed. Too many people are feeling bad for him. I think we should respect his beliefs. He didn't believe in empathy, so I think we should respect his beliefs and not have any empathy for him.
What was your emotional reaction like when you found out Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
I broke down crying. I was at work, unfortunately. I went into a room and I cried. I called my parents. I mean, he's had such an impact on our lives. I felt like from a religious standpoint, he just helped strengthen our faith. And from a political standpoint, I felt like I should never back down.
Oh, Kyle Rittenhouse? Kyle Rittenhouse?
For what I believe in.
He had such a heart for the black community.
25. Ooh, such a heart. Such a heart.
% of black youth were raised by a single mom. That's the number one issue happening in the country, and it's not because of systemic racism.
He just wanted people to be better, to recognize their full potential, to stop with the victim mentality and walk in greatness as he knew that we can.
Charlie Kirk is the 13th disciple.
What do you mean by that?
Well, the disciples all died bringing people to Jesus.
Oh my God. The obsession and the pedestaling of a man. I heard some Christians say, like, why are you guys worshiping this man? Why are you worshiping him, girl?
We're martyred bringing people to Jesus. So now Satan's dancing and thrilled, and I'm telling people, if you voted for the Democrats this last election, you voted for the cartels.
Have you always been so religious?
No, because when I was in Vietnam, I was killing people.
What?
Have you always been so religious?
No, because when I was in Vietnam, I was killing people. And I couldn't understand what the hell was going on. Why would God allow this?
If people are crying about...
So before he found religion, he was killing people in Vietnam. And he's like, why would God... So he was like, why is God allowing this? You're the one pulling the trigger, homie. God's like, what does this have to do with me? I didn't do it. What are you talking about? What was that?
Charlie, why aren't they crying about the school shootings? I'm an educator. I have been trained to die for children. We're supposed to jump in front of the gun, counting or not counting gang violence.
What would you say resonated the most with you about his messaging?
Well, the message of hope, even though things may seem bleak, we have Christ, but also he kind of like the way he lived his life, like how he got married early and how he talked about having kids, really resonated with me because I think a lot of that is a solution to a lot of the problems and the challenges that we're facing here in America.
He was Jesus on earth. He was like living AI where you could go and ask it a question and it will respond to you, but with God.
Prodigal son.
Absolutely.
None of it happened before. Remember?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Charlie. Good seeing you again.
What's all your dogs' names?
Red, blue, green, pink, butterfly, Brooklyn, bagel, binky, brownie, Bambi, peanut. We really like the way that Charlie Kirk thought about marriage. I'm single and in my 40s, and maybe there's like been a little bit of a spark. Maybe I'll find my perfect man. You know, you're not gonna find really anything at the bar or stuff like that. So yeah, although I have 10 dogs, so I don't really need a man, but it would be nice maybe if I found one.
What about Charlie Kirk's message resonated with you most?
The fact that he swung the vote as a single human being, and then all of a sudden he passes and his voice just gets louder. People don't die for a lie, they die for the truth.
Have you heard some of the more outlandish theories about that, about why he was assassinated?
Yeah, I have, and I don't care.
And by the way, for the record, Another reason why killing Charlie Kirk does nothing for anybody. Yeah, guys, when people die, people's work becomes more important. Don't you ever know a painter's work becomes better and more expensive after they die? You know what I'm saying? Like, killing people is never the answer. See how the universe, the universe lashes back at you when you kill people? It goes, oh, did you not let, tenfold. Not good.
Totally. Where do you think the Republican Party goes from here?
Goes from here?
Yeah.
Oh, it increases. The Democrats know they're losing, and all they have is the murder and violence.
And I think what makes this kind of worse is now Nick Fuentes is like up next.
Elon Musk, you weren't born here. Milo, you're a Jew and you weren't born here. Candace Owens, your husband, wasn't born here. Go the fuck home.
That's what happens when I think you take out somebody like Charlie Kirk. Now you get like Nick Fuentes is now the next guy up.
I'm the realest nigga on the internet.
Whoa, hey, wait. You know, people, I love how white people hate black and brown people, specifically black people, and then want to take everything black people make cool or contribute to art or culture and then be like, do you have nothing of your own? Nick Fuentes is so, anyways, okay, listen. So, hold on, chat said something. How do you help these people? You feed and clothe people and you house them. That's how you help people. That's how you help everybody universally. You help people universally. Healthcare, shelter, food, clothing, education. That's what you do. That's what you do. And then everything else is up to them about how they want to engage with their introspection, extrospection. You know what I mean? You can't force people into change. They have to organically come to it. You can't force people to go to the gym. They have to pick up weights one step at a time. You can't force people to do anything. You can only give them the opportunity. You can only care for them. You can only love people. Okay? Be open with boundaries, but you can only ever just love people. You can't force people, you know?
That's in the middle of my generational run.
You took out some dude who was laid back, you know, politically correct in like a Republican sense. Now you got this Mexican white kid who's like, we need only white people, you know? So,
Yeah. Where do you think the future of the Republican Party is going to stand?
It's going to go along the Charlie Kirk route, I think. Because I don't think, if you think about Nick Fuentes, you don't really see, I don't think he'd be pulling a crowd like this. It's not to say anything against Nick Fuentes and like bashing him in any way, but like.
Well, but maybe you should be bashing him in some ways. I mean, just like, I could think of like 12.
Erica Kirk has been named the new CEO of TPUSA. So we have that. And I think she will do a really great job. Another person that's more maybe closer to Charlie Kirk in my mind, maybe might be like a John Doyle.
And I would like to see Trump, Don Jr. and Eric and J.D. Vance and Barron one day be president, and maybe even my own nephew one day be president.
I can see it. Thank you.
I am actually really energized seeing all these people here to worship God and to worship Charlie. I think it's beautiful.
What'd she say? What did she say?
I am actually really energized seeing all these people here to worship God and to worship Charlie. I think.
Got him. Caught 4K. Sacrilege. Haram. She can't say that. She can't say that. That's against the rules. Okay? Former Catholic myself, you're not allowed to say that. Okay? False idols much?
It's beautiful. I'm holding back tears right now.
Did you guys know Charlie? I know that the floor seats are like friends and family kind of deal.
We did not know him, but we saw him all the time. I mean, we're like, what, stalkers?
Why do you think?
Oh, man. It's really got me deep in my gut where the meat sits. Because all I eat is meat, no vegetables, fuck broccoli, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck it to hell. Maybe it's a butt plug, but that's it, because it's got a nice stopper at the end. Anyways, I'm getting up. Listen, okay, listen. Oh, Charlie Kirk, fighting for the good fight. Oh, these beautiful men, we're going to do without all these men. Oh, man, Charlie, we really miss him. If only Ethan Klein, my great friend Ethan, who I've warned about these progressives, they're going to eat him. The left eats itself. Like a snake eating its own tail. And I've told him, Ethan, you gotta get a Ouija board and summon the spirit of Charlie Kirk. Who'll really inspire you beyond words. I can't even, let me tell you, I do it every night. Every night. Okay, me and the wife, the whole ball and chain. Okay? We get together with a steak and a little piece of Charlie's hair from the time I saw him. I hugged him and I grabbed a piece of his hair and I took it home. And I said, Ethan, sit there with the spirit of Kirk and ask him for inspiration for what to do with this Hassan Piker, I believe his name is. Heard some people say pecker. Not sure. There's something to be done here. There's something to be done. What are we going to do with all these men? These big, strong men?
I think Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Oh, I would really base it off of basically what the Tyler Robinson said, where he said that he thought that he was spreading hate in that sense, which, in my opinion, like, yes, like to some people who might not have maybe the best worldview, or maybe like who are just in a bad place, might think that, because maybe Charlie Kirk might seem like he's actually, berating you for the way that you are, living your life or things like that.
I was born as a man, and now I'm a woman.
Okay, no, but you don't become a woman just because you dress like a
Audio is peaking, bro. Audio's peaking.
woman. My mom's from Mexico, my dad's from Syria. So when she came here, did she know she was breaking the law?
She was like, I think 17, so yeah.
Did she know?
She probably know.
Okay, therefore you should go back to your country of origin. If you knew that you were invading somebody's home, I don't have sympathy for you.
I feel like it was for religious reasons. I think there are people that don't feel comfortable in his faith and him going out speaking, and there's a religious revival going on. He was touching people. He was getting out there.
I mean, I think we became tolerant about things that were not correct. I feel like we have a generation that doesn't understand what this nation was built on. They don't understand their rights. I think, unfortunately, when you pull God out of regular day life, you start to let evil in.
They were wrong, but they didn't want to accept it, so they killed him for it.
Yo, 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 yo. What is up, brothers and sisters? This is Andrew Callahan, channel.
I don't like Andrew Callahan. Allegedly, possibly has accusations against him. Don't know, can verify, but don't love him.
5 News. You guys may have noticed that I'm actually not in this video. It's because during the Charlie Kirk Memorial, I was actually down in Mexico shooting for Canal 5, an all Spanish language original content channel. I shot 4 different videos in 1 week down there, and I just got back today, the day after the Charlie Kirk funeral. So I'm over here right now at Apache Junction Hotel, my favorite motel.
What is this music? What is this?
In the West. But the point is, whether or not I'm in the Sonoran Desert or Mexico or anywhere in the US, one thing stays the same, which is that I like to do exactly into the side at this far, and as you left wing alley. So you can start the above using a click link news coverage that isn't let them
to American values today.
Wokeism.
All right, back to the main streets of Glendale, Arizona.
What do you think is the biggest threat to American values today?
Wokeism.
You can't be transgender because God chose a gender for you already. And the challenge is to work with it.
Chat says Andrew Callahan made an apology video about the allegations, if that helps. It does not. I do not accept his apology. I mean, I'm not one of his victims. I don't have to. But,
Not throw it away or think you can judge him.
What do you guys think is the biggest?
Yeah, they see it as like growing up religion, right? Growing up religious. That is how we were taught to think about our queerness or our gayness or transness, is to think about it as like a burden God gave you to carry. And yeah, there's so much there, right? There's just so much a part of it. There's so much I wish we could deconstruct with those people. But the dilemma is like, they are partially afraid and then partially believe in something. Like, look, this is the reason I'm not anti-religious. I'm not anti-religious, but I do think a healthier person who's deconstructed past the constructs of a religion wouldn't choose that religion. And I do think in the wake of Charlie Kirk and everything that's happening, people flocking to the church is because they're seeking meaning. And they're having a meaning crisis. This is just like the conversation we saw yesterday on stream. It's a 7-hour stream. You can go watch it if you missed it yesterday. Of Dr. K and Alex O'Connor and all these people, Greg the Christian, trying to explain why people are having a meaning crisis. But ultimately, it's a meaning crisis that's always existed. We've always had issues. We've always had problems because we are the common denominator. It's us. It's not the phones. It's not porn. It's not the lack of church. It's us. This is a part of our evolutionary process. Okay. And so we have to have a relationship with that reality first and foremost. So I feel for gay and trans people who are in these religions who feel like this is their burden to carry because it's just not fulfilling, which is why often a lot of them are caught in situations like you always wonder, like, why is there so many gay Republicans getting caught? Because they can't be out. They can't be free. They're literally unable to be themselves. And then you'll have the Republicans who are gay or the trans Republicans who are on YouTube going like, they accept me. I can be myself. Yeah, but if their families overall aren't accepting them, then no, you still can't be gay or trans and be Republican. The issue isn't the prominent YouTubers who are able to do it. The issue is the people living in their own homes. Like the video we just watched before this, if you could just be gay and Republican, we wouldn't have that much of an issue with homophobia and stuff. The issue is ultimately most conservative families don't want gay and trans kids. So these YouTubers who are gay and trans and prominent and feel accepted should be scared and worried for these other kids in these homes who are not being accepted at the same rate they feel like they're being accepted on the internet. You know?
Threat to American values right now.
Islam.
Very good.
It literally tells people that you can have 4 wives and beat those wives. And also the Prophet Muhammad had a 9-year-old wife. So I don't think that's representative of American values or values of the West. Anyway.
Is it okay to have another religion besides Christ?
Not in America, because our Constitution's based on Judeo-Christian values. If you're a Muslim, a Sharia law Muslim, you believe that you have to kill Jews and Christians. If you're a communist, you believe that you have to control the world. Well, we don't control the world. We're not looking to control the world. We conquered the world in World War II.
Hold on. Oh my God, I was blowing my nose. So much to deconstruct there. Hold on, let me take that apart, bitch. First of all, judo? Next he's gonna say jujitsu. Okay, second, hold on, there's so much to deconstruct here. Holy shit. Okay, the Islamophobia, basic white guy take. Okay, bored. We don't need to control the world. We already dominated the world. Is that what he said? We don't need to control the world? Hold on.
World. Well, we all Jews and Christians. If you're a communist, you believe that you have to control the world. Well, we don't control the world. We're not looking to control the world.
We're not looking to control the world.
We conquered the world in World War II.
Oh, we conquered the world. Oh. I don't want to kill anybody. I mean, he's already dead, but starting today, I don't want to kill anybody. I know I killed him 12 minutes ago, but starting right now, we don't want to kill anybody. It's like, what? Sir, ma'am? Pourquoi?
The whole world was ours, and we gave it back. No, really. Yeah. Japan is Japan. Germany is Germany.
Do we not have military bases in all of those places? Do we literally not have military bases in all those places? Don't you think that's fucking weird that we have military bases? Hello?
We didn't keep it for ourselves. We're for freedom in the world.
Losing Charlie's really sad, but I think it created a million more Charlies, and I look forward to seeing what the future has to bring to the United States and around the world.
Have you heard the theory that Charlie Kirk was assassinated to distract from the Epstein files?
No, that's not true.
Okay. I have never spoken to President Trump about the Epstein files.
How old are you?
I'm 14.
14. So it seems like Charlie did a lot for young men specifically. When did you first find out about Charlie Kirk?
In the 2024 election, I started seeing his videos.
What resonated with you most about his message?
How he would debate and stay calm, and also how he would prove them wrong as well.
Where did you go to college?
That little boy is little. He's just a baby. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not mad at it. I was at Tea Party protests when I was a kid. Like, I was very involved in the Republican stuff when I was a kid. Like, I'm not mad about it. Remember, all of us who were raised in conservative homes became progressive lesbians, guys. Everything's going to be okay. Let me hold your hand when I say this. It's going to be fine, girl. Where do you think we all came from? You know what I mean? He'll be fine. And the same way, all these kids will be fine. Will they have to go to therapy? Yes, we all did. Will they have to do a lot of deconstructing? Yes, they will. But don't worry, girl. We all got out. It will be fine. Okay? Don't be afraid that conservatives are having babies. One day, they'll all be lesbians. It's fine.
Arizona State.
Okay. Would you say that there was like a lot of liberal messaging in the university?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I graduated in 2020. I played college sports. We were all required. I mean, I wasn't on the team when they started mandating this, but it was vaccines. You had to wear the like LGBTQ pride shirts to honor that. And so I missed a lot of it in the sports, but by the time I had graduated, it was ushered in. And even my classes I felt were very liberal leaning.
It was unfortunate what happened. It was terrible what happened. It was disgusting what happened. But when you see the Charlie Kirk effect, this is all he ever wanted. It's for a revival within the United States of America and all over the world. This is all he ever dreamed and hoped for. This is all he ever preached. So to see it come true.
The Christian music in the background. Jesus loves Charlie. Jesus loves Charlie. Jesus.
Unfortunately, when it comes to his death, it's a bittersweet moment.
Do you think freedom of speech is under attack?
I do.
Why is he wearing a mask?
I do. Jimmy Kimmel got fired for making a joke.
Don't worry, he was back with a half-assed speech. I'm so sorry. Jimmy Kimmel, I never liked Jimmy Kimmel. He's the epitome of pulling punches. I'm sorry, his comeback, yay, I'm so glad he's back. His comeback was the most, I've never seen so many punches pulled in my life. He's the absolute opposite of Gojo. When Gojo slapped the fucking shit out. Kimmel was just like he didn't even try. He didn't even try. Love that. Love a rich man. Rich white men are the best. They definitely always stand up. They definitely always pussy out at the end, bro. Let me tell you, like a cat, not like a woman, because women don't. Being a woman doesn't mean you have a pussy, okay? I'm trying to be inclusive here. I just really like that word, and I'm not ready to get rid of it out of my vocabulary. But you know, maybe I should.
Just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like, he was even asked to apologize. He refused, which I'm proud of him for refusing. I think, you know, if they can.
Yeah, that is the guy that did blackface. Fun fact. Yeah, that's what I mean. They're all fucking losers. Do you know what I mean? All these guys are fucking losers. You know what I mean? We're deconstructing The Good Place right now, and not to ruin it for anybody, but Ted Dancing also has this horrible blackface bit he did. Like, white men, oh my God, Brittany, white men, blackface is crazy. I don't know what is wrong with anybody who's like, you know what's a good idea? This is a good idea. He just, oh my God, the caricature of it all. This is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like,
say what they want, why can't we? You know, I don't think there's any right or wrong for anybody. They believe what they believe, you know? And you can't fault them for that.
How did you feel about Jimmy Kimmel being taken off air?
Ratings, he didn't have it. That's probably the only reason. Wasn't political. Just he didn't have the ratings.
Yeah, Justin Trudeau did brown face. At least he was a little creative with it, right? I'm making a joke. It's not a funny joke. Okay? I think he did like didn't Justin Trudeau do like an Indian or like a West Asian or something? He was like, you know, I'm not going to do blackface. That's too far. I'm going to do brown face. I'm like, sir, ma'am. It's like, come on, bro.
I actually don't like it because ultimately Charlie wouldn't have liked that. Charlie is the ultimate advocate for the freedom of speech.
When people stop talking, that's when violence happens.
So if there's any type of government coercion in regards to that, that's something that Charlie would have been against. Even when it comes to disparaging comments, he would let the people come, you know, at the college campus, Charlie would let the people come to the mic and say what it is that they wanted to say, and he would debate them in good faith. And if, you know,
yeah, okay.
Freedom of speech does come with its risks, and that includes those who want to use disparaging remarks to put people down and then try to destroy one another. But at the end of the day, he still stood for it because that's the American way. That's how we get any type of headway in our country is through dialogue, and that's why I'm a bit upset at the conservative response when it comes to Jimmy Kimmel.
All right, here's the thing. Again, I'm going to tell you truth again. The population of America is 4% of the world's population.
Exactly. Then how the fuck are we all centered around you? Because we're the superpower, loser. Because we dominate and fuck up the whole planet. And then we sit there and be like, I'm just such a victim. I'm a baby. I'm a baby. It's like white people, I think, like aren't white people like 6% of the world's population? And then everyone has this obsession with white skin and stuff. Is it because you guys are actually a minority? I say you guys like I'm not white, but like, you know what I mean? I'm not the right kind of white. You know what I mean? Well, I guess if Nick Fuentes gets to be white, you know, it's all very confusing. What is whiteness really? Because I feel like there are tiers to this, and that's the confusing part. I feel like if there's a tier to whiteness and I'm not on the best part of being white, I don't get to be white. Because if I was white in the best way possible, do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not Sydney Sweeney over here, but if I was Sydney Sweeney white, I feel like that could be better for me. But I didn't even get that kind of white. I got ripped off, bro. Myron thinks he's white. Myron's a lot of things. God, to be on a fly on a wall in a therapy office with Myron.
4% of the world's population. You had a 96% chance of being born someplace else. And God gave you the gift of being.
See? Okay, fun fact. So we talk about deconstructing. It's very important, right? Okay, deconstructing is very important. I'll tell you something that's a prejudice in my brain that though I've logically and for the most part embodied, deconstructed, I'm still working on. Are you ready? The belief that the safest place on earth is America. That is so ingrained in my body. It's in my body. Like, I don't know how to tell it to you, except, you know what's ironic though? Let me tell you how fucked up it is, how fucked up America's got me. I live in Croatia now. And I am so paranoid when I'm in Croatia that I'm like, is that a gunshot? Is that a gunshot? Is that a gunshot? And my partner's like, Brittany, there are no guns. It's not a gunshot. And I was like, are you sure? And he's like, you're so traumatized by America's gun violence. So here I am, freaking out in Croatia over the trauma of being an American. And then here I am in the back of my head I can still feel that thought of believing America is like the safest country. But you know what it is? It's not that it's the safest. It's that I understand it. So here's something else to deconstruct. A lot of people said, why would Palestinians want to return home if it's so unsafe? Because it's home. Because it's what I know. It's what I know. It's what I understand. Right? It's not about it being unsafe or safe. It's about it being familiar. It's about knowing that in my body, I feel like if I was completely alone on the planet, I would know how to live in America, but I wouldn't know how to live anywhere else. So there's a part of me that is deconstructing that conditioning and giving myself the credit of knowing that I do know that it's my home and that I do know I was born there and that this is what I know, right? And this is what people see me as. No matter where I go, they see me as an American first. People in Croatia hear me talking, they'll turn around and be like, oh, American. Like that's what they see me as first and foremost, as I'm an American. So it's, you know what I mean? And so there's just something about that, but there is this idea. And so I'm now living in Europe is giving me the opportunity to remember that like everywhere is that's how I feel about Saudi Arabia though. Like I know people, you know, all over the world. I know people all over these Middle Eastern countries or these West, you know, Asian countries or these places around the world that people think are so bad and so unsafe, and they're living like pretty good lives. So we have to deconstruct it past even these ideas. That's why it was like, it's all kind of weird the way the West or America talks about other countries, and then you meet people from those countries. And yes, there's disadvantages to being in that country, but there's disadvantages to being in America too. And it's all about which disadvantage am I willing to live with, you know? And there's that conversation to be had too. And so again, it takes a long time to realize like how much of your life has been formed by this narrative. And then how do you, even though you know that the world is beautiful the way it is, it's like this idea, you ever see these videos of these girls who marry these guys in different places around the world and then they move there and the standard of living is different. And then everyone goes, I can't believe she left her standard of living for this standard of living. Everyone's standard of living is normal to them. That's why, you know, for a lot of people, they don't even understand. They can have a hard time changing their standard of living. And though we should all want to uplift everyone's standard of living, right? We should always remember that the people who are in it, like they might not feel that way you feel. Again, it goes back to what I said yesterday on stream. As I've gotten healthier and as I've gotten better, I've you know, told myself I do deserve like a nicer place to live, but also I would be grateful for anywhere I could live peacefully. I'd rather live peacefully in a tent than trapped in a building. It's like we have these like weird relationships with ourselves, but this is why it's so hard to be a person, right? Because we also want to rep our places. We want to rep where we're from. We also want to rep something. It's ingrained in us to want to like rep our teams. The question is like, who's your team? You know? But yeah, don't trust, if your bubble is telling you the rest of the world sucks and you're the greatest thing, it's probably lying to you. And by probably, I mean definitely. You know, like definitely. Right? Like multiple people in chat talked about how like people think Africa is a country or that Mexico is a hellhole. Yeah, it's like this idea that Americans have convinced us of that every other country sucks but us is like, it's just obviously so untrue. But America is so big and so beautiful. It is hard to not believe it when you've lived in it for so long and it makes sense. You know how many people I know who do not have passports? They brag. Do you know how many Americans in my own family brag about like, I don't need a passport. I'm never leaving. They never think about leaving. They never, guys, they have no plans ever to ever leave, not to go to Canada or even Mexico. Never. They don't want to. Because they could live the rest of their lives in this very big country with all of these people and feel like they lived a very fulfilling life. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's different. But because they're so limited, they're not realizing how much they're missing out on just intellectually. Not physically. I don't think you have to travel, but just to not be curious, just to not want it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing to be proud that you'll never leave America, and it's another thing just to never do it. But they are like proud that they don't leave the country, which is so interesting. You know? Anyways, okay, let's go back to the video.
Born free in the United States of America. What are you going to do with the gift?
We got to come together, man.
Okay, wait. So he says we're born free in America, but then it tells trans people they're just going to have to deal with the gender they were assigned at birth because God made it so. Interesting.
Just one love, one idea, one country, man. We're all in the same battle, man. I think America's got a lot of work to do, man.
People need to start having mutual respect for each other, and we need to stop using dehumanizing.
It's okay to like babies being born. Turning Point USA. It's okay to like babies being born. I feel like they could have worded that different. I feel like whoever was in charge of that really fucked it up. It's okay to like babies being born. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like we could have done better with that. I feel like someone really fucked that up, you know?
Languages like calling each other fascists, white supremacists, racists, when we're all Americans and we're all humans.
I think the political divide in the news media, they will say things that aren't fact, and they will get people hyped up and believing that Charlie's a racist or the people that follow Trump are horrible, bad, evil people, when really it's the media spinning words and using their words to cause harm to people who believe different.
The trilogy of freedom is our family, our country, and our God. Do you think he'll forgive you if you throw your life back in his face when you commit suicide?
Oh, so now I'm free, but if I do anything to offend God, oopsies.
That's a greater sin to me. By spitting in God's face, how's that going to work? How's that going to go? Carry the pain. Because carrying the war, you're killing people, and to carry that, it's not easy.
Hold up. Is he talking about, hold up.
Sin to me. By spitting in God's face, how's that going to work? How's that going to go? Carry the pain. Because carrying the war, you're killing people, and to carry that, it's not easy. It works on you, and especially when you're 20, especially then. So I'm giving you insight as to what post-traumatic stress is and how we're trying to deal with it on the VA. I do woodshop therapy to help me. It keeps me busy. You see? So I'm making something, and look at that. And I can give it to my family, and I go,
Men will do anything but go to therapy. Like, yes, doing actions can be therapeutic. It's very important. I like that he builds stuff. That's beautiful. But building something in a workshop is not working with a clinical doctor or a certified person who studied the brain and can help you be better. Do you know what I'm saying? That's my frustration. That's why when I talk about therapy, I'm talking about a medical professional who studied the brain and or our history and or what it means to be a person and or how our environments impact us and can help us understand how we process information. I'm talking about working with people who, you know, pay attention to the details, because though I think all kinds of therapy can exist and all kinds of things can be therapeutic, I am personally data driven and I want to work with somebody who like actually understands the science of what's happening to me, even if it's fluid and even though it's nuanced, right? I want it to be from a scientific perspective. You know, Chet says they really included his workshop footage, bro. I'm so done. Bro, maybe he's got a kiosk. Maybe he's got like a little table here at the event. I was going to say, were they like, hey, can you get me some B-roll from your house later, bro? You know?
oh, wow, thank you very much. You know, so that works for me. So I can say, okay, I can get off my riverboat. And I'm going to give you insight on that. Please. Okay? Some veterans wonder if God will forgive them because they don't understand the difference between killing and murder.
What's the difference?
You kill someone because your life is in danger. So you're protecting America because they're attacking the world and they want to destroy America. So you're killing them.
The world is America. The world is America. The world is America. That's another part of the propaganda. The world is America. The world is America. They're destroying the world. They're attacking America. They're destroying the world. They're attacking America. They're destroying the world. They're attacking America. The world is America. The world is America. That's another part of the propaganda, right? Chet says, I know someone who does Wounded Warrior sponsored activities. They think it's actually nice and helpful. Too bad they had to retire before 30 because of PTSD. When I was a Republican, Wounded Warrior, if it's the same organization I'm thinking of, I used to be pen pals for people in the military. One got too attached and I had to get out of the program because he got really mad at me, became basically like a stalker without being a stalker. I don't know what other word to use. That was scary. Then I had a girl soldier and that was nicer. But then it was just kind of like cheesy and weird. But yeah, Yeah, he needed a lot of therapy. You know, he was like, it was supposed to be organized by the organization for you to like write to people and get in contact. But then he had my home phone number and he would call like all times of the day, always. He was like deployed. And I was like, hey, you can't call me right now. Like, you know, and he's like, but you're supposed to call me. Like, you're supposed to be like paying attention to me. And I was like, look, we're using this organization. I'm happy to be on the phone with you and talk to you on like a weekly basis, but you can't call me all times of the night. Like it's 2 a.m. here. You know, my family's sleeping. And he would get really mad and scream at me on the phone. And I was like, uh-oh. And so like, it's a nice idea, right? Like, but then you get that one situation. He was the only one. I had like, I think only 3 people that I ended up writing letters to or sending books to, because I would also send books to people. But he was the one who made me stop, because I was like, I'm not doing that, you know? And my parents were worried. That's why I stopped doing it, right? I told them that it was happening. They're like, you don't need to do this. And I was an adult. I was like, I was probably 18 or 19, something like that, you know? Yeah, I'm going to war for you, Brittany. I don't know what he thought he was doing, girl, but it was scary. Yeah.
All right. But murder is, I don't
And he
like that
deserves
guy. I'm gonna
help.
play-
Like, he deserves help. Like, he deserves intervention. Like, someone should help him, right? We should want to get him help. But yeah, he was inappropriate. And I did report it, so.
And I'm taking him out. You see the difference?
Yeah. Well, oh, hold on,
But
yeah.
murder is, I don't like that guy. I'm going to plan on taking him out. You see the difference?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the difference.
All right, y'all. The event is over. Trump ended it. Honestly, it was a pretty big disappointment on Trump's end. We had some really good speeches in there. Obviously, Saddam couldn't get in. He has a face condition, so I had to go.
Oh my God. You know, I am so face blind. Even though Andrew Callahan said he was not in this video, I literally thought this was Andrew Callahan the whole time. I am the most face blind. Never ask me to check out a lineup. But let me tell you, when I remember a face, I remember a face. It's just, if I don't think your face is important, I'm not going to remember you. Okay, in my defense, you know what I'm saying? Holy shit, this is not him. He even said he wasn't in the video. Yeah, this isn't him. Oh, that's so funny. That's really great. Okay, no, same for you guys. Okay, maybe it's just like, you know what I mean? It's the hair and the fit, you know what I mean? Maybe it's just that. Listen, if it was Philip DeFranco, I wouldn't be face blind about Philip DeFranco, right? Because I watch him every day. But Andrew Callahan, I haven't like put his head in, you know what I'm saying? But I could never mistake Philip DeFranco for somebody else. Like Phil looks like Phil. Phil looks so like Phil. I don't think anyone else on the planet looks like Phil, right? Or like people I watch for like a long time. Like I'm not going to mistake Jon Stewart for somebody else. You know what I mean? It's just, I'm not a fan of Andrew Callahan, so I don't know what he looks like all the time. So that's why. That's what I really think is happening. Is it face blindness? Or is it actually just that I don't look at people long enough and I don't put their image in my head? You know, I don't know.
I think we found an answer to autism. How about that?
Oh, Jesus.
It was cool. You know what I mean? There's a couple of like arguments. Come right here, dude.
I'm not scared of nobody but Jesus.
Jump
man.
over. Jump over.
Racist supporting racists. Can I say this? CHIN. Is that like a play on the N-word? CHINGA Trump? Racist supporting racists. How is this? I don't know what's happening.
Jump over. Talk your shit. See? Talk shit. I'm not Jump
talking
over.
shit.
Talk
Stop! Men are so stupid and violent. I hate God. Stop trying to fight everybody. Step over. Step over. Stop. Men are so fucking losers, bro. You're all fucking losers.
Sit there. Jump over.
I'm telling
Jump
you,
over.
you would rather jack
Jump
up a girl
over.
in the phone booth than
I'm
fucking
saying
me.
talk shit.
You spread nothing but
Charlie, you gonna die for this. Stupid you are.
You know, Yogi Berra said it's hard to make predictions, especially about the future.
The Westboro Baptist Church came there, right?
The Westboro Baptist Church did come.
That's pretty cool.
Charlie Kirk was a fake Christian. God still hates.
Oh, this is the Westboro Baptist Church. They love saying the F word. You know? Oh, it's a can I say this word? It's slang Spanish for fuck. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. I'm learning so much today. Okay. Why don't people get into fights with people, bro? Stop fighting everybody. Okay, but Westboro Baptist Church, I can't believe they're still going.
That's pretty sick. I saw Kyle Rittenhouse inside.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I tried to ask him some questions. I wanted to ask him if like he had any sympathy for the shooter, given like his history.
That's true.
His history? What history?
Yeah, I mean, everyone thought I was Andrew. So.
Wait, sympathy for the shooter considering his history? Oh, considering the fact that he killed people? Oh, because you know Vietnam soldiers killed innocent people for sure. They raped women. They did really horrible things to people. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. See, in the military, you can rape and pillage a village and say it's for America. But you know what I mean? It's like they pick and choose. Oh yeah, he was a shooter. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, that is an interesting question, huh?
Oh, I had a good time. Honestly, inside was like, it was like a very loving environment. And then the speakers got to talking, and it was like war cries.
I hate my opponent.
Oh wait, Kyle, was he asking Kyle Rittenhouse or was he asking the soldier? Wait, Chaz says I have no sympathy for Kyle. Oh, maybe I misunderstood. I
had given like his history.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm so sorry, girls. I misunderstood.
Ask him some questions. I wanted to ask him if like he had any sympathy for the shooter, given like his history.
That's true.
But yeah, I mean, everyone thought I was Andrew, so I had a good time. Honestly, inside was like, it was like a very loving environment, and then the speakers got to talking, and it was like war cries.
I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica.
Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do.
You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic.
America was his home, and he was willing to die for it.
Corporatism mixed with Christianity and like vague religious identitarianism, just kind of all wrapped.
Okay, so because people often ask me if my parents are fundamentalists, I don't even know what that means. In the Catholic bubble I grew up in, nobody calls themselves a fundamentalist. That's not a word we use, right? So when people ask me like, are your parents fundamentalist? I never grew up with that word. I don't even know what it really means. I mean, I have an idea of what it means, but I don't know what it means as a Catholic, right? So I grew up with a family who had a religion where like we made fun of Christians who had private jets, right? Like we made fun of people for like their leaders having a lot of money. Yes, there are Catholic priests, right, that are allowed to have money and nice things, but some take a vow of poverty. Some take some don't take that vow. Like the priests who work for the diocese, they often have nice clothes, right? They have nice cars, stuff like that, because it's like a job, but also a calling. And then some priests, take, like I said, a vow of poverty. So there's levels to this. Yeah. Okay. You guys are saying fundies aren't Catholics, right? Yeah, because like Catholicism never felt that way. Catholicism, I didn't go to church and the preacher was like, he wasn't preaching that way. It didn't sound that way. It sounded like I'm talking to you now, except I'm like, guys, we have to save the unborn babies and we should go out and vote, like call your representatives. It sounded like a person talking and just conservative. It never sounded like they were like trying to get into my soul or something, or they never sounded like, they didn't have like a lot of the priests I knew or nuns I knew growing up were chill as fuck, had, fucking cars from 1995. They were chilling. Most of the money went to the church. You know what I mean? They maybe had a dog, but like, it was never that, fundamentalist means they believe the Bible in it entirely, literally. But most Christians would say those who don't believe it literally aren't Christians. Oh, okay. Because Catholics don't care about the Bible. I mean, it's important, but it's not like the end all be all. We don't follow the Bible like that. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah. Like it's the word of God, but it's not like Catholicism has its own structure of knowing like right or wrong. It has its own rules. Like the Bible's the word of God, but it's not about the Bible. Like Catholicism exists outside the Bible, right? Because Catholicism literally existed before the Bible was created. The Bible was put together allegedly like 300 years after Christ. What, did Catholicism not exist? According to Catholicism lore, in the way that I was taught it, Peter is the first pope. So we don't care if the Bible existed because Peter didn't need it to spread the word of God. You know what I mean? That's how they think about it, or at least that's how they teach me about it. Or that's how they taught me about it, rather. Not to speak for Catholics because I haven't been one in many, many years, but Okay, I'm going to go back to the video.
Wrapped up into this one thing where like the enemy is evil.
You have nothing. You are nothing.
Is this okay? I don't like to give people nicknames because I think it's not mature, but I would immaturely, I call him Voldemort at home. I don't call him Voldemort on stream because I do think it's very immature and it's not helpful. But just so you know, in my private life, I call him Voldemort. Is it not giving Voldemort? Thank you.
You are wickedness. You are jealousy. You are envy. You are hatred. You are nothing.
And I don't know. It was a super strange feeling, but everybody was really nice, to us, which was cool.
Yeah, I know that people were like hella chill with me as well. You know what I mean?
But other than that, I mean, it was fun. It's hot as fuck here. They keep saying Charlie Kirk's in heaven. Lucky him, he's not in fucking Phoenix, you know what I mean? It's hot as hell out here.
It's okay. It's very funny. Phoenix is very hot. Hey, Arizona is fucking hot, okay? It's very fucking hot, let me tell you. Okay, I'm glad we got a rundown. The reason I sometimes do like Callahan's videos, at least, is that he does go in places. I like on the street kind of interviews in particular. I don't always love the people conducting them, but I appreciated them going in there because God knows it must have been crazy. And look, I'll tell you this right now. People always treat people good no matter what until a certain conversation starts, right? And that's the thing. That's the thing that's really interesting is like, everyone's always been nice to me until they're not. Hell, I've always been nice to people until I'm not. The question is, where is the not starting? That's really the question. Okay. Oh my God. I'm so excited for this video. I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. Oh my God. I cannot tell you how excited I am to watch this video. I'm hyped. I'm fucking hyped. Oh, okay. You ever see kids and they get so excited and they go, that's how I feel. I'm so excited. Oh my God. Okay, this is a video. I hope it's as good as I want it to be because I've had this issue with Chelsea. Not an issue. It's not a real issue. I like Chelsea, okay? I hate when I say things and people go, oh my God. Okay, Chelsea Fagan from The Financial Diet made this video and I'm so excited to watch it. It's called Everyone Wants a Village, but No One Wants to Be a Villager. And I am very critical of this conversation coming from certain people. And I usually agree with Chelsea on a lot, but some of the things we do fundamentally disagree with. And though Chelsea is progressive, okay, this is Chelsea Fagan, if you don't know who she is. And even though she is progressive and usually does a very good job at coming from that perspective and being very aware of other people's positions in life, sometimes I don't think it's any fault of her own, really. She can miss the mark because of her privilege, but it's not malicious. It's just not taking into account all the nuance of people's positions. So I have a theory, before we jump into this video, that there was never a village, that the illusion of a village was only as real as people were willing to be silent. The village only maintained as long as people were willing to be silent. And so this narrative of everybody wants a village, in my personal viewpoint, it's very hard to have a personal village because you also have to hold people accountable. And if you like me have tried to hold people accountable, you know, eventually those people leave the village. It's very hard for them to do the work. And then the question is, well, what's a village if everybody leaves? And then you have this illusion of like, oh, I'll just make a village with people who think like me. Okay, girl. Sure. You're going to make a whole village with people who think like you and no one's ever going to move because of their job, or no one's ever going to get, you know, it's not going to be harder for them to see you, or someone's not going to get chronically ill, or no one's going to die. So, okay, think about that. The village I think about comes in different bubbles. So let's go over this really fast and then we'll go into Chelsea's video because I want you to understand how I think about villages, okay? You, the individual, okay? This is a village. This is one of the, actually, I'll do it like this. This is one of the villages, okay? This is a village. You, as the individual, can go into your workspace, and this is your second kind of village, okay? You have a workspace, okay? This is a different kind of village, okay? It's very important. Work is, you know what? That's not legible at all. Work. Can you understand that? Work. Okay? That's a form of village. It's why it's very important that we have a healthy work environment because we spend a lot of our time there, okay? The second kind of workspace is the third space, okay? And the third space is not work and not home. Okay, so that's like the bar, the library, the coffee shop, my Discord on Sundays, okay, all of that. Then there's the fourth space, and that brings us back to something that's intimately connected to the first space, which is family and friends. Okay, I'm going to put fam and friends. Okay. Now this, and this is a big part of privilege, is I'm going to use myself as an example because I think it's a good one. I, Brittany, have a village that's myself, a village that's me and my partner and our cat, obviously. I have a village that is my workspace. You guys are part of one of my villages, of course. You're my third space village and my workspace village often, okay? My fourth space village, which is my family and friends, live all the way in America. So all of my village is not physically in communion with me. So every Saturday is like a day that I dedicate to catching up with one or two people. And that's it. That's all I have the energy for because I'm also chronically ill. which means like I don't always have the energy to catch up with friends. Because I know for some people, they think catching up with friends doesn't take energy. It absolutely takes energy. It's like, it's great and I love it. And I'm willing to make that sacrifice of being a villager because it doesn't feel like a sacrifice, though it makes impact on my spoons. Okay, what's the difference from a sacrifice and impact on spoons? So spoons are just energy that you have, and talking to a friend can take one of the energies. It's not, or let me do it like this. They can take one of the energies. It's not to say it's bad, okay? It's just to say it's a reality. So after talking to a friend, I need to rest. I didn't used to be that way. That is not how it used to be for me, but it's gotten worse since I've been chronically ill, okay? But I still make an effort. So when friends call me and go, hey girl, do you have a Saturday available? I go, 2 of them already booked. I have these 2. And they're just like, okay. And I'm so glad my friends are very understanding. Okay. Everybody is super on board. Everybody's very understanding. Sometimes I have to wait 3-4 months to catch up with a friend because I have no Saturdays open. Right. And my friends are really great. They let me have that space and time. But for me, this is another part of it. That 3 and 4 months goes by in like a week in my brain. Okay. So I also have the kind of brain that when 3 months goes by, and maybe this is ADHD, it feels like a literal week to me. So I don't miss people the way they miss me. I don't miss people that way. But I think of them often. I'm almost always thinking about my friends and family. I probably think about my friends and family every day. But I don't miss them. And so I don't have anything to catch up with them on. And I don't have anything to tell them. But I'm thinking about them all the time and hoping they're good. Right? Okay, so that causes an issue with, quote, being a village and a villager, right? Okay, so there's the reality of maintaining the village takes energy, and also the benefit of maintaining the village is you love the consciousness and the people, right? Like I love those people. So there's a really good reason to have a village. They're really great. And I'm glad I maintain a bunch of villages because there's different parts of me that get to exist in every one of the villages, right? Okay, and not to mention, I'm not talking to like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not talking to at least 4 people in my family village right now. They're not available as a resource. But they're still important because we don't just abandon the villagers because they've been naughty, right? A village doesn't just exist because everyone's perfect. A village has to have flaws because people are flawed. So my village, that involves my family and friends, yeah. Oh, 5. I'm not talking to 5 people in my village. Yeah, 5 of the people in my family friends village I'm not talking to right now. Okay? Open with boundaries though. Okay? They can always come back. The door is open for them. I haven't blocked them. I'm not rejecting them. I just put down a boundary. Okay? I put down a rule because they're unsafe for the village. But should they right their wrongs, we can talk about how that looks, right? Won't look the way they hope it will look, but it will look something. Okay. Now, with that in mind, let's watch Chelsea's video, right? And if you guys have any comments about that, I'd love to hear it. Okay, here we go.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Having People Over. Having people over, yay! This is going to be a 4-week series leading up to / celebrating the publication of my long-awaited, much-anticipated, at least to me, book all about hosting, entertaining, and the art of building community.
Pause. Love that. I'm a big fan of it. I love feeding people. You know, obviously everyone's in a different financial position. Not everybody has a house. I just talked to a friend of mine and they were like, if you're ever in my area, I'll host you and your partner. And I said, thank you so much. We're going to get a hotel. And I know this would piss off Chelsea because Chelsea talked about this, how she wants to host people. But like, that was the disconnect I had with Chelsea, was not understanding that even though you're willing to host people, it doesn't mean we want to stay with you. Not because we don't like you, but people have insecurities. They need privacy. You know what I mean? People need privacy. Now with certain people, like my mom and dad, when the kids come home, my mom pulls out this like this cool queen size air mattress and we all sleep on it like puppies and it's like the greatest time ever. Yeah, that's fine. But when people are married, like even my parents invited my partner and I to stay at their house. That's so sweet. We're going to get a hotel. Because it's one thing for me to stay single and with my parents. Another thing for my partner and I to stay in a house where we have to be quiet by 10 p.m. Don't tell me to be quiet by 10 p.m. You know what I mean? So again, there's something here to be said. I love that you want to host. I think that's beautiful. But sometimes for whatever unseen private reason that's none of your business, we might not want to stay with you. But also, thank you for offering. That's so sweet. You know?
Now, let's just take a look at the inside of this book. Ooh. Ah. La la.
Ooh.
Photos and illustrations. You're really getting your money's worth with this book. No, but in all seriousness,
is that a charcuterie board in this economy, Chelsea?
Anyone who has followed me on my non-TFD social media, you know that most of my content is about entertaining and hosting and building a home. So it has been a long time in the making for me that I've wanted to do a book that is entirely about not just the art of being a hostess in an era where I think it is less and less common and often less appreciated.
Oh my God, I can't believe I just did that. I'm such a boomer.
Just take a look at the inside of this.
Sorry.
You followed me on my non-TFD social media.
Sorry.
You know that most of my content is about entertaining and hosting and building a home. So it has been a long time in the making for me that I've wanted to do a book that is entirely about not just the art of being a hostess in an era where I think it is less and less common and often less appreciated, but also building community as an adult, which, as we'll get into in this video, isn't just a really important part of having a great social life. It's an extremely important part of our mental and even physical health that is increasingly being neglected in our generation. So in this 4-week series, we're going to hit on some of the more serious sociological stuff like today's video. We're also going to hit on some of the more fun, lifestyle, lighthearted things in the coming weeks, and it will all culminate with October 21st, which is the day that Having People Over hits shelves. Of course, if you are at all interested in this book or what I have to say on these topics, I can assure you this is, in my opinion at least, an excellent, excellent book. Give a pre-order. The link is in the description. Now let's get into this video. So I wanted to cover this topic as the first video in the Having People Over series because I think that in many ways it is sort of the most overarching theme of the book. Now, there's a lot of the book that is like how to set up a cute tablescape on a budget and like how to design a menu and how to politely ask your guests to leave when you're tired and things like that. And I do think that all of the more like experiential things are really important to learning how to host and to create a home that you feel good in. But fundamentally, the book and the reason that I want to talk about these subjects is about really valuing community. For me, the saying, "it takes a village," is always very interesting, right? Because, for example, I am a child-free woman, so I'm sort of part of the village. Like I'm, you know, the child-free auntie, the one who can come into town or show up with a gift or, you know, kind of participate in this sort of support role to a lot of the mothers in my life. But often those of us who are child-free might feel like, well, hey, we're part of the village too. And when is it sort of our turn to, you know, lean on the relationships that we've built? So I do think even the concept of it takes a village to raise a child should be kind of expanded to it takes a village to be a person, because I think all of us need that village at all times throughout our lives, not just children and not just mothers. But I also think very deeply that while we all want the village, increasingly few of us actually want to be a villager or even really knows what that means anymore. And you know, I'm always happy on this channel or in my content generally to crap on boomers and talk about their sort of delusional worldviews on a lot of economic and social issues. But I actually think this is one of the examples where they probably have it more right than millennials and Gen Z. For example, loneliness is increasingly a generational problem because, quote, only 42% of US adults under the age of 30 feel close to people in their community, compared with 59% of those in the 50 to 64 age group. Now, unsurprisingly, these numbers still do break down quite a bit along gender lines, like women tend to have more close ties to their non-spouse and
Ooh, I have a theory that loneliness stems from a lack of direction. When you don't have a good relationship with self, you lack direction. And so you don't know how to build community. And as a person who community hopped her whole life to find where she was meant to be, until I centered my relationship with self, I was lonely. I was always surrounded by people. I always had friends. But until I had a relationship with self, I couldn't stop the loneliness. Because it didn't matter how many people were my friends or who I was surrounded by. I didn't have a sense of direction. I didn't know who I was, right? So, you know, every person I talked to, people I used to do calls with, especially men who were really lost, they had family, they had friends, they had people always wanting to hang out with them. I was like, you need to have a better relationship with yourself. They're like, no, that's not it. I have to go to my family gatherings. I have to be with my parents. My parents are forcing me. You're 40. You don't have to do anything. If you don't like your parents, pick a different relationship with self. You know what I mean? Again, like, there's something to be said. And again, everyone is built different. Again, I know I come off very extroverted on stream, but just a reminder that I live in a country where the only person I see is my partner and my in-laws on occasion, right? Like, I have no interest in having physical friends here. I have no interest in building a physical community like that. Like friends, right? Because I already have my friends. They're just in a different part of the world. For me, I'm vibing because my village is available. Now, my life would be very different if I didn't have this. I don't mean my job. I mean the ability to call people, the ability to email people, the ability to send pictures to people. I talk to people on the phone all the time. We're always, okay? We're always texting at least, or voice messaging to each other, right? Depending on the individual, because every individual has their own set of rules with how I socialize with them. That's also very autistic of me, but every single friend I have has a different relationship to me, okay? So again, like, we all have different problems because we're all in different places. So you also have to take that into consideration, which is why no one size fits all video is going to make sense for everybody. So let's see what we can learn from Chelsea's video without throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Let's see what doesn't work for us as well and come up with different solutions. Okay. And everyone is different too, right? Chad said I need more in-rally friendships, but I respect online connections. And that's okay too. If you're one of those people that really do better in physical situations, that's a whole group of people. There are definitely people who are more built for physical friendships. And that's also beautiful. Okay? That's also okay. I just want people to understand, like, I always tell you guys, my mother-in-law said to me, I'm so glad my son found somebody who loves being at home as much as he does. And I was like, yeah, I really love being in my house. I'm so built that way. You know what I mean? And I wasn't always that way, but it is the way that I'm the most joyful right now. And it won't always be that way either. Maybe in my 50s, I'm super social and I'm out at bars every week. Who knows? But the point is that I'm just focused on my joy. What makes me joyful? And this is making me really, really joyful right now. I'm very happy. Okay. I'm also very lucky that my friends have decided to travel to Croatia to see me. Okay, this will be the third friend who's going to come see me. That's very significant. Actually, fourth friend. This is very significant. 4 people have made an effort to come to see me. Like, that's so significant, right? That's a big deal. So I'm also not, without resources or networking or people who are willing to do that. So again, just take into consideration what state of life you're in. And also remember that Chelsea has money and her and her husband are high earners and they have their own house and they live in New York. Okay.
Familial relationships.
I think New York, right?
Than men do. They have more friends. They have busier social lives. They maintain more active social ties. But 42% versus nearly 60% is still a pretty big difference. And I think there are a few reasons why younger generations have a harder and harder time building community and forming close connections with the people around them. And I want to be very clear. There is no part of this video, this series, or this book that is about shaming people who, for example, might find themselves without a community or feel like they don't really have good friends. Like, it's all about asking ourselves the question of, like, how did we get here? And what are the practical things we can do to sort of repair and
Also, our parents are obligated, I believe, as parents, you're not a good parent if you don't give your kid a community. It doesn't have to be a permanent community, but if you as parents do not raise your children with an understanding of community, you failed as a parent, at least in that aspect. And a lot of parents isolate their kids. I see it every day, even with Gen Z parents. You would think they'd be better. They isolate their kids. They don't get them friends. They don't take them to libraries. They don't give them storybook times. They don't socialize their kids at parks. Yeah, you're bad at parenting.
Build these communities because they are really essential. And, the data points around, for example, prolonged loneliness having similar negative health effects to smoking a pack of cigarettes a day, like, those are very...
No, Chad said homeschool must suck. I was homeschooled. I was socialized all the time. Not all homeschooling kids are the same. Remember, autistic kids can do better in homeschooling because it's very triggering to be in public spaces, sensory issues. The work doesn't... Remember that homeschooling isn't always bad just because conservatives have co-opted it. Okay? Remember that. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I, as a homeschooled girly till she was 15, I was heavily socialized. My parents made sure of it. They gave me a community. Okay? They gave me community from the neighborhood kids, community for church kids, and community with homeschool kids. Okay? I saw hundreds of kids a week, at least. And I knew every single one of their names, their parents' names, their siblings, all ages. We weren't separated by classes. We all knew each other. I'm just saying, even homeschool parents have to make an effort and can make an effort.
Very real. The cost of loneliness, especially long-term, is very, very dire. So the question is, why are younger generations like this and how do we fix it? So one of the major problems is our rapidly diminishing third spaces. Quote, less than half of Americans report that people in their community can gather in restaurants or diners, coffee shops or cafes, gyms or fitness centers, and local markets or corner stores. For the last one, it's only 35% of Americans.
Expensive. Life is too expensive to go out and be casual, Even when I was partying in my 20s and I would go out to the bars on the weekend after working, my normal 60 hours, I go to the bars in San Diego and I think it was like $10 a shot. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is now in San Diego, but I used to think like, Jesus, that's so much money. You know, that's like my whole ass hour of working. Now I couldn't even afford that now, and I make more. I make more now than I did then, and I couldn't afford that now. I couldn't justify $70 every weekend for drinking now. Plus, I'm not much of a drinker. But if I was out there doing it with my friends, you know what I mean? I couldn't justify the money now. And I make more now. It's just crazy.
And relatively few Americans report that they can spend time with their neighbors in bookstores or in other retail spaces, only 20%. And even barbershops or hair salons are only 22%.
Yeah.
For many communities in America, a third space, which is sort of like a neutral, usually low to no cost place where people can gather and spend time that is neither home nor work, like there are basically none of them left. Most American communities from an urbanism perspective are extremely car reliant, which means that you are usually going to a dedicated place and then going to another dedicated place, as opposed to more walkable communities where you can often just sort of wander and find things as you go. And
by the way, when you're building your children up in a community, that's what a library time is. That's what the park is. It's a third space for your kids. You're teaching your kids how to form third spaces, even if you don't know it. It's not school and it's not home. It's the park. It's a third space for your children. It's a third space for you, really, you know?
Take detours and socialize in a more passive way. And on top of that, many of the most crucial third spaces that communities used to rely on have basically gone away. Obviously, there's all the ones I listed, but for a lot of Americans, for example, their primary source of community building outside of work or home was the church. Now, I want to be very clear that for many people, if not most, like the diminishing influence of organized religion on American life is a good thing. I'm not saying that we all need to be going back to like the Justin Bieber mega churches of the world in order to have a social life again, but it's important to note that as churches have become less and less part of the fabric of American life, nothing has come up to replace them. So for many Americans, basically the only place there is to socialize outside.
I mean, you say nothing has replaced churches. D&D events, BDSM dungeons, Pokemon events, cosplay events, conferences, conventions, book clubs, dance clubs, dance lessons, yoga, sports.
Of someone's house, which is increasingly rare, is a bar. In fact, for the record, this is one of the reasons why I think football is such a cornerstone of American culture on an ongoing basis, because it has sort of the level of community building and third space creation that honestly in American culture is really only rivaled by churches. Like you have tailgating, you have Sunday football parties, you have the games themselves, you have the fantasy leagues that go along with them. Like there's a level of socializing and community building that happens around football that, I don't know, basically there's very few other things like that in many American communities. Now, unfortunate that football happens to be, in my opinion, the most ethically compromised major sport, but it is worth noting that like when you look at what football does for American cultural life every fall, essentially, like we are clearly yearning for the kind of things that bring us together.
Though the way you people are crying over Bad Bunny being chosen for the halftime show makes me gag. Oh my God, these conservatives are such babies.
On that level. So you have the lack of third spaces. And you also have the fact that compared to our parents' generation, like we are very overworked and underpaid. Like we simply work longer hours. We are paid lower wages for the same work. And most people are really exhausted at the end of the day. It feels like an additional part-time job to create and maintain friendships or to...
Yes, it is. I do think it is. Like when I was younger and I was a kid and I was like when I was in my 20s, guys, I didn't know myself. I was looking for myself. My communities were my lifeline, right? They were my lifeline. They were also a cope. My village making skills in my 20s were copes. Connections I was making with good people. Yes, some friendships are still alive to this day. And I would work the same hours. I would work 60, 80 hours a week and I would still go out and build this community. But it was a community that was temporary. Like a person you date in your 20s and you're no longer with them in your 30s. You know what I mean? Like most of those friendships dissolved. Most of those people I didn't get very close to. Most of the ones that I've maintained over these years were individual to individual relationships. I never, like the village I had eventually got destroyed. And that was okay. It's not a big deal. It's like an abandoned town and new people moved in and they made it their own thing and I moved out. And there's nothing wrong with that. But there's also that part of your life. Are you the girly that stays in the same town for 30 years and builds community there? Are you the traveling girly? Look, I'm not a traveling girly, but I'm also somebody who moves anytime I need to. Okay? So that's the dilemma too, is like who here has been in the same place long enough to form community? Because if I was local, and I knew I would be there for a long time, I think it'd be a little different maybe. Like even now here in Croatia, I don't know how long I'll get to be here. And this is a part of being a renter. Fun fact, I struggle to feel at home as a renter. I just am never sure when the landlord is going to say, okay, move out. So I never feel settled, ever. 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 I can't. I knowing in the back of my head, it's not my house, knowing in the back of my head, somebody is in charge of whether or not I have a place is just always got me. I'm always ready to go. I am ready every day that he's going to call and be like, I'm renting the place out. You know what I mean? So the only place I feel super secure in is like my two sets of parents, like my bestie's parents and my parents. Their homes feel really safe because they're super paid off. It's their home. They've had it for 20 to 40 years. It feels like that feels like a home. It's not even my home. Now, I do agree that my apartment feels like a home emotionally, but it feels like a home it's just a temporary home. But I'm very happy here, but it doesn't feel the same way as being like in my parents' house, you know, or being in my other parents' house. You know what I mean? It's just like a completely different relationship, you know? So all of this to say, Chad says like a college dorm. I don't know. I've never lived in a college dorm, but like you're renting a car that's not yours. Like you're renting a car and you're afraid of getting any scratches on it. You ever rented a car? I hate renting a car. I just know it's not mine. I'm just worried about ruining it. I just know I have to return it. It's like, it feels weird. You know, it's not mine. You know, it's not like I can do whatever I want with it. Someone else is waiting for it. Someone else is going to hold me accountable for it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's fine, but it feels weird. So anyways, all of this to say, building a village for me was always easier over the internet than it would ever be in physical proximity to family because people move. You know, my bestie of 27 years, her job takes her all over the place. So we haven't lived in the same place since out of college. Well, her college, I never went to college, but you know what I mean? So this idea that like we could build with our neighborhood isn't there. Now, I did romanticize when I was younger, living in a small town with a local coffee shop and a local library and living in a place where people knew me. And temporarily in Seattle, I had it. But obviously it didn't last. So the question is, if it's not going to last, what does that mean? What does it mean to build a village that isn't going to last? Now, that's why I recommend to you, if you can, build a village that is about the friendships you have with individuals rather than the village you have in a physical space. Okay? Yes, Gilmore Girls. Oh my God, cute, right? So again, like sometimes the village we build is between individuals, one to one person. It's not always just about like your physical location. Okay, back to the video.
To plan social gatherings or to even really have a social life. Now, the problem with this is that it's kind of like exercise for depression, right? So we know very clearly that regular physical activity is very, very helpful for mental health and especially for things like depression. That's like very well established in the medical literature. In fact, fun fact, the single most effective thing for it is actually dancing, but physical movement generally very helpful. And yet when you're already in a very depressed place, it can feel difficult, if not impossible, to get moving. And sometimes you even feel resentful at the implication that getting out and going for a walk actually would help you, even if it would. Now, once you're already in the flow of doing these things, you see how much that additional initial effort actually pays dividends in your mental and physical health and makes things much easier rather than increasing your burden. But that initial hump is really hard to get over. That's kind of how socializing works too. Ultimately, social interaction, especially with newer people or larger groups, is a muscle. It is a skill that must be worked and developed and can often feel awkward at first. And when you're in a place of being used to not really socializing or not creating time and space for community, just like working out at the very beginning, it can feel like a very heavy lift and you become more and more averse to the idea of doing it. And you feel like you need it less. But essentially all of the burdens of modern life and the factors that are weighing on us that are making it feel so difficult to maintain friendships in the first place are improved by strong community. Like we can see very clearly in the data that having a strong sense of community, having relationships.
Now, this is probably just me growing up, but also I don't really believe that this hasn't always been a struggle. I don't believe in the myth of the village of the boomer, like I said earlier in stream, okay? I don't really believe in it because every boomer generation I came from, the village went away the moment somebody had a fight. My childhood, every weekend I was at my grandma and grandpa's house with all of the first cousins and a big part of my dad's family. We'd all get together, like literally like 50, 60, 70 people, all of us together all the time, right? The moment two of the aunties and uncles had a fight, boom, it was over. There was a falling out between me and my cousin. Boom, village over. Oh, so much for a fucking village. The village is good as long as everyone's getting along. But the moment there's a fight, the village erodes. So the question is, what is a village? Is it something that maintains? Is it something that's temporary? I think it is a living, fluctuating thing. And it changes shape and form as the world gets older and changes. And that's okay. I think it's like friend groups. We're so obsessed with the friend group that we forget, like, guys, it doesn't have to be that way. We're so obsessed with the village. We forget like everything's our village. I consider Croatia my village. I consider my neighborhood my village. You still have to be a good neighbor. You still have to clean up the street. You have to show up. You know what I mean? Like, it's still a village. So again, there's the village that is your location. There's the village that is your family. It's the village like between you and one singular person. My partner and I are family. We're two people and we are our own family. Even though we're just two people, it's still a family. It doesn't have to be 10 people for it to be a village.
With your neighbors, with friends, with the people around you, like that actually has huge benefits, even for people who are in the same or worse socioeconomic situations. And in fact, many of the mental health issues that impact wealthier people are often driven by the increasing lack of community that occurs as people get more and more wealthy. Just a small example, but as you get more wealthy, you have less of a tendency to need to rely on others to meet basic needs and live an increasingly frictionless life. So there are fewer and fewer opportunities to even meet people that you aren't paying. Point being, we are often in a place of physical and mental stress where the act of building community or making space for friendships feels like an enormous additional lift on top of everything that we're dealing with. But the problem is actually taking the time and energy to build that community does actually lessen the burdens that made it hard in the first place. So it becomes a kind of vicious cycle / chicken or the egg scenario. Now,
also, I'm going to say something that might hurt some people's feelings, so I'm going to hold your hand as I say this. You're probably not this person. Okay? I doubt this person would be listening to my stream. Genuinely. You're probably not this person. But sometimes you are the person that nobody wants to build a village with. And the people who want to build a village with you, you don't like them and you don't want them. Kind of like dating. The village debacle is the same as the loneliness epidemic, guys. The same men that are mad women won't date them, won't date the women that want to date them. The same people who want a village don't want the village, the village that wants them. So we need a lot of therapy and healing to know the difference between, are we in a loneliness epidemic? Are we in a village epidemic? Or are a lot of us realizing we don't like each other? And we don't like each other and we don't even want to be that close to each other. Okay? And also, can I please just suggest to you this again? Every individual relationship you have should be individual. And then you make a village off those individuals. Okay? Like, just because my partner has friends doesn't mean I have to be friends with them. Just because I have friends doesn't mean my partner has to be friends with them. Okay? Even if we have mutuals and, doesn't mean we have to be friends. Okay, we're all individuals in different relationships, and we can still rely on people that aren't our friends. Just because you're not my friend, meaning you have another layer of intimacy next to me, maybe, doesn't mean we can't be friendly to you, right? Doesn't mean I can't help you. I'm happy to help a stranger. Just because I say you're my friend doesn't mean it means anything to the outside world. We have to negotiate what that means, right? So again, what we're doing with all of these words is we have an image in our head of what they mean, but they might not mean what you think they mean. And so we have to define them as individuals with other people about how we're having what these words mean and how we're having these conversations. And then we can talk about all the layers of keeping secrets and confiding and betraying and all the other layers that come into things. Oh, if you're my real friend, you wouldn't do this. Oh, a real friend doesn't do this. Well, what's a real friend? What does that mean? Okay, ever heard of Naruto and Sasuke? Exactly. Gojo and Geto? Exactly. Vegeta and Goku? I'm seeing a theme here. See how I'm seeing a theme here? Men. I'm just kidding.
Is obviously the impact of the internet. Now, I want to be very clear. As someone who built basically her entire career on the internet and specifically on social media, I am not going to denigrate the entire concept. There are obviously huge benefits to the internet and to social media, even as it pertains to making friends and building community. Many of the most marginalized people in the world would have basically never found communities if they weren't able to do so online past the confines of just like the people that they happened to be around. And the value of being able to seek out like-minded people for real-world connection, that can't be understated. That is a truly revolutionary and positive thing. The problem is the internet is often not used for that purpose, and social media specifically is often in practice used for the opposite. It's used more to sort of passively watch the lives of people with whom you will never have a relationship and or have hostile interactions with people that you do not want a relationship with. I'm thinking primarily of things like comment sections at this point, than actually building real-life relationships, or even just finding people who are genuinely additive to your mental health. There is very good data to show that on the whole, social media has made us more polarized, more anxious, and more depressed. And again, it doesn't mean that these platforms can't be used for positive ends. I see it happen all day, every day. It's just important to understand that the profit motives of not just these companies, but sort of the internet generally is the opposite. It's to get a reaction.
I just think the internet is a reflection of real life. And the same social issues that happen are basically the same. They look different, but they're kind of just the same. So like, I have learned over time how to socialize on the internet properly, and I'm still learning every day how to do it better. But like, I have made some really fucking good friendships off the internet. Like, I've just met some really cool people through the internet. I mean, you know, some real life, real friends, you know, yeah, like I will never, ever feel less than grateful for the internet. In the same way that I'll never feel less than grateful for my physical communities that I also have long life friendships from. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, it's your relationship to it, but I don't think it's that different than anywhere else. And I think we need to stop convincing ourselves that like online dating is different than physical dating is different than this dating. If you're not meeting the right person, everything's going to feel wrong. If you're not meeting the right friends, it's going to feel wrong. If you're not getting the outcome you desire, it's going to feel bad. But is it the thing you're using, or is it your relationship to the thing and the fact that you're attached to the outcome? Are you attached to the outcome of having friends? It's okay to want friends, but are you attached to the outcome that you must have friends? It's okay to want a girlfriend, but are you too attached to the idea that you have to have a girlfriend? Again, we don't make friends, we discover friends. We have an opportunity to come across a friend. And then every friendship is individually, differently intimate, right? You know, sometimes I meet people and I'm like, ooh, I think you're meant to be my friend. And then sometimes I meet people and I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. Let's see what's happening. When I met my now married partner, I was like, I don't know what's happening here, but I think you might be next inner circle / my partner. I think you might be the love of my life. And like, we very rationally moved into it as like, hey, there's something really significant happening here. And then we went through all the data of what it means and we decided on marriage. Great decision. It's like a bestie you have sex with. It's fabulous. Okay. But I feel the same way with some of my closest friends. Like, I met them and I was like, there's something here. What is it? Now, it doesn't mean that some of those very important people that came into my life, that we didn't have fights or we didn't have arguments. I don't argue with my partner, but friends, I can get into fights with friends. I don't mean to, and I'm happy to squash the beef if we agree and we see each other clearly. But you know, not all my friends are the healthiest, okay? Though most of them are. Most of the people in my life are healthy. It's just, I don't think you get to choose. I don't think you choose who you have a connection with. I think you choose on how to deal with that connection. I don't think you really choose your friends. I think you just choose how to interact with those people. You know what I mean? I don't think you choose who you fall in love with. I think you just choose how to interact with that person. Maybe you stay in their life, maybe you don't. So maybe that's difficult because we've been told our whole life that like your friend is someone you hang out with. I don't know. Maybe. But I hang out with a lot of people that are not my friends. Like, you know what I mean?
Out of you, usually most often a negative one. And similarly, because of the extreme sense of comparison and competition that social media is basically designed to breed, it can create a serious scarcity mindset within even otherwise very clear-headed users. And scarcity mindsets directly impact our ability to make and maintain community. Quote, when we function under scarcity, we represent, manage, and deal with problems differently. Because we are preoccupied by scarcity, because our minds constantly return of it, we have less mind to give to the rest of life. We find that scarcity reduces all of these components of bandwidth, and it makes us less insightful, less forward-thinking, and less controlled. Society has burdened us with extreme increases in expectations and needs, with even fewer resources and support networks to fulfill them. Instead of villages, we're living in individual barracks, isolated and void of the connection that might offer relief. Also, specifically as it pertains to parents, we've seen things like anxiety amongst parents and specifically mothers skyrocket in the age of social media because it suddenly feels like essentially every decision they make is under an enormous amount of scrutiny. Again, while in theory the internet could be great for things like bringing together communities of new mothers, often the result is just further dividing and...
yes, because before the internet, mothers never felt judged for being mothers. Yes, I remember the time, ye old days, where mothers were always great and nobody ever criticized them. And you were never killed for being a bad mother or neglected or discarded from your husband for not providing sons. Yes.
pitting them against each other. As it pertains to the rising expectations of, quote, intensive parenting, quote, this is the first time in history that the U.S. Surgeon General has issued a warning about the mental health crisis for parents. If we're conditioned to believe that every single decision we make may adversely impact our children, the public nature of parenting exacerbates the concern. In a world where different parenting approaches are battling it out on social media, caregivers may be left to believe that there's only one correct way to do things, and that if they mess up, they're creating irreparable damage. Moreover, when everyone has a very strong opinion on parenting and believes that the counter-argument is harmful to children, it's easy to feel even more isolated in parenting decisions. We've killed the opportunity for vulnerability and discussion and created a dynamic that if you aren't doing things according to the most recent viral Instagram post, you are choosing to harm your child. And this kind of extreme sort of community-propagated surveillance state is common through basically every aspect of life now. And on the internet front, a fourth really key reason why no one is a villager anymore, or at least fewer and fewer people are, is because of the rise of a very specific type of mental health talk on the internet. I did a podcast series a few months back for our members all about sort of the rise of TikTok therapy, which was sort of our tongue-in-cheek term for a specific kind of mental health advice, often being dispensed by people who are in no way credentialed or professional.
Oh, I'll go a step further. Stop using your friends as therapists. Let's be real. The reason we struggle to have friendships is because we make a friend and then trauma dump on them. We make a friend and we don't know what we're supposed to do with them. We make a friend and we don't know what's appropriate. Have a conversation with your friend. We make a friend and we assume you're my friend. You should listen to me. Like you should listen to my problems. A lot of people are friends. Like I have a friend of a friend. So I have a friend who has a friend. And when they get together with that friend, all they do is talk about their problems. And they're pretty okay. The friendship's okay. They're happy with the friendship. But I could not do that friendship. I could not handle that friendship. You know, it's one thing to come to your friend and say, hey, dude, I really need you for something. I'm like, I'm on it, bro. I got you. And listen, sometimes my friend will hit me up because, you know, I'm only available on Saturdays. My friend will, because I'm also 9 hours ahead of most of the people in my life, 6 to 9 hours ahead. So the reason I have to limit when people can call me is because normally people call me at 2 a.m. my time. And I'm like, hello, I don't have the spoons, you know. There's very few people I can talk to at 2 a.m. when I'm in bed. My sister and my bestie. That's probably just about it. You know, maybe one of my siblings. But generally, like, I am so far ahead in the future that I really got to call people at a certain time so I'm awake and actually paying attention, right? So, hold on. Is this a racist thing? Hold on, chatter. Gotta block you. Okay. Hold on. That chatter really threw me for a loop. Oh, but if my friend calls me or texts me and goes, hey girl, I want to talk to you. Are you available on a Saturday? I'm like, I actually am not available for the next 5 Saturdays, but is this an emergency? And they'll say, no, it's not an emergency. I'm like, are you sure? Because I can try to make something work. And they'll say, no, I just want to do a normal catch up. I'm like, dope. I'll see you in 6 weeks. And my friends are like, okay, dope. And I'm like, okay. Right? And then that's what it is. Like, if it's an emergency, I will make it fucking work. If it's not an emergency and you just want to catch up on life, you can wait 6 fucking weeks. Because the only people I do daily check-ins with, like how their life is going, is me and my partner. We're at that stage of life. Okay? We're at that stage of life where, like, I don't need daily updates on your life. When I was younger and in my 20s, girl, my sister and my bestie were on the phone every day with me. What'd you eat today? Did you have cereal for breakfast? What did you do? How was your poop today? Did you have a good movement? Yeah, we don't do that anymore. We're over it. But yes, in my 20s, girl, and I don't regret it. It was beautiful. We were on the phone all the time. Like, what are you doing right now? We would stay on the phone for 5 hours at a time, just doing our laundry and hanging out. We wouldn't even be talking. Do you know what I'm saying? We wouldn't even be talking half the time. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, I'm cooking. We would just be on the phone, like on a little fucking, almost like a headset. That wasn't a headset because it wasn't. It was like this. We were like, hey, what's up? We were like doing, like, I'm not even kidding you how much I was on the phone with my friends. And there was nothing wrong with it. It was a beautiful fucking time in my life. It's okay that that time is no more. Yes, before video. This was before video. Girl, we didn't have video on our cell phones. Before there was video, we would just be on the phone. When I was in high school and they would pick up the other line and be like, Brittany, get off the phone. I'm like, no, I'm talking to my friend. They're like, you're not even talking. You've been sitting there in silence. Yeah. Before there were phones with screens, we would just be on the phone. Okay? And it was great. It's okay that that's no longer my reality. I am concerned for people that they know that that's okay, that it changes. It's okay to have friendships where you spend 5 hours on the phone, you see everyone every weekend, which I've also had too. It's also okay for that not to be the case. You know? Chesa, what's a play way of telling someone they're trauma dumping? Hey, I love you. and you know I want to listen to you and I want to be here for you, I think we're getting to the point now where I think you should talk to a professional, and I think, or a journal. But I think at this point, like, I feel a little bit like we keep having the same conversation, and it's getting to the point where like it's a little past boundaries, and I can't handle this much this particular part of your story, or a part of your energy, or a part of this labor. Word it in the way that makes sense for your friends so they don't get offended. But I love you and I want to help you, but I can't do this. Is that okay? And always say, is that okay? Because the reality is it better be a bitch, because it's about consent, but you're giving them a chance to really accept it. Is that okay? And then they go, yeah, of course it's okay. Like, what am I going to say? It's not okay. But if it's not okay emotionally, what do we do about it? Actually, it is okay, but it's going to hurt my feelings. Is that okay? Yeah, it's okay that it hurts your feelings. Let's talk about what's okay and what's not okay. It's okay that it hurts your feelings. It's okay that both of our feelings are hurt. It's also okay that we do something different. You know, it's about giving people a chance to feel their feelings and find a solution, right? Chet says, does your partner have friends you can also be friends with? No. My partner has friends, and I have friends, but I am not interested in being friends with their friends. But I have enjoyed our social events together when I have socialized with his friends, but I don't want to be their friend, and they don't want to be my friend. But, you know, we're adults, so when we see each other, it's nice, and we're happy to do it. But, like, they are not my friends, and I do not want to be their friends. You know what I mean? And he does not want to be friends with my friends, you know, because, you know, we have a couple of mutual friends, but we, like, his friend group and my friend group that we met before, like, that's different. And then we have some mutual friends because we have overlapping nerd communities, but, like, yeah. You know, it's like Big being friends with Carrie's friends. Like, Big is not friends with them. Miranda and Big are not friends. There's no reason for them to be friends. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense. You know, like, why are we friends? Like, that's not necessary. Thank you. That's our bubble though, right? Okay.
That is very centered around the individual. That's very centered around self-care, boundaries, protecting your peace, not owing other people things. Now, it is absolutely no surprise why this is very popular on social media. First of all, it's very catered to the individual, who is more likely to have, as we discussed, a strong reaction to it, to share it, to like it, to resonate with it. But also, it's taking place in an American context where we're already in a social and economic system that is pushing us towards individualism. When we look at indicators of individualism across societies, America is amongst the most individualist, especially for developed countries. We have a very strong emphasis on things like meritocracy, and assume that your life and things like how much you earn or the type of home you live in or any of these other economic factors are just a result of how—
Actually, wait, let me build a chart, because I think some people, like, have really strict rules with this. Okay, so first, here's this chart. Actually, I'm going to take a picture of this so I can save it. I never do this, but I'm going to save this one because I like this one a lot. And I should make a whole video on this. Okay, so look, okay, sorry, hold on. Okay, there's the friends you make individually, you and that friend, you one-to-one. There's friends you make in social settings. There's multiple people bonding at the same time. There's friends you make that come from this group and end up in this group, but there's still now two groups. Or this group is dissolved and now the group is just these people and some of the people have left, okay? The idea is that throughout life, your friend groups are organically created. Okay, I don't have friends that I keep my husband away from. He doesn't have friends he keeps away from me. We have friends that we bond with. So we have friends that are our personal friends. We have friend groups we've socialized in, and we have overlapping friends. And then we are friends. They and I are friends, like my partner and I are friends, right? And these are all different kinds of friendships. But, like, you do not have to have hard and fast rules about, like, oh, my friend's not friends with my partner. I don't have rules like that. I just don't also have a rule that my partner has to be friends with my friends. I don't have any rules around the friendship. The only rules I have is that I want to be your friend and you want to be my friend, so we're friends. Or that, like, there's consent at the forefront of it. Or that, like, it has to make sense and it can't be forced. Do you know what I mean? I just don't like this rule of, like, oh, you shouldn't be friends with your partner's friends, or you have to be friends with your partner's friend. You're overthinking it for me, bro. Just if you're friendly, be friends. If you like the connection, have a connection. Like my sister came to visit and my partner and my sister got along really, really well. If they were like, hey, is it cool if like we talk to each other like on our own? I'd be like, okay. And they're like, yeah, we want to play games and stuff. Okay. But they didn't. Neither of them after that visit were like, hey, can we exchange social media or phone numbers? But they could have. I don't care. My partner also met my brothers. None of them exchanged social media or friends. That's okay. But if they had, it also would have been okay. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying let it be organic. Whatever happens, happens. And, you know, whatever works, works. You know?
Hard you're personally willing to work. We create a sort of economy-wide scarcity mindset. And so this mental health talk that's often very focused on the individual's experience and preferences fits really neatly into that, right? It's sort of like the perfect mental health advice under capitalism. The problem, of course, being that, as is very well established in mental health literature, like community and proximity and relationships with the people around you is often more important for your long-term mental well-being than the things that feel good to the individual in the moment. Often it's the times where we put ourselves and our own needs second and do for others, whether that's small favors or showing up for them at a time that's inconvenient for us or helping out with their needs rather than prioritizing your own, or even just listening to them talk, that ultimately have the most long-term benefit for our own well-being. But if we're constantly being fed online this very simplistic, binary, individually oriented version of self-help or mental health advice, of course it's going to increase our desire to say no as much as possible and to focus more and more exclusively on what feels good for us individually in the moment. And lastly, of course, you can't have this conversation without talking about the pandemic. Now, I want to be very clear that globally, and especially here in America, where the pandemic response was so mismanaged and there were so many unnecessary deaths, we are truly traumatized as a result. Traumatized in ways that I think vary greatly depending on the age that you were and the stage of life you were in when all of this was happening. But all of us were greatly impacted in one way or another, some of us still to this day feeling the physical effects of it. But from a mental health perspective, clearly there was a very, very strong traumatic response. And because so much of the early pandemic precautions were centered around staying away from other people, of course there is going to be a lingering result of skepticism around social gathering, or more importantly, especially for people who were younger at the height of the pandemic, a lack of experience for social graces. Many people missed very crucial moments of their in-person development, whether that was at school or in a workplace environment, or even just regularly seeing loved ones. That will obviously have a huge impact on how people behave for years to come. I think everyone at this point has had an experience in recent memory where they were in a social situation, like say traveling or at a restaurant or at a movie theater, and you saw people behave in a way that felt like people didn't used to do this shit before the pandemic. Like I certainly know I have had many of those experiences.
I don't know. I think people are the same always. I really struggle with this. I don't know if it's my autism. I just feel like people are always the same everywhere. I don't know if I even believe in this idea. Like COVID did a number on people, but you know, before COVID, there were so many other things that happened. You know, COVID isn't that unique. Like, I don't know why, like, I can't figure out, probably because like it was like some people had a really hard time during COVID. Are we only talking about those people? Because they're not the only people impacted. What about the people who weren't impacted by COVID but are still struggling without a village? Who is she talking about? It's too broad of a video for me. Who is the community you're talking about? Because the village problem is, there's like, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
And that's true. Like we can see in the data that people's...
Like, hear me out when I say this. I don't mean to say it this way. Oh no, that sounds dismissive. Hold on. Okay. Oh, this sounds so dismissive. Okay, this sounds dismissive, but I want to say it out loud and we can work through it. One of the most beautiful images I saw coming out of Palestine, who are literally experiencing a genocide. Okay? Was like during Ramadan and people coming together or like helping each other out. Like that's a village, right? Like the people who are hanging out in tents with their kids and they're coming together when there's a death and everyone swarms them with comfort, that's a village. And their village is experiencing a genocide. It's interesting that in America, we experienced a pandemic and we became less of a village. So one country experiences a genocide and becomes more of a village. We experience a pandemic and become less of a village. I hate to say it, but I think we know the issue is not the tragedy. The issue is the village. There's something very wrong with America. There's something so wrong with us. And you know it's true There's something so deeply wrong with us, and it started before the pandemic. And it mostly is surrounded by that individualistic mindset, right? That when tragedy hits, you save your family and not other people's families. Instead of when tragedy hits, we feed other people's families and our families, right? So there's something to be said about the fact that America, and she said it earlier, is so individualistic, but it really is like survival of the fittest instead of like help people. So like this village thing is not going to get fixed if we don't severely change our mindset and stop blaming COVID and stop blaming phones and stop blaming everything else and start getting to the root of the issue, which is like a deeply ingrained culture that is also needing, the problem is, okay, hold on. We also need to deconstruct the fact that our villages are also pretty fucked up. Like my own village is having a okay, I know this sounds really stupid, but you know in the Hidden Leaf village, and I didn't even finish Shippuden, but even I know, okay, the reason it's so devastating for Sasuke to leave the village is because Naruto feels like he's leaving behind this thing that's so sacred to Naruto and everybody else, which is their home, right? When Naruto leaves and he comes back, he's like, I'm back home, I'm in the Leaf village, right? Sasuke's going against the sort of tenets of the Leaf village, right? Or like in Attack on Titan, there's like us versus them. And when you leave a village, it can be devastating to the village because you're a rock in the village. Everybody knows you. You're a part of it. And yet individuals have to go on their own journeys. They have to be able to go on their own journeys away from the village, which is also the nomadic journey that we all experience, right? And yet our villages are also, yes, very toxic. Chet says the Leaf village was also pretty toxic. And then, of course, the reality is our villages are toxic. My own village is experiencing this right now where I'm like, hey, we have to hold people in our village accountable and it's causing a rift in the village. And now the question is, will the village survive it? Now, spiritually, the village will be survived. The village will survive. I don't think anything will ever separate the connection between me and the people in my village. But that doesn't mean we'll ever see each other again. But my village is spiritual. My village is not physical. There are people I used to be in community with. I'm no longer in community with. The line was severed. But there are just certain people in which I will never have that severed, and that is the village. Now, again, there's different kinds of villages. Not everybody in that spiritual village is people I can build community with. So then I build community with my third space. I build community at work. I build community with people in my village. I build community at Pride. I build community in queer spaces, right? So community for me is more active participation. And in some ways, I think the village can be physical, same with community, but also there is that just like very special connection you have to certain people that you can't sever. And I think what people are doing, here's my theory, is they want that special connection with everybody in their village and in their community, and you can't have it. You cannot wait to start a village or have a community with people you have that special connection with. You don't need a special connection to have a village or a community. But I think people think they do, like best friends or friend groups. You think you need that crazy, will know you till you're 80 friendship for it to be good enough. Sometimes the best thing about life is you're interacting with people for a short span of time and then it's over. And that's okay too. It doesn't have to be fucking, anime worthy connection for it to be valid. And this goes back to Fairy Tail. They're all in a guild, but the guild has different cliques. But they're all still a part of the same guild, which is a part of the village, right? Like, it doesn't have to be fucking special for it to be special.
Relationship to social behavior has been fundamentally altered by that period. And by the way, obviously this is an understandable human response to what we collectively went through as a world, but it is still important to take a step back and say that like a lot of the trauma-induced responses to social behavior that happen as a result of the pandemic are not necessarily healthy adaptations, should maybe not be carried through, should maybe be interrogated. So we're in a situation where people are increasingly scared of each other, they're atomized on social media, they have very few opportunities to organically connect in person, their social skills are rusty after the pandemic, and they're constantly being fed mental health advice that encourages them to retreat further and further into their own individual bubbles. But at the end of the day, it is so important to remember that
let's do that again.
After the pandemic, and they're constantly being fed mental health advice that encourages them to retreat further and further into their own individual bubbles.
Okay. Do you know what she's talking about? This is a new pattern I've seen. Nobody has an individual thought. No one is thinking, I am trying so hard to come up with an original thought that I know is not original. So I don't believe in original thoughts, but this is parroted. This is directly parroted from every fucking shit thing I've seen on TikTok. everyone is so mad at TikTok advice that's saying like, protect your peace. You don't need this person. It's uncomfortable. I don't want to deal with it. Okay, guys, it's because there's a whole generation of people that were raped by their parents, molested by their brothers, okay? Thrown to the wolves by their parents. There are a whole group of people that grew up with parents that beat them until they basically died, okay? There are people who've been abandoned by their family in their village growing up, and they are the people who are confusing lines with abusive boyfriends and friends that you were saying, just build a village with them. And they're confused when they hear you. So they are coping and trying to protect themselves. And you're telling them life is uncomfortable. Sit with your abusive parent because you don't understand, because you're so privileged that some of us we can't go home. Okay? So there are many groups of people dealing with this advice we're all hearing. You might be in the position in which you got to cut off everybody, girl. You deserve to, okay? Then there's the people who cut off people for the silliest reason, but those people need to go to therapy because why are we cutting off people for the silliest reason, right? That doesn't make any sense. And then there's the people that genuinely love the people in their life, but they're disabled or chronically ill and they can't be there in the same way that other people can, okay? My partner and I were just having this conversation today. Today we were having it and I said, you know what? My life, I was like, before I was chronically ill, before my body felt like this, I wonder how our marriage would have been different. My partner has only ever known me sick. My partner never got to know me before I was sick. They have no clue what not sick Brittany was like. But sometimes I think about her and sometimes I really, really miss her. I just miss everything I was capable of doing, like talking to 3 people on the phone in one day and not being tired. If I wasn't sick, I could talk to 20 of my friends all on a Saturday and love it. One phone call and I need a nap. Guys, one phone call, I'm like, I gotta go take a nap. What is that? What the fuck is that? That's bullshit. That's bullshit, you know? And yeah, I do miss her. I miss her all the time. I miss that girl that could fit in fucking everybody and then go clean the whole house and catch up with friends and do art and do a hobby and watch an anime. Guys, I can't even watch an anime. You know, it's painful for me to watch anime. It's a painful experience for me to sit down and watch something. It's weird. It's like the weirdest experience, but it's okay. And I'm okay. But I'm not the person I used to be in a sense. And I'm really lucky that my friends and family are very open to it, okay? I've only had like one person that genuinely didn't understand and that caused an issue. But everybody else has really genuinely understood. And I'm so grateful for that. But it is incredibly difficult. And so, you know, I don't want my channel all to be about my chronic health or anything, but if you know, you know. And that is a very difficult, it's a very weird thing to hear, like a Chelsea have these conversations. And I'm like, who are you talking about? And then for her not to tackle this video is almost done. She didn't talk about anything. What about people who are disabled? Trauma. What was the point of this video? Everyone wants to be a village, but no one wants to be a villager. You're lecturing me. Okay, if you're going to lecture me, give me a solution. We're almost done with the video. Where is my solution? And who are you even talking about? Who are you giving solutions to? So I always say, who's the person who needs the help and how do we help this person? Okay? That's the issue. Because yes, there is an issue in the world, but it's not new and it's always been here. The world has always suffered from a lack of village. The world has always suffered from a lack of good. The world has always suffered. You know what I mean? The world has always suffered. So that's why I say my solution is introspection, extrospection. Having a good relationship with yourself will help you be a better neighbor to other people. We don't love ourselves. We're not having a good relationship with ourselves. We hate ourselves. And then we're expected to go and be kind to the world. And I'm telling you right now, start with yourself. Right? Okay, let's see by the end of this video if we've gotten something.
But at the end of the day, it is so important to remember that community is as fundamental a human need as food. We are meant to live in tribes, in packs, in groups, in communities that we know and understand and feel understood by. We need to have people we can call if we need help. And although it can sometimes inconvenience us, it actually makes us much healthier in the long term to help others. It is also very important to separate out an accurate assessment of the situation that we're in with a blamey, shamey notion of who is at fault. It is okay to say, like, the younger generations are having real problems as it comes to community building and social skill development and are becoming more and more individualized and in some cases more and more selfish. But to also acknowledge that this is an understandable reaction to the many different social, political, and economic contexts that they are living under that previous generations were not. It is not necessarily a young person's fault that they no longer have the tools or energy or desire to build community, but it's also not wrong to say that for all of their flaws, older generations did have a better relationship to community.
No, that's not true. Older generations let the child molester sit at the dinner table. Older generations gaslit kids into believing grandpa didn't touch them. Older generations let grandma sit at the table even though she hates black people. Older generations shut their mouth because their mom got hit in the face, but hey, dad's the man. I don't believe this is true. I don't believe this is true. I believe that the reason people hate millennials who tried to break generational curses is because we ruined the village. We saw the flaw in the village and we're like, hey, I can't come to dinner anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I love you, but I can't come to dinner anymore. There's a problem with this village. Okay? There's a problem with this village, and the older generations did not want to fix it. They wanted it to stay how it was and pretend it was great and it worked. And I'm saying it could be great, it could be better, but we have to fix this village.
While we can't necessarily exactly recreate the conditions that they grew up in, and nor would we really want to in many cases, there are still things that we can learn from them. For example, it was much more common just a few generations back for people to casually socialize in each other's homes. And also before the advent of things like an app for every possible need, people did used to rely on each other in a more interconnected way. Even for me, as a child born in 1989, I have a very distinct—
Same girl, 89, woo woo.
Memory of what it meant to grow up as a child in my very typical lower middle class Charlotte, North Carolina neighborhood. And for me, it was a community oriented experience. Every afternoon and basically all day during the summer, all the kids just hung out in the neighborhood. We rode bikes, we played games.
Are we kids? No, I agree with her, but we're not kids. So yes, your kids should do that. And if I was a parent, I would make sure that's how my kids were raised, because that's how I was raised. We don't have kids. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's great. I love that. But like, who is the solution for? And I agree that the parents who isolate their kids and don't give them socialization are part of the problem. Not in a bad way, just a reality is like some of them don't have the tools and don't know. Like, those people aren't traumatized, right? But it takes an effort, right? Yeah, Chet says we're too nostalgically fueled as millennials. I agree, right? Like, we are too nostalgic for a reality that was like conditional, right? It was just conditional. And even our parents who had all of these friends growing up, eventually, and I hate to say this, and this is the part Chelsea's not talking about, we are at a fundamental shift in right and wrong. Once again, there is a right and wrong happening. And a lot of our friendships didn't have to have those conversations. A lot of those friends my parents had growing up were proximity friends. People they knew because they were in proximity to them. And then eventually they moved and they lost a lot of those friendships. Okay, I was 15 years old and my parents moved out of that neighborhood into a new one and they lost all of those friendships. Then they made new friendships, okay, mostly with family, like cousins who came to live there. And now, even recently, my mom and dad are going through it because one of their friends is moving. Like, one of our cousins is moving, one of their friends. And I'm like, uh-oh, your friend group is splitting up again. Yeah. And now that group they thought they were going to retire with, well, somebody's leaving. Having a village is hard, and it never really existed, but it exists in some ways better than others. My solution is to not expect it to look the way you want it to look, but to accept the way that it looks and accept that it's good enough. And if it isn't good enough, then we have to do inner work. We have to do inner work. There are places you can move. There are situations you can change. But ultimately, even if you all lived with your besties in one neighborhood, you're not allowed to tell your bestie not to move because this was your dream of being together. What are you going to do? Move into a neighborhood and tell your family you can never leave because that's like the dream? Which I knew a woman who told me that. There was a woman who told me that. She goes, I moved up here to have a farm with my bestie and we were going to be neighbors and raise our kids together. And then she decided to move. And I was like, I don't do life with my friends. I only do life with my partner. I don't do life with my friends. My village is not about doing life with my village. I don't do life with my village. I share my life with my village. I share my life. They share their life with me. We do not do life together. We share. Does that make sense? Like, it's a completely different reality. I'm not doing life with my village. Now, I think people want to do life with their village, and I think that's beautiful. It's very unique to have that situation come about. It's very unique to do life with a village. It's very unique to live in the same neighborhood for 40 years. Yes? That's a pretty unique experience, and millennials, we're not having it. We can't even afford it because we can't afford houses. So we can't live in the same house for 40 years. We have to rent apartments, and when rent goes up, we move cities. We move for our jobs. We can't live in the same house for 40 years. Now, to be fair, my parents bought their first house at 40, and I'm not 40 yet. And to be fair, the second house they bought was their forever home, and they've lived there. Well, it might be their forever home, probably will be. They've lived there over 20 years. Okay? I love my friends and family. But at the end of the day, they're not paying my rent. They're not helping me with medical bills. They might give me a loan, or maybe I ask for money and I pay them back. But the truth is like, we're adults and we're doing it. You know? We've got it. And if we need help, we'll ask for help. But at the end of the day, like, I'm not going into a property with my family. I'm not making that commitment. I'm not making the commitment to live near my nieces and nephews. I'm not making a commitment because I personally can't make that commitment emotionally. I need to be able to pick up and go. I need to be able to live my life. And the only person that I talk to before I make any decision about my life is my partner. That's it. That's the only person I talk to. Everybody else gets told after I make the decision. And or maybe I ask some people for their wisdom. But they're still a part of my village. That's why I never liked how Naruto chased Sasuke. Because I thought Naruto was a little bitch. You know, it's not your job to chase Sasuke. I know you think it is, but it's a little fucking annoying. I didn't finish Shippuden, so maybe it changes. But I didn't like the way the bitch went after him. Okay? Sasuke on his own journey, girl. If he's gonna, you know what I mean? Okay, let's finish out this video.
We went over to each other's houses. You knew you could go to anyone's house and get fed. And usually you just had to be home by dinner. To some extent, every parent in the neighborhood was a little bit your parent. I'm gonna say the person behind the camera is nodding. Is that how it was in Indiana? You just grow up, you're just hanging out, you know? And everyone's like, you grow up as a community. You don't grow up as
until that community kisses you on the lips at a potluck. When I was a kid, I was probably like 8 or 9 years old. I was trapped in a house with these white people. It's always white people. And this old man in the community and our little cul-de-sac, because she's right, we had summer parties. Every summer, my friends and I put together game day. And we made like a couple dollars. It was really great. We woke up at 7 a.m. and washed cars. We also had potlucks where 3 houses in the neighborhood would open up their doors and everybody would put food there and we'd go house to house eating the food. Okay. But one time I was there and an old man there goes, give me a kiss on the lips. And I was like, I don't want to. And he was like, do it. And I was like, no. And I like looked around at the adults like, why do I have to do this? And they go like this. Kiss him, Brittany, kiss him. It's so cute, do it. And I was like, I do not want to do this. And if my mom and dad were there, they would not let me do this, okay? But I felt so pressured as a kid because all the adults were like, do it, that I still have that old man's lips on I can feel it on my mouth. Do you know what I mean? That was their village. Well, I didn't like it, but that was the village. I told my parents, they were livid. They were very upset. But white people love kissing kids on the mouth. I don't know what's wrong with you. Okay, I see it all the time. You guys are so fucking weird. Stop kissing kids on the mouth. Thank you. You guys are all fucking weird. Okay, I did not like it, Sam I Am. Okay, so the point is like, I'm sorry, is that the village? Like, okay, I thought it was cute that we did the potluck. I thought it was cute that we washed cars. I thought it was cute that we made a couple dollars. We had a newsletter too. Everything. I thought that was all really great. Game days and summer vacations, and we all have fun. Well, on 4th of July, we'd all get together in the neighborhood and decorate our bikes and do that was all great. But there were definitely some downsides. Okay, like kissing old men. Ugh.
As an individual, it is worth noting that when you look at the data around even how children are raised now, that increasingly doesn't exist. People don't go over to each other's homes. They don't feed each other.
I mean, they do it. Like, so my brother, who has 5 kids, he does that with his church friends and his community. Because everywhere he moves, he introduces himself to all the neighbors. He says, hey, you got any kids? Because I got kids. Chelsea, people have to also do it. You guys have to do it. Do you know what I'm saying? You have to do it. Stop saying, you're acting like it's happening to you. Guys, it's not happening to you. You have to do it. And then you have to find people who consent to do it with you. But you have to do it. And that's the hard part. The hard part is admitting you're not doing it. You think you're doing it, but you're not doing it. Or you are doing it, you're not accepting it for what it is. It's either, some of those things have to play a role. Because yes, you can do all the things, knock on doors, but what if nobody's available? And if people are having less kids, okay, I'll tell you something else my parents did that I know might sound crazy is before they moved to a neighborhood, they checked if there was kids. They met the neighbors, they drove around, said, hey, we're thinking about moving in the neighborhood. Any kids? That was something they thought of. My brother moved states so his kids could be in a neighborhood with kids. My brother literally picked up his whole life and moved so his kids would have children to play with because they're homeschooled. I'm just saying there are ways to prepare and make efforts, but you have to prioritize it. It actually has to be a priority. It's okay if it's not a priority, but it actually kind of has to be one. Okay? And I'm just saying not everyone's going to do that, but it didn't just happen. You know what I mean? It didn't just happen. And I think sometimes people really think it just happens. One day someone knocks on your door and the whole thing is, no, you have to make the effort. And then you have to decide, is this bringing me joy? Is this what I want? Because not everybody wants it too. But yeah, I think very much of my brother for making that decision of giving his kids friends. I think that was so important since they're not going to get a lot of socializing being homeschooled unless he makes the effort. Okay? I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying, but that's the other thing. I think people want it to be easy. I'm saying it's not easy. Guys, having friends isn't easy. That's why it's so unique and special. Okay? Everything in life is hard. I just want you to suffer wisely when having connections with people. Okay? I just want you to suffer wisely because there is a lot of sacrifice, but it's worth it with the right people. It doesn't feel worth it with the wrong people, let me tell you.
They're not allowed to just go outside and play, at least not in the same way they used to be. I'll link you guys in the description.
Yeah, why is that? Is that true? Is that real? Oh, kids can't go out and play the way they used to. Is that because the social expectations have changed? There's video games now. Are the parents also playing video games? Are you sure that's true? Like, is that something you believe? Okay, here's how my brain works that might help you. When I read something like that, I just do the opposite. Kids aren't getting enough social time. They have too many phones. Okay, no phones. Or you can have phones within reason. Like, when I nannied 5 children, it was my last nanny job before I became a full-time YouTuber. They all had tablets. And yet, we socialized every day. They went to school. We did homework. We did art. We played video games together. We all had our iPad time. I was on my phone. They were on their iPads. It was fabulous. They ranged from 3 to 7. I think were the ages, 3 to 7. We had a great time. Them having tablets did not change the fact that I gave them the same childhood when I worked with them that I had growing up. Bicycles, skateboards, hanging out with the neighborhood kids. We'd even go house to house picking up the kids along the way. Hey, Miss B is here. That's what they call me, Miss B. Miss B is here. We're picking up kids to go on a long walk. Can we pick up your daughter? Can we hang out with your kid? And then we'd pick up kids along the way and we'd all go trudging down and everyone expected us. We became like a neighborhood. You know what I mean? I'm just telling you guys, okay, everybody want to hang out with Miss B. Miss B got food. Miss B got snacks. Okay, I'd come with like a little baggie and neighborhood kids knew I could feed them and I would because some of those kids were neglected. And so they would come to me and I would feed them. Okay. It was a good job. Okay. And so that's what I'm trying to say. Like, paper bag. I'm like, I'm so still-skinned. I'm over here playing my flute, stealing people's kids. No, I was like Miss Frizzle, okay? I was trying to be Miss Frizzle because that was always my calling, right? The idea is like I was the only one doing it. There wasn't another Miss B in town, girl. It was just me. I was the only Miss B in the neighborhood. Somebody had to do it. And that's what I want you to pay attention to. If there's no Miss B in the neighborhood, who's going to do it? It feels like everybody's always waiting for somebody else to do it. You know? I'm just saying,
to an article I recently read that I found so fascinating on this topic, which is essentially it boils down to, as the title suggests, we are overprotecting our children in the real world and underprotecting them online. But the truth is, the way things were done before, at least as far as it pertains to community, were not necessarily worse. And even when we look at other cultures today, we can see a direct connection between other cultures that are much more community-oriented and reliant versus the ones that are much more atomized. Something as simple as not being able to Instacart a bag of sugar if you need it and going over to your neighbor's house to get a cup of sugar, like, it may seem like it's a more convenient way to live life to not ever have to interact with other people. But it's important to remember that all of those little tiny micro connections of life are what ultimately made us happier, more connected people.
Here's how I did it. I lived in a neighborhood with my sister. I used to be roommates with my sister. And when I moved into that building, I introduced myself to the people connected to the building. And then one day I needed sugar for some cookies. And I was like, fuck, I need sugar. And I didn't want to Uber it because Ubering for sugar sounds so fucking financially stupid. I was like, I'm not financially doing this. But also, I do not want to get into the car and go to the store. Okay, I'll ask the neighbor for sugar. I'll make them cookies in exchange. And I'll replace the sugar the next time at the store. I went to the neighbor and I said, I'm making cookies. I need sugar. And I just don't want to Uber for it. And I don't want to, to get it delivered. And I don't want to get in my car. Do you have sugar? I will replace your sugar and I'll bring you cookies. They said, yeah, girl, I got sugar. Gave me some sugar. I made cookies. I brought them cookies and I replaced their sugar. Okay? Easy. Those are situations in which it was more inconvenient to Uber or go to the store or get it delivered or whatever than it was just to ask my neighbor. Now, of course, if my neighbor had said, no, I don't have it, I would have gone into my car and gone and got it. Or maybe I just would have postponed making cookies because that's also an option. Okay, that's also an option. I could just postpone making the cookies. Now, this is assuming you have a good neighbor because sometimes you have bad neighbors, but that's a good neighbor. They were good neighbors. And then later, they came to me and said, hey, I need some eggs. Do you have eggs? I was like, of course I've got eggs. And then I would give them eggs. And then it became sort of a safe space to say, if you have it, can I get it? I'm like, yeah, I've got it. You can have it. Okay, and that was nice. Okay. The idea was, though, and I think this is to Chelsea's point, and hear me out, if I didn't want to see my neighbor and I was low on spoons and I couldn't exchange that back and forth, then maybe I just would get it delivered, or maybe it would be better to go to the store, right? Wait, chat says suburban communities are awful for this. What do you mean? This is suburbia. All these stories are from suburbia. What do you mean? Wait, am I confused? This is suburbia. Suburban? Like tract homes and neighborhoods, and I didn't grow up in the city. I grew up in grew up in the suburb. Wait, the suburb is literally the perfect place to do this. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, sorry, talking about low trust. Okay, yes. Okay, so good. Chatter, so smart. Chatter smart. Okay, so low trust, high trust. If you live in a low trust neighborhood, this is going to be harder to build up. If you live in a high trust neighborhood, it's easier, right? So there is that part of that social element that comes into it. And I do believe it takes a community effort to build high trust, but there's a lot of wounds at hand. So if you have a low trust community, it's really difficult to know that person's going to return groceries, going to actually help you out, isn't going to act. I remember I lived with a guy one time, and 2 solicitors came to the door and it was raining really hard. And I said, come in, because I don't want you to stand out in the rain. So they were in my foyer and we were talking, we were yapping. And my partner at the time was really upset I let somebody in the house. And I said, I'm from a high trust community. Why couldn't they come in my house? And he was like, what if they were scoping the property to rob us? And I was like, yo, where did you grow up? Where did you grow up? And the truth is he grew up in a very low trust community. And I said, oh, I didn't grow up like that. And he was like, he wouldn't, like, if we bought a TV, he wouldn't let the box sit in the driveway. He's like, now they know we have a TV. I was like, Habibi, everybody has a TV. Everybody has a TV. And also, we were living in a very nice neighborhood. I was like, everybody has a TV. They don't need to steal your TV. They could afford a TV. But also, what does that even mean? So high trust, low trust does play a role in this socialization. I'm a very trusting person because I grew up in a high trust community. All of my life, I'm very privileged. All of my life, I grew up in a very high trust community, super high trust. Okay. So yes, that plays a role. I don't have that automatic fear of people because I just assume they're similar to me in that way. So yes, that's something you should take into consideration. Definitely. Chad said, are you similar in Croatia? If you wanted to socialize with your neighbors, could you? Would it work with the same skills? The language barrier is the problem. So, the other day I was at the grocery store. We have a close, like a walkable store, and then we have like a busable store. I was at the walkable store and I saw a mom and her little girl, and I was like, you know, kind of smiling, and we were kind of waving, and they happened to live in my neighborhood, and I saw them again. So we had both left the store, and I didn't realize we would end up in the same neighborhood again. So we saw each other again. And I said to her, because, you know, when you see a person twice, you the second time might say something, because otherwise it's, you know. So I said, your daughter's so cute. I noticed that she put the cart back so professionally, like what a little grown up, and something like that. And she was like, I know, she's so great. She's so independent. And I said, we love an independent queen. And I said, oh my God, your English is so great. And she goes, yes, like, you know, something about her English. And we talked a little bit, and that was nice, because the language barrier here, a lot of people try to talk to me and I go, I'm so sorry, I'm an American. And they go, oh, that's okay. That's okay. And then we kind of go like this, and we kind of like smile at each other, but there's only so much you can do with a language barrier. Or sometimes one time I was in an area with this older man, and we were heading in the same direction, and he started to talk to me. He goes, American. I go, yeah, American. He goes, Italian. And I was like, oh, and he was like so fucking gay. I don't know if he was gay, but he was an old man. He was giving gay vibes, and he was just like, you know, living in Croatia, and we were talking. He's like, it's beautiful. I was like, it's beautiful. And we were talking. And so we have those moments. I recognize people in the neighborhood. There's definitely people I know. We go to a lot of local businesses, so the local businesses know us. The people at our store know us. We also run into people that my partner's known throughout his life, because like we're all in the same town. His parents live here. Sometimes I've run into his parents at the store. That's my favorite. When we're at a store and his parents walk up to us, that's the cutest. I think those are probably my favorite memories of just like, when I do like those moments. And at the same time, sometimes I go to the store and I hope we don't run into his parents, you know, just because like privacy, but it's cute. So like we have those moments. But that's like a community. That's a little village. That's something, you know, that's something. It's nice. You know, oh, chat said gay or European. Honestly, girl, who knows? A little bit of both. You know, but people are nice to me. Like people are very, people are so nice to me. They're the clerks at the grocery store are so nice to me. So everyone's really nice. You know, I don't feel rejected here. That's for sure. I feel very embraced. Even if they mock me for not knowing Croatian, it's really hard, guys. I'm going to get there. Okay. Don't put that. Okay. Chet says, when I studied abroad in Spain, people would always clock me as an English speaker, and I would try to get my number to meet up to practice each other's languages. Oh, my mother-in-law goes, I want to practice my English with you. I was like, I got to practice my Croatian. And we're looking at each other like, you know, and the joke is like, great, if you're going to practice your English on me, who am I going to practice Croatian with? You know, it's just that kind of stuff is kind of funny. Yeah. Chet said, weird question. Is there a lot of people of color in Croatia? Yes and no. So I'm such an American that when I see black people, I go American, and they are not American. So there's a lot of tourists, often black or brown. And I literally always think they're American, and I'm like, they're not American. And I get really excited. I've run into one American family here, and I was so excited. I was like, where are you from? And that was fun. It was actually when my sister was visiting. And then there's a lot of people in Croatia are, I'm going to get this wrong, Southeast Asian, I think. There's a lot of like migrant communities that come to work like delivery and stuff. And there's a lot, I forget who they are. I got to ask my partner what ethnicity or background they're from. There's that. But you know what's so funny about people is there are people everywhere. Like the young, okay, so there's 3 types of migrants that I've seen here. There's the mom and pops, there's the elders, and there's the young boys. And the young boys are one shirt away from wearing a Luffy shirt. Like they got the cuts, they got the hair. And I'm just looking at them like, this is a young guy living out like an adventure. Then there's the elders who you can tell are like working for their family, or the working fathers. Like it's so interesting. Or the mothers, like there's a lot of women working in like these situations. It's just interesting. Yeah, I think like from my feeling of the world, it feels like the world functions the same everywhere, but with different avatars. Does that make sense? Like there's always like the upperclassmen and the lowerclassmen. There's always like the migrant and not the migrant. There's always like the rich tourists and the not, you know, there's like this script that everyone ends up falling into, or this category. And then it's like a matter of where you are. Like I'm definitely playing a privileged role, definitely. And I know that I'm coming in with an American income. I'm coming in with an American accent, an American passport. Like it's completely different. But then I get into the foreign line for immigration, like appointments, which is so interesting. But I am a foreigner. Like I'm a foreigner. So it's kind of, you know, it's cool though. It's a cool experience. I definitely, I have a little bit of an idea of what my parents must have gone through to immigrate to the US with their families, a little bit. But like I'm an immigrant. I'm trying to be an immigrant. I'm trying to immigrate, you know? It's interesting. Chet says, so are there not a lot of Americans in Croatia? There's a lot in a sense. I think there's like 300,000 of us. I think, I could be wrong. There's only like 3 million Croatians, 3.5, I think. It's a very small country, but I don't meet them. Like I don't meet a lot of Americans. In tourist season, I see them, but like I don't meet a lot. Yeah, I don't. Which is interesting. It's weird. I think the thing I miss most is I do miss America. Like I'm very happy here. I don't know how to say this without everyone feeling like bad. But America is my home and I miss her and I love her. But I've also seen so much of it. You have to understand, I've seen almost every state. I've driven it solo myself twice. I've gone to almost I've gone to so many of the national parks, so many of the museums. Like a lot of me finding myself in the universe was me traveling around the US by myself, making $1,500 a month, traveling in my car or trailer, trying to figure out like who I was in the universe. Like so much of my life is that place, the smells, the people, the culture, the neighborhoods. Like I really love America. Kind of sucks that she sucks so bad, but you know, you can't choose your family. You can't choose your family. You can't choose your family. You know, and America is certainly my family, you know. Jess is curious, what are your top 3 states? That's a great question. North Carolina, New Mexico, and this is hard. That's a great question. What would be the third one? Somewhere in the Pacific Northwest, maybe Seattle. Maybe New Orleans was really great though. Maybe the South. No, I already chose New Mexico. That has to count. I love New Mexico. I love New Mexico. It's one of my favorites. North Carolina, beautiful. Oh, I had such a good time. But the Pacific Northwest always makes me feel like the Loch Ness Monster lives there. I love the Pacific Northwest, you know. Chet says, would you like to create a community with Americans in Croatia, or your community is your partner and friends, etc.? I thought about it as to help me learn the language and stuff. I've been trying to figure out what to do about learning the language. I think I'm gonna try to hire a tutor. I don't know. I want to hire like a Gen Z tutor who can like help me figure it out. I don't know what to do though. But that's a whole other discussion. But I don't want people to know who I am. Like, I hate to say this to you guys, but I am a YouTuber. It's not safe for me to make friends. It's just not safe. You know? I know like it sounds cool, but like it's just not, it's dangerous. So I can't make friends here. And I also am lucky that I don't feel a need to, but like I can't be honest with them. I can't tell them what I do. I can't tell them my social media. What if it's a really bad person and they have bad intentions and they dox me? What if I accidentally run into a DDGer? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not safe for me to make friends. So I'm lucky that I don't need it, but if I needed it, I don't know what I would do for it. So yeah, that's the thing, right? Chet says, yeah, but probably most Croatians don't see you. Maybe I don't know. I mean, my partner is a Croatian, right? That's how I'm here. But also, what would I say if they said, hey, what's your job? How am I going to build a friendship with somebody that I can't tell them my job? Or how am I going to build a friendship if I don't talk about my life? Like, what's the friendship for then? Why would I build a connection with people over here? You know, what's the point? Do you know what I'm saying? But I don't want to. You guys understand, I am so busy, I can't keep up with my regular friends. That's what I'm trying to say to you. Stop, pause, lock in. You don't have to make new friends just because you can. You don't have to meet new people just because you can. I don't even have time for my own family right now. Why would I make more friends? What are they for? What are they for? You know what I mean? Okay, so just, we got lost there. I got lost in the sauce. Guys, I don't want new friends. I don't have time. Okay, let's finish out this video. We're almost there.
And while I do not think we need to return to a world of socializing exclusively through places like religious institutions, I do think we have to realize that it's not enough to just get rid of them and only replace them with the internet. But that is why I wrote Having People Over, and that is why we are doing this 4-week series. So come back next week and...
Okay, let's look at the comment sections on this because that is so interesting. Yeah, what is the reason? Exactly, chat. What is the reason? Why do you want friends? Okay, this is very important. Why do we want friends? Okay, that's important. Wait, Chad says, I agree with C. Kirk that executions should be televised and children should be required to watch them. I agree with him that Civil Rights Act, which is segregation, was a huge mistake. Okay, girl, blocked. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go through these comments on Chelsea's video because I'm curious, okay? My mom is a boomer and had a fantastic village surrounding her, even in her widowhood, because she just does things for people without even thinking twice about it. If she's making homemade pesto, she's putting some in Tupperwares and dropping it off for neighbors and friends. At home sick, she's dropping off coffee and pastries because she's just in the area. I really admire this so much. See how there's action associated with that? Very important. Her mother's making an action. She's actively doing something. Okay. The thing is too, oh, and this is important. You can't just make pesto for the neighbors because you want to be their friend. I did make cookies for my neighbors because I wanted them to be my friends. Oh, take notes. I didn't make cookies for my neighbors because I wanted to be their friends. I did not want to see them. I did not want them to come over. I did not want them to be my new friend. I wanted them to play the role of a neighbor. Your neighbors are not your friends, but your friends can be your neighbors. Okay. The thing is, too, once the village breaks down, trying to be a villager often just means being and feeling used without the reciprocation. Also a problem I experienced, and I'm sure you experienced in your life. So you try to be a villager, you put out, you take people to the airport, you do all these things, but they never reciprocate. You're the friend people use to feed them, to clothe them, to vent to them, but they never give it back. Yeah, that's not a village. That's just a one-sided relationship, okay? When I was in my 20s and I had no money, what I would do is I'd ask all my friends to come over for Friends Thanksgiving. Okay, I was that friend who would host, and I'd say, I'll make this. Can you guys make this, this, and this? Who has the budget for what? Who doesn't have money? Whoever doesn't have money, you have to help us do dishes. Please come over. Okay? Everybody had something to do and nobody felt left out because the other side of a village is making people feel bad that they can't participate. So the big part of making a village successful is letting people know you matter. You matter to this village. There's something you can do. There's always something you can do, which is why men will often talk about a need to do something so they feel useful. Give people things to do, make them feel useful. Okay, you are useful to this village. You are not because you bring in dollar bills, but because your presence is also lovely. Okay. Okay, let's see. As a millennial, I grew up hosting and being invited to dinner parties. What was what my adulthood would be filled with. Wait. As a millennial, I grew up thinking hosting and being invited to dinner parties is what my adulthood would be filled with. I can't describe how disappointed it's been to become an adult and learn I couldn't have been more wrong. Okay, so a big part of that, I love sitcoms. I grew up in the 90s and 2000s. It was all about friend dates and hangouts and restaurants and parties and social. All of those things had to happen because somebody did it. If you in your lifetime have not hosted one single party, I don't want to hear you complain. I don't. I think if you haven't hosted one single party in your life, I don't want to hear it. I also think you have to be a good host. So here's the thing. I've learned to be a good host. I haven't always been a good host, but I've learned to become a better host. And I always thought that I was doing my part because I was always hosting. I was always being like, come to my house. I was always being a person who would do things. The issue is you also have to be sort of a leader. And that's really difficult because not everyone plays that role. So if you haven't at least made an effort to bring people together, you know what I mean? If you've never DM'd or never brought people together or emailed or volunteered, it's really difficult, guys. Everybody has to do something. The village is just a poof. Everybody has to do something. The question is, what is it? What's the thing you do? When I dated this guy who's obsessed with board games, I didn't care about the board games. I would host. I will host. I'll make the food. I'll be excited about this stuff. You guys show up. Because I just wanted the social. Okay? It's not about judging. It's about recognizing that, and I hate to say this, sometimes, guys, we have to go to therapy, and that's why we don't have a village too. Sometimes we have to get our mental health checked, and that's why we don't have a village too. Sometimes you grow up with parents that are sick, and they're suffering from hoarding, and you can't invite friends over because they can't see the way you live. That's mental health. I get it. Okay? So we also have to recognize that we're not all built the same. We don't all have houses people can come to. My mom was the everybody come to my mom's house mom. Everybody in the neighborhood, my mom felt like she could keep the kids safe, having eyes on everybody, than us going to neighbors' houses that she would have to vet, and then it would be more annoying, even though she would do it and we'd go to other friends' houses. My mom was I will let people watch cartoons and anime, come to mom's house. So everybody would go to my mom's house. We also lived in a cul-de-sac, and so our house was at the end, so it was the safest for people to come to. It was away from all the cars. So all the kids would come to my mom's house, okay? And I say my mom's house because my dad was at work and my mom was hosting, right? And then my mom would call everyone and be like, your kid's at my house. Or she'd be like, go tell your parents you're at my house. The idea is that there was a communication. I remember one time, one of us was on the other side of the cul-de-sac. I don't remember where. A neighbor called my mom and said, your kid's riding their bike on the other side of the street. Do you know that? My mom said, oh yeah, I'm letting them go a little further today. Which was a big deal, going a little further today. We were really young though, right? This is like when your kids are 7, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. These are, I remember when we got to middle school and we could ride our bikes and skateboards to the liquor store, get hot Cheetos, and then go to the school and hang out, right? The local public high school, because our friends who weren't our homeschool friends, our neighborhood friends went to public school. And those neighborhood friends became lifelong friends, funny enough. Funny enough, my long life best friend is the girl who lived next door to me. Not any of the girls I knew through homeschooling. It was the girl who lived next door to me. And she's coming 2 weeks from now. She's going to come see me, which is so exciting, right? Okay. So again, there's so many layers of this that play a role into how we socialize. Not one size fits all is going to work for anybody. Okay. I cannot give you a solution that will help you specifically. What we can do is bounce ideas off of each other and see which one applies to our life. That's it. That's all we can do. And then hope for the best. Okay. Let's see. As a formerly religious person, I seriously want church for atheists. No, see, that's not the solution. A church for atheists is not the solution. This is because you're not thinking. You're not actually understanding what church gave you. You're not really getting it. Also, guys, hey, I'm going to hold your hand when I say this once again. You were forced to go to church. Your parents made you go. You stopped going, stupid. If you want a church, you can go back to church, girl. If you want an atheist group for church, it's called Reddit. Do you want to be there? Because I don't. You were forced. Let's be honest. Most of the people that wish for high school liked it because it was forced. Most of the people who I wish I could go back to high school, it's because you were forced to go. Your villages were forced social situations. Okay? Church for atheists, just Comic-Con. Guys, I was forced to go to church. I did not have a choice. Okay? That's the problem. Guys, it's you know what it is? It's like having a job. You're forced to go into work to pay your paycheck, but at least you know you're getting paid. That's why you can't just work for yourself. Everyone's like, oh, Brittany, I want to be a YouTuber. You have to work on your own schedule for free until you make money. It is not, no one's forcing me to be here. Your job, at least there's a feeling of force. I got to go in or my boss will fire me. There's that feeling. A lot of people need that feeling. A lot of people need to feel forced into situations. Otherwise, they're not going to go. Otherwise, they're not going to wake up and make the video. Otherwise, they're not going to do it. And if you're a person who needs to be forced, sign up for a book club. Sign up for something that gives you an obligation. Sign up for a marathon. Sign up for volunteer work. Sign up for something where people can hold you accountable when you don't show up. Okay? Yes, external force, not internal force. Exactly. I'm very internally motivated. A lot of people are very externally motivated. They won't show up unless other people are holding them accountable or have an expectation of them. Know the difference. It's not bad, by the way. Both are great. Two different kinds of people. You are not a bad person for being externally motivated. If you are, put yourself in a situation where you got to show up even when you don't want to. Okay? And then show up. Then show up. Okay? That's the thing. You have to know that about yourself. There's nothing wrong with it. You just got to know the difference. Okay, let's see. Okay. On becoming wealthier, people often move their third space activities to their home, isolating them further. Coffee machines at home, home gyms, home bars, home basketball hoops, home tennis courts, even home climbing walls. You know why? Okay, have you ever had a bad situation with strangers? That's why. A lot of us have to understand that a lot of the bullshit people had to put up with, guys bothering you and harassing you at the gym, men starting fights, people like kids being ruffians, whatever, a lot of that can be avoided at home. The world also has to be a safe place, but for a lot of us, it hasn't been like a lot of safety. Okay? And so a lot of that has to be also taken into consideration. It's not just, I want to keep myself away from the peasants. It's also, I don't want to get harassed. You know, I love a healthy gym culture. I love a healthy gym bubble, but a lot of the gym bubbles can be very toxic as well, right? Okay. It's very disappointing to grow up with social anxiety and then decide to overcome it in my 20s, only to realize that nobody wants to hang out anymore. Everybody is busy. Everything is expensive. People are too tired. At least now I know it wasn't only me. Yeah. 8 billion people on the planet and you're like, everybody's too busy. We cannot force connection. We can only facilitate it. If there's a connection, you build on the connection. You cannot force a connection. And you never know how someone's going to play a role in your life, right? Yeah, there's something here. There's like such a disconnect in how our brains are working. Oh, let me think of the airport as an example. Okay, I'll give you an example. So I don't drive here and we don't have a car yet. I'm sure we'll get one day, but my partner doesn't drive. I don't drive here. Okay. When my family and friends come, my father-in-law drives us to the airport. Okay. It's a little bit of a ways. It's not too bad, but it's like a drive. And that's a favor I ask of him. If you're not busy, could you drive us to the airport to pick up my family or friends? And he says yes every time. And I say, you don't have to say yes. We can figure out a different way to get them. And he's like, no. He's like, I'm available. I'm retired. I'll take you. Okay. That is a relationship we're building. Okay. So now my father-in-law meets my family when they get off a plane, sees my friends. He's building a connection. Whether or not you want to build that connection with your father-in-law is on you. You don't have to. But that's an example of reaching out to the community and saying, could you help me get someone from the airport? Which is an expectation. When I call my mother-in-law and I said, hi, I need help with something. Can you help me? That's us building a connection. Whether you want to do that, that's up to you. Okay. When, like we check in on each other, like if something happens, we go, hi, how are you? It's been a few days. Are you doing okay? That's building a connection. Okay. It doesn't necessarily mean she has to call me and talk to me for 10 hours. It could just be a text back. The idea is like, if I was in the city, like example, when I came to Europe, I asked my siblings to take me to the airport. I was like, hey, it's like 3 a.m. I don't want mom and dad to wake up at 3 a.m. Can you take me to the airport? And my little brother and my little sister took me to the airport and dropped me off. And I paid them the gas it would take to drive me, that type thing. Okay. I was like, I got you. I'll get you breakfast for the morning. Right? That's an exchange. The idea is not to take advantage of people. The idea is to build a reliability on people. Hey, I'm so sorry. Could you drive me to the airport? Versus taking an Uber. You could take an Uber. I could take an Uber. And that's an option. That's a really good option. It doesn't always have to be the first option. And at the same time, and this is what people are really afraid of, what's the difference from being a friend that helps out a friend and being a friend that takes advantage of a friend? Your ability to communicate boundaries. Your ability to say to a friend, I love you. I actually can't take you to the airport. I'm so sorry. Hey, no problem. I'll take an Uber. Right? Okay. Let's see. Okay. As a kid, I remember my parents had their friends over almost every weekend and we went to someone else's house. All the kids would play in the basement while the adults hung out upstairs. Hey, great point. Also, is that still the case with your parents? Did your parents all maintain friends until their elder years? Because that's also interesting too. And then what was it? And then is it allowed to change? Like, it doesn't have to be forever. It can change, right? But I had those memories too. That was fun. The kid table, the adult table, family, friends, whatever. Okay, let's see. I live in Germany, went to Syria this year, where the infrastructure in an online world is not the same at the same point as Germany, to say the least. One thing I noticed was that when you need to buy something, you can't look it up online where to find it, how much it costs, and if they have it in stock. You would have to go to the market or street with shops and ask around. You're looking for a specific tool. You ask someone where to find that hardware store. The hardware store doesn't have the tool. The shoe keeper tells you where to ask next. And so until you find what you need, yes, it's exhausting, but it'll force you to get to know the city and ask people for help. One of my goals, because I haven't had the chance in Croatia, because, you know, things cost money and time. And because of my work schedule and everything, it's really difficult for me to get out and do things I want. So what I have as a goal, and this is something to keep in mind, you can have it as a goal, is I have a goal of eventually, what I have the right ability to, is to just go out and have an idea of what I'm looking for. But the intention is just to see what's available. Because though when I walk around now, which is pretty rare, I take note of things, I don't really have the time to just peruse, okay? And time is based off of spoons, chronic health, and work. You guys know everyone is suffering from a lack of time right now. And so that has to be put into a goal of priority. I have a priority for this goal. And so I have this specific goal. I tell my partner, we talk about it all the time. When are we ready to prioritize exploring the city around us a part of our life? We're probably 2 to 3 years away from it. And that's okay. If you're neurodivergent like I am, it's a huge transition. I sort of don't even feel moved into my apartment, and I've already lived here 2 years. 2 years? I don't even feel moved in yet. It takes me a long time to feel somewhere. It takes me a long time to feel, you know what I mean? So sometimes I'll tell that to people and they're like, oh my God, is something wrong? Yes, I'm autistic. Yes, I'm neurodivergent. Yes, I'm chronically ill. Something is different for me, right? So don't judge yourself based off of what you could do before. Judge yourself based off of this. And listen, when I lived in Arizona for 3 years on the mountain, I didn't go out socializing either. It was MAGA town. I'm not going to make friends over there. But I did explore on occasion, and I did find some good restaurants, but I didn't explore that much. You know, with my siblings, maybe, but I was there for 3 years. It took me a long time to really get out of my shoes there. That's just how I am. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm really happy. I cannot make this more clear to you, but I also understand that in 3 years' time, that Brittany, she's not going to be as happy if she's not getting out of the house. So what I'm doing is, and I tell you this all the time, what am I doing now to make sure Brittany in the future can do things easier, because I've already worked on it now. So I know it's going to take me a few years to melt into a comfortable state of being, to move comfortably in a way that I need for that Brittany. But I can't just wake up and be her. I need to start the transition. So same thing when we build community. We think it's going to happen overnight. It takes time. It can take years. And again, you have to first decide who you are in the story. Individual community member person, meaning you have individual relationships with people, therefore build community, and or you in groups of people, community building person. These are two different people. Okay, let's go back to Chelsea's comments. I just want to see if there's anything interesting here. This is the conundrum I've run into. I love entertaining, but I live in a small apartment that I can only comfortably host one person at a time. My solution, calling up friends who have larger homes and ask if I can come to their place and cook dinner for them. At first, people tend to think this is an odd suggestion, but grow to enjoy it because they get the joy of hosting in their own home. But all I have to do is set up a date and make sure their kitchen is clean. Oh, okay, that's kind of cute. That's smart. That's smart. I wouldn't have thought about that. Hey, can I come to your house? It's bigger, but I'll cook. Oh, that's smart. See, that's good. That's smart. I went through a barbecue with a bunch of coworkers and didn't know to thaw any of the frozen burgers ahead of time. So everyone was waiting for food for a really long time. For some reason, my boss brought his mom with him to the party and she taught me how to light the grill. I was kind of embarrassed, but it ended up being a great time. That's so cute. That's so cute. Wait. Also, when things go wrong, the group of people you have around you to make it better is so key. I always say the best people to have around are the people who are going to be kind to you when things go wrong. That's beautiful. I love that. I'm a part of a women's club and one of the few younger members. We meet once a month for lunch and regularly work on volunteer projects together. When I had my son 8 months ago, they were so much help in bringing me cooked dinners as a part of my meal train. Most of the non-church, non-football groups that I've been in, community garden, dinner club, have mostly been older women. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. Chat says, as somebody who just this week had their dog get out during a storm, instead of helping, our neighbors called animal control on us for a welfare concern. Oh, Jesus. I have trouble imagining having a community with anyone around me. So yeah, that's difficult. Yeah, when you have neighbors who don't know you, so they don't know who the dog belongs to. That's the other part of when I lived in Arizona. Oh my God. When I lived in Arizona, there was this dog and he was happy dog. And I saw him for the first time and I was like, oh, this dog is like out. There's no collar. He's just running around. I'm like, oh my God. We put him in the car. We take him to the Humane Center because that's where everyone finds their lost dogs. So it's a shelter, but it's like a community center. So, you know, the dog doesn't get automatically put in the shelter. They wait for the owner to be like, hey, do you have my dog? Okay. So I took it to this place and they go, oh, that's so-and-so. And I was like, you know this dog? And they go, yes, everybody brings him in, but he's actually just an off-leash dog and he patrols the neighborhood, but he always goes back home. And I was like, they should put a collar on him with a note. But like, apparently he doesn't like his collar. Okay. So this dog, we had put into my car full of mud. And it was funny. It became like a funny thing of like, oh, there's the dog. Then, oh my God, there was this beautiful dog. Oh, there was this beautiful dog. And one day I'm in my kitchen and I hear scratch, 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 scratch at the door. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? Because I have a staircase up to the door. This is in America. And I'm like, what is that? I open up the door and literally I open up the door and this beautiful golden retriever just walks right into my house and lays on the carpet. And I was like, who the fuck's dog is this? He was named Happy. I remember his name and he had a collar and I called his mom and said, hey girl, I think your dog's at my house. She goes, I'm sorry. Let me go. I'll come get him after work. I said, okay, he can stay here until then. This dog, I didn't even know this girl. I did not know this girl. Never seen this girl in my life ever. She comes to my house, picks up her dog, goes, I'm so sorry. And I was like, it's okay. If he comes back again, I'll just call you. And she goes, okay. He comes back a second time. A few weeks later, scratch, 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 scratch. I open up my door. He walks in, plops down. I was like, okay. I called her again. I said, hey, girly, no problem. He's back. And she said, I'm so sorry. And I was like, it's fine. I love doggos. Sweet doggos. I want a dog so bad. Like, I want a doggo so bad. Okay. So I was like, it's fine. And so yeah, so that's how I met Happy the dog and his mother. And, you know, it was nice. And, you know, okay. But then we have to understand that like not everybody gets that experience for a lot of different reasons. Some people have trauma around dogs. Some people can't, even if the dog is really kind, they can't handle the dog. That's okay. Some people have severe deadly allergies, so they can't let the dog in the house. So also remember that there's no right way to handle an unforeseen situation that might not make sense to everybody. So for me, the dog could come in the house, no problem. That was just like wasn't a problem for me. For other people, that might not be an option for them. Okay, so again, we're not trying to share our stories as a way to say that you have to do this every time. It's to say, you know, given the situation, you have options. You know, you have options. Okay, let's try a couple more comments and then we'll wrap up stream. So if you have any comments, start posting them. This says from Chelsea's community, I'm 25, Gen Z, and I remember feeling so weird and ostracized, basically middle school onward. You couldn't talk to your classmates intimately unless you knew them for a long time. You definitely couldn't suggest inviting yourself to their house or vice versa. I think obviously social media has harmed us, but people's general unwillingness to connect is a huge thing. I don't think older generations felt this extreme awkwardness or intrusiveness that high schoolers do today. Yeah, I think we should stop comparing ourselves to boomers because where has that gotten us? I think also we should be kind and compassionate to ourselves and just try to figure out what works for us. Listen, guys, coming out of conservatism and coming out of my bubble, the greatest form of liberation I gave myself was reading The Ethical Slut and was recognizing that I could do whatever I wanted in life within reason. I don't want to judge somebody for their gender. I won't. I don't want to be racist. I won't. I don't want to be homophobic. I won't. I don't want to be mean to unhoused people. I won't. You don't have to do it. I know the world tells you have to be unkind. I know the world tells you to be cruel, but like, you don't have to. Okay? You don't have to. The greatest thing I ever gave myself was the ability to say, hey, would you like to do something with me? And it's okay if you don't want to. because I just want to give you the opportunity and I want to say that I'm open to it. But if you don't want to, I 100% respect you. Would you like to come to my house Saturday for brunch? You can say no, genuinely, because I'd rather you say yes willingly. And if it's okay if you don't want to do more than that, give people an out. Not out of insecurity, but security. Give them an out that genuinely means rejection is informed consent. I want you to, with informed consent, decide if you want to come to my house. You don't have to. I have a cat. There's hair all over the house, though I try to sweep it. You might get an allergic reaction. I'm making food. Here's how I prepared it. Here's how clean I was or not clean I was, because obviously people have different levels of clean. We can get something to eat. If you're uncomfortable coming to my house, would you rather go to a restaurant? Do you as a consciousness want to hang out with me as a consciousness? And if they're like, hey, I think you talk weird. Okay, we won't be friends because I am weird and I am autistic and I am Brittany. And if you don't like the way I talk, then we just won't be friends and no big deal. But if there's a connection here, would you like to do something? It's like, what's the worst they're going to do? Say no? Great. Better them saying no than feeling like they have to. You know, just give people an out. I do that with my partner too. You know, I do that with my partner. I do that with my friends. I go, hey, I want to watch One Piece with you, but I also want to watch MasterChef. You can choose one or the other, or you don't have to hang out with me at all. Do you want to? Do you want to do your own thing? Or do we want to eat together and we want to watch one of these shows? Or do you want to hang out together and do you want to talk? Or do you not want to hang out together? Which one do you want? I'm good with either. And then he'll say, are you sure you're good with either? Or is there one you want more or the other? I'll say, I'm 20% invested in One Piece, 15% invested in MasterChef. I am interested in hanging out with you, but I also could watch Seinfeld and I'm okay. It's a lot of talking, but it really helps. Chat says, why is it so hard for people to do that? Because they're not autistic. Because they're not neurodivergent. Because they're dealing with a level of anxiety that I'm not dealing with. Like, even though I have anxiety, I've literally diagnosed anxiety. It's just not the same. I have anxieties about the world ending, not about whether or not you reject me. I have an anxiety over whether or not I hurt someone's feelings, or if I leave the house, will my mouth look funny? I don't have anxiety over whether or not you won't be my friend. You know what I mean? So I think sometimes we all have different anxieties, but I think there's a neurodivergency that allows us to be like, I don't like the script. You know what I mean? I'm not saying my experience is your experience, but there is a difference in that experience, you know? And also it's okay if I reject you and I hurt your feelings, in the sense that I'm okay if your rejection hurt my feelings because your consent is more important. You know, like, your consent is more important. Now, I also understand, because I am autistic, example, I have to make times with my friends. So if I say, okay, I'll talk to you Saturday at 1, that's when I'm talking to you. Some people can be more flexible, but that can be considered rigid. Like, some people have asked me, like, Britt, I just want to be able to pick up the phone and call you. And I said, I can't be your friend. That kind of friend to you. I had a friend ask me, they're like, I just want to pick up the phone and call you. And I said, no. And they said, really? And I was like, I can't. I love you. I can't. You know what I mean? Like, I can't be that friend. And they're like, okay. And I was like, okay. Chess says, how do you define the world ending? For the record, anxiety is not real in my head. They're just intrusive thoughts that aren't real, right? Like, my anxiety is not based off of reality. That's why it's an anxiety like issue, is like, I don't have anxiety over real things. I have anxiety over thoughts that aren't real. So like if I leave the house and I have to talk to somebody, that's not a real anxiety. I don't have a problem talking to people, right? Like, people, for other people, it might be different for you, but like, my anxiety does not revolve around reality. Like, I am not afraid to talk to people. And yet, if I have an anxiety attack, I will convince myself I don't know how to talk to people. And then I won't leave the house because I'm like, I can't talk to people. I'm not doing it. Me. That's why it's a disability. That's why it's a problem. Because I know how to talk to people. Okay? Like, I got to do it for a living. You know, I'm literally such a talker. But if my anxiety is looping, then I'll convince myself I can't talk to people. Like, you loop, you know what I mean? So I just kind of wait until my body's calmed down and then I get out of the house. Or the other day I had to leave the house and my body was like, my brain was convinced that I was like, it was really bad. Like, I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I feel bad. I feel really sick. I feel really sick. I feel really sick. And I was like, you don't feel sick. Get out of the house. And the moment I left the house and I got to the bus stop, my body started to calm down and the sun hit me. And I was like, we're okay. But getting out of the door, my body's like, oh, you feel really bad. You're going to need a bathroom. You're going to need to vomit. Like, you can't go out. You can't go out. And I was like, shh. And then, whoop. But then some days I wake up and I'm like walking through the neighborhood. Some days I wake up, I'm like, go to the store. And like some days most days I wake up and I'm like, it's just when that thing hits you and then your brain is like, you know what I mean? Yeah, but most days I'm like, anyways. Yeah, you get it, Chad. You get it. I see you. You get it. Which is why I try not to listen to my anxiety, especially when she tries to stop me from having fun, because I know it's not real, but I know it's a real experience. It's a real experience. My body's feeling it. Like, it's feeling it. Sometimes I'm so anxious, I make myself go to the bathroom. Like, it's very, like, it's, your body's just like, like, it's so fucking weird. And you're just like, what are you doing? And then you just, you kind of still do it anyways. Let's see. Chess says, I also think it comes from society, a society that emphasizes people pleasing and turn into fake and disingenuous dynamics. 100% Chatter. You're right. No, 100% right. You're so that's so true. We're overly people pleasing. And so we violate our own consent to people please. And then we feel bad. And then it's like, it creates this whole cycle of miscommunication. I had a girl I was romantically dating for a while, and I was going to make this big gesture, and we had made this big plan of me like road tripping to come see her. And it was like going to be this huge, big thing. And as I was on my way to see her, she calls me and goes, I think you like me more than I like you. Valid, but also very confusing. Cause like she had come to meet my family. I was heading to her place. I thought it was going well. Now, to be fair, I was at a very toxic place in my life. And honestly, I could have just been very overwhelming for her. Maybe she didn't know how to tell me. It was a very toxic time in my life. Let me tell you, I was definitely not doing well. But in my brain, all those years ago when I read it, it was like, I don't get this conversation. I didn't get it. Now when I'm older, I think she just couldn't tell me the real reason maybe. Maybe she didn't know how to tell me, like, girl, it's too much. Your life is too messy. I can't deal with this. But also, I didn't want to hear. Like, we eventually cut it off and I never wanted to talk to her again because at the time, you know what I mean? And so again, times in our life in which we're socializing and we think we understand social dynamics, we're also healing our trauma along the way. So remember that what you experienced in high school, that doesn't necessarily have to do with your 20s, and what you did in your 20s doesn't have to do with what you do in your 30s, though everything connects. I don't blame that girl for not being interested in me. That was okay. Okay? But 20-something Brittany I did not, you know what I mean? Like, I was like, okay, girl, I get it, but weird. But also like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. So what I'm trying to say is allow yourself to forgive yourself and be kind to yourself for the ways that you didn't have something. Like this comment from Chelsea's community that said, in middle school onward, I felt ostracized. Middle school? 12? 14? Okay, girl, let's go. Move on. This is what your life was at 20. Okay, actually, one last thing. I'm going to build a graph because I just realized, oh my God, does your brain not do this, guys? Hold on. Let me pull this up for us. Okay, so... Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. We'll go high school. Okay. 20s, 30s. Okay. So when you go through life, this is how it works for my brain. When I go through life, whatever happened in high school stayed in high school. Once I crossed this barrier, nothing that happened here mattered. I mean, it mattered, but it didn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. I don't reference it as my social life. I don't reference it as important. I don't reference it as like, okay, my 20s, boom. Once I'm in my 30s, nothing about how I existed here is in the present. This is just something we talk about as something to learn from, but it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter like what I did then. It doesn't matter how I fucked up then. Because I learned from the mistakes. I didn't bring it into my 30s. Now that I'm in my 30s, all of the lessons I was supposed to learn, I learned. Now, The reason this works is because I learned the lessons. What happens if you don't learn the lessons? Okay, so then you have a situation where, okay, here's the other situation. This is the one I talked about earlier. You have the high schooler who gets into their 20s and 30s and, oh, actually, hold on. I guess it would look, maybe it would look something like, actually, I'll get rid of this, basically. Hold on, let's get rid of this line. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so basically, that's really messy. But basically, you have the high schooler who kept going to their 20s and their 30s, but they didn't build a line. They didn't cut it off. Okay? So they carried everything from high school, boom, into their 20s, boom, into their 30s. Okay? So they're the people in their 30s, and yes, I've met them, who still carry a picture of their high school sweetheart in their wallet and they're nearing 40. The girl who got away from high school. Okay? Like, guys, you were kids in high school. You know you were minors in high school. You know what I mean? Like, you were a child. Okay? So you've got to drop the baggage. Drop the baggage. Just put the line in. Drop the baggage. Okay? I can't tell you how stunted people are. And then they're like, I don't have a village and I don't have friends and I have all these things. Girl, we're traumatized beings on a shared planet and everything is messy. Okay? We're literally struggling and drowning in our own trauma right now. You know? And yes, I've met these people. And yes, they've shown me the picture. Okay? So do your best right now. It's okay if you're like 19 and you're still thinking about high school, but give yourself a time limit. Say, okay, girl, I'm 25. What happened at 15 just doesn't matter. Okay? Let's move the fuck on. Let's go. Let's grow up. Let's find our joy. Let's do things. Same thing in my 20s. Listen, no shade to that girl. No shade to anybody in my life that I've ever dated or been intimate with. I wish you all the best. I hope you're all beautiful people. But it's done. Whatever there was, boom. I don't even feel like that person anymore, right? It was just a relationship that happened. Sometimes I feel like people talk about high school like, oh, Brittany, I was like cheated on in high school. And I was like, what happened? They're like, he like kissed another girl. And I was like, okay, girl, we're 35. I get it. But like a 15-year-old boy kiss another girl and you're 35. Come on. I know. But like also, okay, even the guy who cheated on me in my 20s, I get it. It sucks. But like, okay, look. And I'm not saying you were on a time limit. I'm not saying you have to do it now. I'm not saying you can't be traumatized. I'm just saying like, but also, because listen, you don't want to be the aunt or your uncle at the table who's like, men suck, they all cheat. Girl, not all men cheat. But also, if you're so traumatized to think that, you can't come to dinner because you're annoying. We have to heal our trauma so we can be good community members. We have to be introspective and heal our trauma so we can be good to our younger generations. You don't want kids growing up with aunties who are bitter over men or men growing up who are bitter over women. That's not a good role model. We want to grow up with aunties and uncles who think gender is a construct. What even is gender? What even is gender? You know? We have to deconstruct our bitterness. You know? Yeah, but listen, you got to be honest with yourself. We are all dealing with different struggles. We're all dealing with different whys. I can't know what's going on in your life or in your mind, but you do. So trust yourself to talk to yourself, figure it out, and do what's best for you. Because you're the only one who can lie to yourself, and you're the only one who can be honest with yourself. You're the only one who really knows what's happening in here. Okay? One last question and I'm going to get going. Brittany, have you seen the videos on TikTok about the village is tired regarding more about people with kids asking because there's a core depth convo about being the village, but no reciprocity. I haven't seen those exact TikToks, but I have seen ones in relation to kids. Look, I think if you care about community, you care about children. I think each friend gets to sign up for their own responsibility in kids. I have friends who have kids, and I always ask, like, hey, do you babysit the kids? And they're like, no. And I was like, you don't babysit the kids? They're like, no, I don't want to do that. And I was like, oh. Why not? And they're like, I don't want to play that role. And I was like, okay, that's okay, but who's playing the role? If this is one of your closest friends, who's playing that role? Right? So when I lived near my brother with the 5 kids, 3 at the time, when I lived near him, I would babysit the kids once a week when he was doing jiu-jitsu, I think at the time. Now the kids do jiu-jitsu with him. But before, I would babysit the kids. And the kids would come over to Auntie Brittany's, and it would be fun. And like, it was great. And that was a part of that kind of community thing. Now I did, as a payment, get his Switch, which I play to this day with my husband. So thanks, bro. You really make this marriage energetic, let me tell you. The way I'm screaming at 2 a.m. because I'm losing at Smash. Don't even get me started, okay? But, in general, I didn't expect like a real payment because I just liked having my nieces and nephews around. I thought it was cool. I'm more than happy to do that. I am that friend. If I lived near a friend who had a baby, I would probably see that friend and their baby, depending on the friend, of course. Like, how close are we? Am I an auntie role? Oh, that's another thing. Do not volunteer your friends to be aunties or uncles. This is so important. It takes a village, but not everyone in the village is an auntie and uncle. Because those are sacred words to me. That means I have to be in your kid's life forever. Do you understand that if you consider me an auntie or an uncle to your kid, I'm assuming I have to be in that kid's life forever? Because my aunties and uncles are in my life forever. They don't get to not be my auntie and uncle. So chosen family to me is very sacred. Not everybody is my chosen family. Not all my friends are chosen family, okay? Not all my friends are family. That's why family and friends are different. But chosen family, that's a very big deal. So make sure you ask your friend, how do you feel about playing that role? Like if I had a baby, my bestie of 27 years would have been auntie. That would have been auntie, right? But my other friends wouldn't have been auntie because we don't have that responsibility. Like if I die and the kid needs to be adopted out, she gonna take my baby? Who's gonna take the baby too? How about that one? If those parents die, who's taking that baby? Are you taking that baby? We talk a lot about that too. Like who gets the babies and who's responsible for the babies if something happens. I just think a lot of people, because I remember one time I had a work friend, very nice lady. Again, no, I'm not meaning to talk mean about it. I was very young and I really didn't know how to handle social situations, let me tell you. And we're really good friends at work, but we tried to hang out outside of work and I didn't like it. I can't explain to you why. I just felt it wasn't good. And no shade to this woman, but I went to her house and right away she's like, this is Auntie Brittany. And I was like, I felt like somebody killed me. I probably didn't even, one of the worst mistakes in my life. So I've ghosted 2 people in my whole life and big regrets because I ghosted her. I felt so bad. And I ghosted a girl in high school that I dated. The girl in high school I dated, we made amends and she forgave me and all that. But the other girl, I never got to make those amends, but I wish her the best. Worst feeling in the world. I'm so anti-ghosting because the way this feels, unless you're in danger. If you're in danger, you should ghost. But if you're not in danger, and I was not in danger, I didn't know how to handle it. I literally felt so bad. And I just didn't know what to do. Early 20s. And that situation now, I would just be like, oh girl, I'm not her auntie, but thank you so much. Like I would just literally say that I'm not her auntie. And she's like, oh my God, you don't want to be Auntie Brittany? No. And she's like, well, everyone's Auntie Brittany. And I'm like, is this a cultural thing? Prove it to me. Prove to me everyone's auntie. Because otherwise I do not want a title I did not ask for. So see how the attitude is so different? Back then I was like, oh my God. I was like, what do I do? It was so socially scary. So look, there are pros and cons to learning how to build a village, but you will make mistakes. You will have to apologize. Okay. And it will be hard to put down your boundaries and to say, oh no, I'm not playing that role. Sorry. Because a lot of our friends might accidentally have a baby and assume you're going to be in their life. If my friends get pregnant, I go, what's my role here? Because I don't really want much of a role. You know what I mean? Or hey, I want a role in your family. I want to roll with the kids. Like, I feel like I have a role. My partner knew when he married me that I was going to have a role as an auntie to my nieces and nephews. That is my role. They are in my life, and I will, you know, I do my calls with them. I talk to them. We have a relationship with them, right? Though, keep in mind, they do not call him uncle because we're not married in the Catholic Church, so he is Mr. The things I do to maintain a relationship with my family. The things I do to maintain a relationship with those kids. Okay, a little weird to deny your nieces and nephews or your kids an auntie and uncle, but okay. And then they're going to grow up and think their family is so weird. I cannot wait till those kids are 15. They're like, why the fuck are our parents so weird? Like, they're gonna be so, I can't wait. I can't wait to see the sassiness on those kids' faces. Like, what the fuck? Who does this? My family's so weird. You know what I mean? They're so weird. Okay, anyways. I think we did it, girls. Hey, have a good weekend. Be kind to yourself and others. And do the right thing because it's the right thing and not because everybody else is doing it. And I will see you again on Monday. Okay, bye. Bye. Goodbye. Goodbye. Elvin's music can be found in the description. Bye-bye. Have a good night.